Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our meeting. All right, now that I have some of you seated, please rise. Legislator Muscarella will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Let me start off by welcoming everyone who has joined us today for this meeting of the Nassau County Legislature. I have to say that there has been a lack of communication about the capacity for this room. We had intended to set this room at a capacity of 100, and it's obviously well beyond 100 people here. So there is a concern in that we are not out of the pandemic yet. We are concerned about having this many people in the room together at one point. So a number of things. There may be space in the Minority Leader Abrahams has offered. There may be space in his side of the wing of the building to accommodate some people, not all that many. Secondly, if you, after you're speaking, you've spoken, because I have probably 50, 60 slips. If after you've spoken, you can go out and leave the chambers, it would actually free up some space as well. So we're going to accommodate everyone who wants to speak, everyone who has, who wants to speak on the bill, obviously. We will do so, but at the same time, we're trying to manage the situation as well as we can. Having said that, the first order of business today is for the top cops, which we do each month to recognize police officers, corrections officers, medics, and others for their outstanding work. So I would invite James McDermott up to the podium with his honorees. Just so you know what we're doing this part of the program, which will be for the recognizing the top cops, as I mentioned. After that, we will have a time period for public comment, which will be more of a general nature. And then after that, we'll go right into the bill with respect to first responders and discrimination. So that'll be the first thing on our agenda after we finish public comment. Go ahead, please. Sure. Minority Leader Abrahams.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As I look out into the crowd, and I'm thankful that we have as many people we have to discuss the agenda, but more particularly the item that's before us, the bill that's before us. If you have a mask, please put on your mask. I just want to express that level of caution that I think, as the Presiding Officer said, and I think we all can agree that we have, I know we are heading in a direction where we want things to be better in our county as it pertains to COVID, but we are not out of the woods yet. And Nassau, according to the CDC, has been designated as an area where COVID is still contagious by a substantial degree. We are still better than most of the country, but we are still not where we want to be yet. So I'm asking anyone that has a mask in their pocket to please place their mask. I'm sorry? I'm asking, sir, first of all, I very rarely address folks directly that are not at the podium. I'm going to say that first. But I'm going to ask for everyone to place a mask on. That wasn't just folks for the audience. I said everyone to place a mask on if they have a mask on their person. Okay? I'm wearing a mask. Since I've been back at the legislature, I've always worn a mask. Well, I'm going to, sir, you have to determine what your own responsibility level is. My responsibility level is I see a room of over 200 some odd people. Thank you. Everyone, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Thank you very much, James and Mr. Halleck.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Police Officer Kevin Mullock. I'm with the Nassau County Police Benevolent Association. I'm the chairman of the Board of Trustees, and I'll be presenting the top cops today. For the legislative cops, for August 2021, police officers Michael Armony, Brian Lemke, Sean Clark, and Wyatt Russo. On July 6, 2021, at approximately 3 a.m., Officer Armony, while working at Marine Base, received a distress call for a female stating that herself and her husband were on a sailboat and he went into diabetic shock. She did not know exactly where the sailboat was anchored, possibly Oyster Bay. She was able to explain some landmarks around her to Officer Larmony, and he was able to quickly pinpoint where the sailboat was in Cold Spring Harbor and dispatched Marine 11 to search the area, knowing that Suffolk Marine Bureau would have an extended response time to that area. Marine 11 officers Lemke, Clark, and Russo aboard began making their way toward the aided's location using radar due to the dark conditions and poor visibility on the water. Upon arrival at the location, even with numerous boats moored in the area, officers were able to quickly locate the aided sailboat, tying it off. Officers boarded the sailboat, where they found the aided laying unresponsive in the cabin. The aided's location in the sailboat, as well as the small layout and narrow ladder, well made the working area and extrication of the victim extremely difficult. With little room to maneuver, the officers made modifications to the sailboat in order to extricate the aided to the top deck. Officers were able to lift the aided out of the thin ladder while putting him on the deck of the sailboat. Despite the unsteady seas, officers safely transferred the aided and his wife onto Marine 11. Marine 11 then began to navigate back to the Teddy Roosevelt Marina, where he was transferred to an awaiting Oyster Bay Fire Department ambulance and transported to Syosset Hospital. Due to the officers' quick response, teamwork, and nautical experience, they were able to save the aided. The Nassau County PBA is proud to name police officers Larmony, Lemke, Clark, and Russo legislative top cops for August 2021.
First of all, I'd like to, again, congratulate them for their great job. I want to recognize the fact that I think we all agree that the service that our men and women do is in serving our public in Nassau County. They did a great job, and it's because of the tools that you have all given them, all of you. And I thank you for that and continued support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you,
Well, good, sir.
Okay. None of the officers want to say anything? No. Okay. All right. Legislator Lapp is in, and Legislator Walker.
Sure. Thank you, Presiding Officer. There's been an unprecedented amount of boaters this year. The Nassau County Marine Bureau continues to save the lives of residents in distress, and we thank you for your heroism and service. But I also wanted to take a moment to recognize our other honorees who are here with us today. We have Anthony DeCarolis, First Assistant Chief Paramedic, Nicole Pantina, EMT, and John Hambrook, Chief of the Oyster Bay Volunteer Fire Department. They were also crucial in this save, and the Oyster Bay Fire Department continues to be one of the finest volunteer fire departments in the county. We're so grateful, and I'm so grateful to be your legislator. Thank you.
Okay, Legislator Walker.
I, too, want to thank and congratulate our honorees this morning. And this is not the only time you've been out on the water to save those who are in need. And I thank you for always being on the lookout and making those saves very often that you're not recognized for. And to our fire department, too, I used to represent the Oyster Bay Fire Department, so it's nice to see you back again, although that's not part of my district anymore. I thank you. I'm a member of the Ladies Auxiliary in Hicksville Fire Department, and I know how much you do and the hard work you do and dedication you have to all our residents. So thank you all, and God bless, and stay safe. And we do have citations for each of you. Rich, do you want them to come up here? Or you want to wait till... If you'd like to all come up and we have citations for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys,
inviting up John Wildig. John Wildig. John Wighouse, Detective Association, Inc.
Legislator, we do have an additional top cop to present today.
Okay. All right.
You want to? No, you go first. I'd like to call up the members of emergency services and the fire marshals, Nassau County fire marshals. Anybody from ESU, please come on up. And the fire marshals. Okay. So we have a very big group here. We have a very big group here today, so bear with me. So for the legislative top cops for July of 2021, Lieutenant John Barrett, police officers Mark Babbage, Patrick McWink, Brett Roslow, and Robert Shudowich are going to be our honorees from the Nassau County Police Department. On July 7, 2021, at approximately 0408 hours, Emergency Services Unit, or I'll call them ESU, was requested to the scene of an overturned oil tanker. The initial report was of an oil tanker that was on its side leaking fuel with the driver pinned inside. ESU responded accordingly. Upon arrival, in 2426, ESU members McWork and Roslow checked on the local fire chief who had established a fire command. He informed ESU crew members that the driver of the tanker had been removed prior to ESU's arrival. However, they started a very large gas leak. The tanker had just been fully loaded with a combination of gasoline and diesel fuel. That's, for what I'm reading here, over 11,000 gallons of gas. ESU made their initial entry and encountered members of both Inwood and Lawrence Cedarhurst fire departments, beginning to mitigate several of the leaks. Diesel fuel was free-flowing out of a badly damaged cap, and gasoline was pouring out of several damaged smaller sections. ESU crew went back to their truck to retrieve mitigation equipment. The other ESU truck, which was occupied by Officers Babbage and Shudowich, were redirected back to the base to get ESU hazmat heavy rescue. Lieutenant Barrett responded to the incident command to oversee ESU's operation, followed by Sergeant Faber. ESU crew McWork and Roslow then re-entered the scene and began the process of diking, plugging, and capping the leaks. This was now being done under the cover of the fire department foam blanket that was actively being applied by the fire department to help prevent fire and explosion. ESU crew plugged several of the smaller leaks, reducing them to completely stopping them to a small drip. ESU crew then assisted the members of the fire department with the last remaining large leak. The leak was slowed from flowing down to more of a manageable leak. The fire department also set up several hazmat booms around the storm drains. The fire department's now bolstered by enormous amount of mutual aid, continue to apply foam. ESU crew then made another entry with the fire marshals to cap the remaining unsecured fuel caps as a precautionary measure. The fire marshals assisted ESU by drilling holes into the side of each of the tank to safely unload the remaining fuel onto another tanker. The U.S. Coast Guard had also been brought in with Marine Bureau and Aviation to address some of the runoff that had made its way by a near creek. ESU members Prof, Scarafolo, and White then performed decontamination of any members requiring it. Through these combined efforts, with the combined efforts of the marshals, the fire departments, and our emergency services, we averted a disaster. The Nassau County PBA is proud to present Lieutenant Barrett, P.O. Babbage, P.O. McWork, P.O. Roslow, P.O. Shudowich as the legislative top cops for July of 2021.
Chief Utero. By the way, Chief, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Sworn in as our new fire marshal last Thursday night.
Yes, thanks very much.
Sure, you've been the go-to guy for all of us, all 19 of us over the years. So we're all thrilled that you're in that position, and we know you'll do a great job.
Well, thank you very much. Look forward to keep working with you.
Thank you.
And thank you for this opportunity. As the police officers had just mentioned before, on Wednesday, July 7th, 2021, the Nassau County Fire Marshal's Office Hazardous Materials Team was requested by Chief Curcio of the Inwood Fire Department to respond at the scene of an overturned gasoline tanker truck at the intersection of Burnside Avenues and Routes 878. Hazmat 2 with Supervisor Siebert and Fire Marshal Martin Golden was assigned at 0425 hours and arrived on scene at 0446 hours. Upon arrival at the scene, Hazmat 2 was positioned southbound on Route 878, the Nassau Expressway, on the northwest corner of Burnside Avenue, along with NCPD ESU 2424. Hazmat crew made contact with the fire department command post. Hazmat donned personal protective gear, including SCBA, and proceeded to the overturned tanker to assist at the scene and determine an action plan. It was learned that the gasoline tanker had just loaded with a little more than 11,300 gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel. The tanker was facing north on the northeast corner of Route 878 in Burnside and was laying on its passenger side. There were multiple active leaks found on the tanker. Fire Marshal, NCPD, ESU, and Fire Department personnel worked seamlessly together to manage and mitigate the leaks until additional resources could be amassed. And I have to say, from the guys on scene, I was not on scene that day. The police department and fire department and the fire marshal's office worked well together and really got a very dangerous condition under control in good time frame with no injuries. The fire department also began large-scale foam operations to control the vapors of the flammable products that had been released. While these actions were being taken at the scene, additional hazmat units were being recalled at 4:30 in the morning. These personnel included Assistant Chief Fire Marshal James Hickman, Hazmat Division Supervisor Michael Manella, Hazmat Supervising Fire Marshal Frank Dubins, Hazmat Supervising Fire Marshal John Kellerer, and Fire Marshal Kyle O'Brien. Once these personnel were on scene, an instant action plan was developed that included assessing the 6 separate compartments of the tanker by drilling or cold tapping each compartment and then using a long pipe or stinger to reach the fuel inside. The trucking company was able to provide an empty tanker to offload all the flammable liquids into it. Additional agencies were notified to respond, including New York State Department of Environmental Conservation Spills Division, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation Police Department, the Nassau County Department of Public Works, the Town of Hempstead Department of Public Works, and the United States Coast Guard. After completing the safety check, which includes the application of dome cover clamps to each compartment, establishing a static electricity grounding field, and then applying grounding and bonding cables to both damaged tanker as well as the recovery vehicle, the drilling team members were briefed, checked their equipment, and began the work at the highest point of the overturned tanker. The drilling and offloading process was completed using 2 rotating crews over the course of approximately 2 hours. The weather was also a significant challenge as the drilling crews had to be dressed out in full turnout gear and SCBA with temperatures reaching 92 degrees with high humidity. This weather pattern made it difficult for the personnel on scene and also made the 11,000 gallons of gasoline and diesel even more volatile. Ultimately, it was determined that the tanker had was fully loaded and over the 10,200 gallons of fuel that were recovered, which was a 90% recovery rate of all the fuel on scene. The trucking company was ordered to hire an environmental cleanup contractor, and cleanup operations began under the direction of the DEC. Hazmat operations were conducted under the direction of Chief Hickman and Division Supervisor Manella. Fire Marshal personnel present included those aforementioned, Industrial Division Supervisor Andrew Schmidt, Hazmat Supervising Fire Marshal Mark Siebert, who was on the drilling team, Hazmat Supervising Fire Marshal John Kellerer on the drilling team, Industrial Supervising Fire Marshal John Madden, Fire Marshal Martin Golden, Fire Marshal Kyle O'Brien, Robert Scher, Daniel Giordino, Dominic Buffalino, Michael Marciano, Brian O'Malley, James Hopelman, and John O'Brien. Assistant Chief Fire Marshal for Fire Rescue Services Timmy Placilla, Supervising Dispatcher Brian Vogley, and Dispatcher James Allen manned Field Comm, and that helped with operations with communications between all agencies. So that was a mouthful, but the guys did a excellent job that day, and again, the work between all agencies was excellent, and that's what the public expects. So I thank you for your honor.
I request that we turn the air conditioner back on. But first of all, as the incident commander for the pandemic, I got to work very close with the fire marshals, and I saw the expertise that Mike Utaro and before him, Chief Utaro, Chief, we forgot him already. But they did a great job, and they really did come together. The best interest for the public, and that's what was out there. Your police medics, your volunteer fire services, they all work together as one team, and that's why we are here where we are today. So, again, they've always done a great job, and I know Chief Utaro is going to do a phenomenal job going forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Send them right up.
No, they have something to say.
Sorry.
Okay. This response was typical of what we expect from our first responders. On behalf of the entire 5 towns area, which I represent, or together with Legislator Ford,
it occurred in the 3rd Legislative District. Thank you, including me as well. Thank you.
Including you as well. In Inwood, that's right. I want to thank you.
And Meadowmere Park.
And Meadowmere Park. Did I get it all? Can I go on now? Okay, thank you.
This is the third time you're discussing matters in my district without giving my office a courtesy.
You're welcome to say a few words. You're welcome. Every legislator, obviously, is welcome to say a few words afterwards. Okay, sure.
Okay. I'm sorry for the interruption. It's typical of the way our first responders work together. It was a magnificent display. And I know, living in the area, I know how difficult this was, because not only was this an ultra-hazardous situation, you're exposed to fumes and you're exposed to fire, and perhaps explosion, God forbid. You also had this incident happening on a main artery, which resulted very quickly in the entire area being gridlocked for, I don't know, it was about 16 hours or something like that, which made a lot of people unhappy, and which made your job more difficult. You had to get in and get out, and deal with unhappy people. So, on the whole, this was handled in a wonderful fashion, in a brave fashion, in an expeditious fashion, and I just sit here full of admiration for the work that you all do, and I can't. I express no end of appreciation. Thank you.
Legislator Solage.
Thank you. Again, I would like to thank all of the members of the fire department, all the first responders, the police department, for operating on the same page that day, operating on the same frequency. I observed what happened that day, and what you guys did was phenomenal. You protected the public. And I'd just like to thank you very much for what you did that day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I guess you all want to come up here for a photo. It's gonna. You're all invited up. Come on up. All right, moving right along, we have Mr. John Wighouse, President of the Detectives Association, Inc.
Good afternoon. I'm John Wakehouse, president of the Nassau County Detective Association. I want to thank Rich Nicolello.
Thank you,
I didn't do that on purpose, really. I swear, Rich.
Thank you,
I swear.
Mr. Wildig.
I'd like to thank Minority Leader Abrahams and the full legislative body. It's great to be back and honoring our detectives. Today we have Detectives Joe Philbin and Mike Speichler from the 5th Squad. On May 16, 2021, Detectives Philbin and Speichler were traveling on Fletcher Avenue in Valley Stream in an unmarked police vehicle when they observed a male walking northbound on Fletcher Avenue with what appeared to be the brown handle of a gun sticking out of his waistband over a tucked-in T-shirt. The detectives did a secondary pass to confirm what they had observed. Detectives Philbin and Speichler exited their auto with their detective shields displayed on their outermost garment and verbally identified themselves as the police. The subject then took a step to the rear to create distance between himself and the detectives. He then reached to his waistband and pulled out what appeared to be a black revolver with his left hand and pointed the gun at the detectives. The detectives, while utilizing their training and experience, took cover, drew their weapons while giving multiple commands for the subject to drop his gun. After several verbal commands from the detectives, the subject eventually dropped his weapon and was taken into custody without further incident. As a result of Detective Philbin and Detective Speichler's years of experience in law enforcement and the comprehensive training we receive in the Nassau County Police Department, these detectives displayed the utmost restraint on the use of force while encountering an emotionally disturbed person. I would like to introduce to you Detectives Philbin and Speichler. Everything that's gone on in the past 2 years with reform and mental health and the way we should treat and respectfully treat those that are out there with the mental health illness. I watched this video over and over and over again as it was captured by somebody's doorbell ring. The restraint that our officers showed, the respect that our officers showed, that person needing exactly what it ended up being is help in a hospital, not an arrest, getting him to where he should be, getting him the treatment he should be, was because of the training that we receive. It's because of the reforms that we've put in place. It's because of people like Commissioner McCummings and her team who are addressing exactly what this should be. It's about mental health and treating our victims. But unfortunately, that day could have went the other direction. And unfortunately, my cops would have been the victims that would have had to live with that the rest of their life of what their actions that they took. And that's also because of the bill that was passed 2 years ago protecting the mental health of our officers. So I thank both of you, all of you, for what you do for our department. And sometimes we get caught up in a lot up here, but the fact that we're able to take care of the public the way we did that day, take care of our cops the way they did that day, is exactly the way this should all work out, right? So, again, I want to thank them. Outstanding, both of them, what they did that day, and they deserve a nice round of applause. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you to not only the legislature for calling us up here for this and recognizing not only us but our squad that does a lot of work in the 5th Precinct, but the leadership of the 5th Precinct squad, the fellow 5th Squad detectives that helped us out that day, and the whole chain of command all the way up to Chief of Detectives and Commissioner Ryder, as well as the DAI. So thank you very much.
If I may, Officer Philbin also has served in our United States Marine Corps and still serves today and has gone back and forth serving our country. So.
Legislator Szilard, then Legislator Ford.
Again, I would like to thank you very much for what you did that day. And at the end of the day, it's just one less gun that doesn't deserve to be on the street, that was on the streets. And I just want to thank you for that most importantly, because unfortunately we are going through an epidemic of gun violence. And so I just want to thank you for that. And I want to also thank you for using the tactics of de-escalation which you learned in the academy and you relearned. And I want to thank my colleagues also for stressing the importance of de-escalation and addressing and providing more resources for mental health issues. So thank you very much.
I too want to echo all the sentiments of everybody in our gratitude for the restraint that you showed and your professionalism, and you really put on display with the training that you get through the academy and the constant training that you get as a police officer working day in and day out in the 5th Precinct. So I think it is remarkable what you did, how you were able to de-escalate the situation and be able to have a much better outcome than what could have happened. So really, we owe you a debt of gratitude, and thank you very much for your bravery.
If you would just join us up here. Okay. Our next presentation, there was one more presentation along these lines, and then there's a point of personal privilege, and we'll get to the business of today. But as we'd like to invite up Chris Callender for the police medics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you again for inviting us here.
Sure.
Beside me today, I have Police Medic Coordinator Scott DePino, Police Medics Billy Batterson, as well as Chris Rosillo, and I also have Mr. and Mrs. Gluchowski. All right. On March 13th, at about 9:30 in the morning, the Nassau County Police Department was dispatched to a construction area near the Mineola Railroad for a 29-year-old female who was unconscious and unresponsive. Within 3 minutes, the medics arrived to start providing care. As they arrived, the construction crew was actually lowering the aided down onto the ground. You may ask why I say that way. The aided is a construction worker who was hoisted all the way up, working with the iron to set up the bridge that was being set up there. Bystanders advised the medics that while she was working, the opposite end of her beam accidentally touched a 9,000 volt high voltage wire and electrocuted her. The medics were able to see that there was a path of electricity that reached from her hands, which she was holding the rod with, through her body down to her knee. Immediately once they got there, Police Medic Coordinator Scott DePino intubated her. He put a tube into her lungs, started breathing for her. Chris Rosillo drilled into her bone to get access to give her advanced life-saving medication, as well as Billy Battison attached a CPR machine that automatically does perfect CPR throughout its entirety. Everything seemed to be getting better, getting better. They shocked her about 3 times when finally Kelly started developing her own heartbeat. She started breathing on her own, and at that point they started rolling into Winthrop Hospital, which is right down the road. So if it wasn't for these 3 medics behind me, we wouldn't be here today, and I'd like to introduce you guys to Mr. and Mrs. Gluchowski.
Thank you. What can I say? This is unbelievable. I'm so glad you guys are recognizing these guys. It's really, they turned our pain into joy. It's an incredible story. She's doing better. She's recuperating. She would love to be here, but she had something else to do, and she just wants to send her appreciation too. So, thank you very much, everyone.
We have the greatest police medics in the world, hands down. We have a great hospital system. Winthrop did a great job that they are doctors and nurses. But none of it would have been done if they didn't have the equipment that you gave them. That CPR machine, the defibrillator, all of that comes from you all recognizing what is important and putting it in the hands of the people to do their job. So today, on top of thanking our police medics, I want to thank all of you, and again, for giving us those opportunities to save lives and have stories like we have here today. Thank you.
I'd like to echo Commissioner Ryder. I've been up here several times, and you guys over the past 2.5 years have spearheaded putting on the ambulances some of the cutting-edge equipment that we use to save lives daily. One of them is the CPR machine, and with Commissioner Ryder's forethought and your backing, every police ambulance has one of them, and I can only tell you it's used every day to save lives. Kelly is an amazing testament to be 29, to be an iron worker, and I just want to give a shout-out to her co-workers, who without them and their quick actions and guiding the ambulance and myself in, none of this would have been possible. True teamwork, and amazing lady, and we wish her all the best. It's amazing to be involved and actually see someone so full of life come back to life, and the 3 of us had the opportunity to meet her at Winthrop. What an amazing woman. So it was great stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the comments with respect to the equipment, and that really is a small part of what you do. Obviously, without the human element, the human skill, the training, the dedication, this type of thing doesn't happen. And I think all of us are in awe of the fact that you walk into a situation that is a dire emergency and act in a cool, confident, professional fashion and save people in these circumstances. That's the first thing I want to say. Secondly, we haven't seen you since the pandemic. We haven't had these ceremonies. And I want to say personally and on behalf of all of us, thank you for all of our police medics. It was like a war zone for you. I know it was night after night after night, running to calls with people with serious illness, putting yourself in harm's way. So you really are doing God's work. So thank you for all that you do. And I just want to come up for a few citations. Introducing Legislator Laura Schaefer for a point of personal privilege.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call Superintendent Finn up to the podium here with her two teachers, if you would. Thank you for your patience and for coming today. So today I have the privilege of doing a point of personal privilege, honoring two teachers from the Carl Place School District. I understand you had a harrowing experience this summer with one of your students that potentially could have been fatal. So I'm wondering if you can just give us a little bit of the information of what happened that day. Just press the button.
This one? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Christine Finn. I'm the proud superintendent of the Carl Place School District, one of the few districts that was open 5 days a week, K to 12 since September, right through June, and these two teachers were a big part of that. More importantly, just see this, they were responsible for saving the life of a student at a track meet. And the parents could not be here today. They are out of the country, but I want to read a letter that they sent us. Dear Mr. Como and Ms. Martino, words cannot thank you enough for your quick presence of mind and handling of our daughter's medical emergency at the track meet at North Shore yesterday. This was on June 10th. Thanks to both of you, an EpiPen was administered quickly and Francesca felt better. No further treatment was needed at the hospital, and our daughter was discharged after 3 hours. You also kept our other child calm and supported her as well. Although I may have seemed calm, I was thankful, Mr. Como and Ms. Martino, that you had taken charge of the situation with the trainer and administered the EpiPen because I was shaken. Both our daughters enjoyed track this year very much and look forward to participating in it again next year. These two teachers, speedy reaction, Marissa running to the bus and grabbing the EpiPen, and Dan utilizing his medical background and keeping the girl calm and relaxed. Such an important thing to know. Dan, great call on having the pulse ox ready to go see that the oxygen levels were coming back. We are proud of both of you. You're an excellent team. You made the right call and kept your cool under a tremendous amount of pressure. What a way to end a great year. Enjoy the rest of the school year. You made a difference. Thank you so much, Legislator Schaefer.
Thank you. Mr. Como, Ms. Martino, again, I just want to say thank you.
They don't want to say anything.
They don't have to. That's okay. Just thank you so much for being here. And really, thank you for springing into action the way you did. You know, everything's been so difficult, especially for our school teachers and our superintendents over the last year and a half. And, you know, to have this on top of it, it's just wonderful to know there are people that are working in school districts who have this kind of emergency training and who can do something like this and save a student. So thank you again. If you don't mind coming up here.
Thank you so much. We will.
Absolutely. Come on up here. Thank you.
We're a small group.
Okay, we're going to proceed to the public comment portion. So what we have before each meeting is a public comment section where you can speak on issues of general interest. Anyone who's going to speak on the discrimination against first responders bill, that will be called in a couple of moments. But anyone who is here to speak on a general item. Okay. We just have to wait one moment until they come back in. You want to speak on something, gentlemen? Come on up.
Press the button.
Right,
can you hear me? Hi, my name is Bruce. Grew up in Newcastle. Bruce Hammonds. So one thing that I want to talk about was we have heard stories about obviously officers serving the community and rendering aid. I would like to understand why there is not a single officer in this room wearing a mask right now. And I would like an answer from the commissioner about why not one. I saw one officer, happened to be a black man. He was in the back of the room, the only one wearing a mask in this room. So how are we supposed to expect people to render aid for us when they're not even protecting their own lives. I would like to understand that, if the commissioner is still in the room. Or anyone from Nassau County PD brass is in this room. I would like to understand the decision behind that. Because there were young people that went around this entire room and offered each and every one of you masks, and none of you took them. And I'd like to understand why. Mr. Lafazan, me pointing that out, is that a hate crime? Am I bullying right now? I'm right here. Josh, I'm right here. Is that covered in your garbage legislation? Huh?
Right.
Yeah, go pander to someone else, Josh.
Hold on a second.
I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. Mike, would you please call the roll, please?
Hello, my name is Irene.
Madam, I have to call the roll. Thank you for...
Go ahead, go ahead, Mike. Call the roll.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Alternate Deputy Presiding Officer Denise Ford. Legislator Sela Bino. Legislator Carrier Solage.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator Deborah Muley. Legislator C. William Gaylord III.
He's not here.
Thank you. Legislator Vincent Muscarella. Legislator Ellen Birnbaum. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Witten. Thank you. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Yes, thank you. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Thank you. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Ma'am, do you have did you submit a slip? Ma'am, at the microphone, did you submit a slip to speak?
Yes, hi. My name is Irene Ippolito. I reside in Valley Stream. Last summer, I participated in some of the marches on Long Island. I noticed then, as today, a lot of the police were not masked. But my main concern was that there were police officers with cameras videotaping the protesters and taking our photographs. I didn't know this was legal. I thought this was very chilling to our First Amendment rights. I wrote a letter to the police department and I wrote a letter to Representative Curran, but I never received a reply. I would like to know, what is the purpose of photographing individual protesters? I would like to know where those photographs are. Secondly, I was at another march in my town in Valley Stream, and we were walking down Rockaway Boulevard. The police told us that if we didn't get onto the sidewalk, we would be subject to arrest. Many of us got onto the sidewalk, and then we were told that we were liable for arrest for blocking pedestrian traffic. This was on a sidewalk where there was not a pedestrian to be seen. So I just want to know what kind of democracy we live in. I want to know what our First Amendment rights are, because it seems to me, so far from what I've seen, that this has been a little bit of a charade. It's been eye-opening. Thank you.
All right, we are going to go to the consent calendar. This will take a few moments. These are all items that went through committees a couple of weeks ago. It's been agreed upon by the majority and minority that no further debate or discussion is needed at this time, and that we can just move to a vote on these items. So let me call them off. Item 10, Ordinance 65. Item 11, Ordinance 66. 12, Ordinance 67. 13, Ordinance 68. 14, Ordinance 69. 15, Ordinance 70. 16, Ordinance 71. 17, Ordinance 72. 18, Ordinance 73. 19, Ordinance 74. 20, Ordinance 75. 21, Ordinance 76. 22, Ordinance 77. 23, Resolution 110. 24, Resolution 111. 25, Resolution 112. 26, Resolution 113. 27, Resolution 114. 28, Resolution 115. 29, Resolution 116. 30, Resolution 117. 31, Resolution 118. 33, Resolution 120. 34, Resolution 121. 35, Resolution 122. 36, Resolution 123. 37, Resolution 124. 38, Resolution 125. 39, Resolution 126. 40, Resolution 127. 41, Resolution 128. 42, Resolution 129. 43, Resolution 130. 44, Resolution 131. 45, Resolution 132. 46, Resolution 133. 47, Resolution 134. 48, Resolution 135. 49, Resolution 136. 50, Resolution 137. 51, Resolution 138. 52, Resolution 139. 53, Resolution 140. 54, Resolution 141. 55, Resolution 142. 56, Resolution 143. 57, Resolution 144. 58, Resolution 145. 59, Resolution 146. 60, Resolution 147. Move. Okay, just one correction. We are pulling out of the consent calendar item 31, Resolution 118. So that is not part of the consent calendar. It's not what I'm being. That's what's going to be voted on in a moment. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any debate or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They all pass unanimously, 18 to nothing. Okay, now moving on to our calendar. Item 1 is a hearing on a proposed local law number, it doesn't have a number yet, a proposed local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to amending the Nassau County Human Rights Law to preclude discrimination against first responders. This is to open the hearing. Motion by Legislator Lafazan to open the hearing, seconded by Legislator DeReggie-Whitten. All in favor of opening hearings signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. What we'll do is Legislator Lafazan will say a few words about this bill. Then again, we're going to open up to the public for public comments, comment on this during the hearing. I have a number of slips. If you did not complete a slip already, please do so and give it to the clerk. You speak after the hearing? Okay. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to give... Oh. I would like to invite up at this time Mr. Brian Sullivan, President of the Correction Officers Benevolent Association.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sure it's going to... I believe there is no mandate, and as an American citizen, I have the right to use a mask or not wear a mask. And a whole lot, including my own brother, ma'am. Including my own brother, and I'm vaccinated. My own brother who was killed, who died in a nursing home, One of Cuomo's nursing homes. But that's not why I'm here today.
All right, we're going to...
That is not why I'm here today.
Right, wait a second. Brian, wait a second. Brian, wait a second. Now, look, do I have 50
Let's
slips?
move on.
Wait. Before you start, I have 50 slips. If you're going to start...
We're not going to get through this today,
if you're going to
folks.
interrupt everyone who speaks... All right, I don't know if we can do that, but listen, when the people up there speaking, they have a right to speak, and we have a right to hear them. So whatever your comments are about whether you like them, dislike them, or whatever, keep them to yourselves and let that person speak and have his time before the legislature.
Everybody will have their turn. Thank you, sir. Why are we here today? It's the judgment of this legislative body and the direct experience of those of us in law enforcement that the recent widespread pattern of physical attacks, lawlessness, and intimidation directed at law enforcement has undermined the civil liberties of the communities at large. You may recognize some of these things that I took directly from the bill. This legislature expressly in this bill disavows any intent to excuse or minimize the gravity of incidents of law enforcement misconduct that have occurred anywhere in this country, especially those that may have been motivated by racial intolerance. Law enforcement does in fact join in condemning such misconduct, but those acts of misconduct by law enforcement can never in any circumstances justify the vilification of all law enforcement or any other acts of violence whatsoever directed at law enforcement, including the correction officers that I represent. Law enforcement is, I guess that's funny. Law enforcement is essential to protecting the constitutional rights of all citizens to protest, to protect freedom of speech, or to protect our citizens from those who would use threats and violence to silence those with whom they disagree with or to enforce conformity of thought. The civil, human, and constitutional rights of everyone are jeopardized when law enforcement is prevented from carrying out their duties, and in particular while protecting the lives and livelihoods of all people in this country. So what are we talking about? Human rights and it's my turn to speak. It's my turn to speak, sir. I got all day. I have all day. Human rights and protecting everyone from lawless behavior. Doesn't law enforcement deserve the same human rights, respect, and dignity that everyone they are sworn to protect does? They don't. Okay. And when that's violated, to make them whole in the instances where they are injured at the hands of lawless individuals. I, for one, do not go to work every day thinking this is the day I'm going to get assaulted, bit, punched, stabbed, and oh, well, that's just part of my job. That's how it works. Organized violence or individual violence undermines the very foundation of our society and prevents citizens from engaging in peaceful civil protest. As you all know, as everyone on this dais knows, I have personally led protests here at this very building on numerous occasions going back years. As a union leader, I do indeed revere the rights of all Americans to peacefully assemble, as we've done here today for the most part, to air our grievances and freely express our views. These are the very basis of our constitutional rights that are reserved for all people. Violence directed at those who are sworn to uphold the law will only cause greater lawlessness, undermine our society, and harm everyone in the end. Therefore, I firmly support this legislation that will seek to protect the basic human rights of any first responder, making it fundamental that anyone who commits harassment, menacing, assault, or causing injury as defined in the law to that first responder shall be deemed an unlawful discriminatory practice, and they shall be held accountable for those actions. I commend Legislator Lafazan, Legislator Jurigi-Whitten, and all legislators who sponsored this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. James McDermott, President of the Nassau County PBA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to take this water. I don't know whose it is. It was closed. It was closed. And I am the PBA president. I know a few people in the back thought that it wasn't me. It was Brian Sullivan, who just spoke. Nassau County police officers put their own health, safety, and well-being on the line every day. Yes, we did. We signed up for that. While facing anti-police sentiment under intense scrutiny, our officers, time and time again, conduct themselves with the utmost professionalism, and which has earned them the respect of every community in Nassau County, particularly first responders during the COVID crisis. Nassau County law enforcement deserves the support of our elected officials and every possible protection to keep them safe throughout the course of their duties. Any attempt to say otherwise disrespects all who wear the badge. We applaud the Nassau County legislation who continue to stand up for law and order and support our police during this unprecedented time. It's important to acknowledge that our members, both in uniform, plainclothes, our supervisors, have made Nassau County the safest place to live in America. This did not happen by chance, but by the continued support of government and the public we serve. I want to thank all of you for your time and your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. John Wighouse, President of the DAI.
Good afternoon again. Local law enforcement depends on elected government officials to stand with them now more than ever. The actions of the dedicated members of the Nassau County Police Department ensure Nassau County remains the safest large county in the United States. Local government has an obligation to protect those who protect the residents of Nassau County. Even during this time, when it's popular to align oneself with the anti-police culture in this country, law enforcement officers remain vigilant and ready to respond to anyone in need without hesitation. DAI members are in service to the residents of Nassau County and routinely place themselves in harm's way to safeguard everyday citizens. No law enforcement officer should be subjected to verbal abuse, intimidation, threats, or any other unlawful conduct directed at him or her simply for performing the job they took the solemn oath to do. Thank you to Legislator Lafazan, Drucker, and DeRiggi Witten for sponsoring this bill. Thank you.
Rick Frasetti, President of the Nassau County Superior Officers.
Thank you, sir. Let's start again. Good afternoon. I'm Rick Frasetti, the President of the Nassau County Police Department Superior Officers Association. I want to thank all of you for taking the time to listen to me, and I would like to thank you for reinstituting the Top Cop Awards. Next month, I'll be back with President Wighouse, and we have an excellent Top Cop for you that will be one that is one of the most important ones and ones that we'll never forget. It really highlights the dangers that law enforcement officers face every day. With this bill, I'd like to thank legislators Lafazan, DeRiggi Witten, Drucker, Birnbaum for co-sponsoring Bill 18721. And I would like to thank the rest of you that support this bill, especially Legislator Nicolello for putting this bill forward. This bill is truly bipartisan. I would like to start by explaining who we are. Who are your first responders? We are your mothers, your fathers, your brothers, your sisters. We are your children. Some of us are even grandparents. We are your neighbors. We are your coaches. We are your religion teachers. We are black. We are white. We are Hispanic. We are gay. We are straight. We are Democrats. We are Republicans. And we are independents. It is truly a shame that I have to be up here defending a bill that should be non-controversial. But that's not the case. Nassau County was recently named the safest county in America. That was not an accident. It was because of the hard work of the leadership of this police department. It was because of the supervisors, detectives, police officers, and civilian employees alike. And it was because of you, the Nassau County legislators, and the county executives that give us the tools to do our job. And we thank you for that, and we thank you for your support. This past year was like no other. COVID hit us hard. Nassau County was really hit hard, and so were the members of our police department and members of my union. We had members that were extremely sick, and we had members that almost died. We had members that were forced to retire, and some are still suffering. Sir, you are rude. You want to come up here and speak, I will not say a word. You are very rude. Like the rest of you, and most of the county, we didn't have this opportunity to perfect Zoom or Microsoft Teams. We all had to show up day after day wearing masks and gloves like we always do. Unfortunately, some of us got sick and brought it home to our loved ones, but we answered all the 911 calls. We never asked what the race the caller was. We never asked what color the caller was, because this doesn't matter to us. It makes no difference to any of us. It was nice for a while that first responders and law enforcement was spoken about highly, and we even put on a pedestal for a while, just like after 9/11. That didn't last for long. This past year, we had countless protests in this county. Many were against law enforcement. But we do what we are trained to do. We act professionally, and we preserve the peace and the right to protest peacefully. Many times, the protesters were screaming in our faces, inches away from us. And our officers and supervisors did what they were trained to do. They stood there and they let the people protest. You try being screamed at with the person an inch from your face, especially during COVID. This bill really just highlights the protections we already have that all of you voted on a couple of years ago, and it passed 19-0. And they all voted for it, every one of you. Unlike those that suggest otherwise, this law does not create a different or an easier standard for discrimination or harassment. Rather, it uses definitions already contained in the law. The bill is important because we see day after day law enforcement officers and first responders being targeted, not because they are white or black or straight or gay, but only because they wear a uniform. One of the most important functions of government is to protect its citizens. And we are your citizens. We shouldn't be discriminated upon or targeted because of our profession or because of the uniform we wear. But now, it might not be politically correct, and some of you waver. I hope you think about your vote and you vote for what you believe in, not because you feel pressured by the loudest voices in this room or the few that are here that are noisy and that seek publicity or notoriety. I personally seek neither. We need to protect those that to protect the community, and we need to make this the safest county in America. Thank you, and have a good summer.
All right, thank you, Rick. Assemblyman Chuck Levine.
I want to thank Presiding Officer Nicolello and Minority Leader Abraham and the members of this legislature for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Briefly, I'm going to leave copies of my remarks for the record right here. So I'm not here just as the head of the Nassau County delegation in the State Assembly. I am here more significantly because I am an American citizen, and I am a citizen of Nassau County. I am as well a proud member of the NAACP. I want to say something. This is not part of my remarks. As Tom McKevitt knows, this is probably pretty tame compared to what we're used to in the New York State Assembly. But I'm going to ask people to listen to what everyone has to say, whether you like it or you don't like it. When we lose civility, we will have lost everything in this nation, and we are all battling. Please, no applause. So I urge, now I'm going back on script. I urge the legislature to lay Bill 18721, quote, upon the table, unquote, as is provided for by Robert's Rules of Order and Mason's Manual of Legislative Procedure and all other parliamentary rules. I think this bill requires further analytic consideration, and its debate demands much more public involvement. As far as constitutional concern, the bill may very well inhibit the free speech provisions of not only our federal, but our state constitution as well. Nassau residents, we Nassau residents, are really fortunate to live in one of our nation's safest communities. Communication between our citizens and our law enforcement professionals is just one factor contributing to that enviable and that remarkable environment. Each of us in this room is dedicated and must be dedicated to enhancing that communication. After all, we are all in this together. I am deeply troubled that this bill is hurtful to friends and neighbors. So very many of our friends and neighbors who have paid a monumental price in suffering in our uniquely American struggle for equality, dignity, justice, and human rights. Our goal, thank you, our goal as legislators must be to build bridges, bridges to be crossed by all of our citizens, not to construct painful barriers. I learned of this bill late on the evening of July the 27th. Multiple thousands of Nassau citizens who will be affected remain unaware that the legislature may adopt its provisions today. I respectfully urge this legislature to delay the vote and host more extensive public forums so that we may all benefit from the voices and the views of all our people. I thank you for what you do. It's never easy. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today and for your consideration respecting this matter. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Assemblyman Levine. We have Mayor Hobbs from the Village of Hempstead.
Clearly, I am not Mayor Hobbs for the Village of Hempstead. I am the assistant to Mayor Hobbs in the Incorporated Village of Hempstead. My name is Dr. Cedric Easley, assistant to Mayor Hobbs, Incorporated Village of Hempstead. Also serve as the proud pastor of the Union Baptist Church in the Village of Hempstead as well. Today I stand before you insulted and in disbelief by this racist and insensitive and disrespectful bill. Clearly, many of you don't understand systemic racism in America. It is funny to me how you see harassment, assault, verbal abuse when it's towards police, but become conveniently blind when it's directed at black and brown people all across this county. This bill and this day has profoundly confused me. I'm from Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia. But today I thought for a moment I was in the deep south of Alabama or Mississippi. This bill gives us a picture, Josh, of the days of Bull Connor. You need to read about him. Why would someone elected by the people even think, Josh, this is all right? Yes, we need first responders. Absolutely, we need police officers. Absolutely, we want to live in a civil society. But we also want laws that are fair, not just to those who look like many of you, but those who also look like me. Do you know how many years black and brown people have been assaulted and harassed and verbally abused, even by police officers in this county and in this nation? And there hasn't been any legislation by you, Josh, to protect us. How insensitive this is how insensitive this is on the backs of the Black Lives Matter movement. And even on today, where we are in the midst of a pandemic where wearing a mask even here today has become a black and white issue. Furthermore, and lastly, Josh, you don't seem to be paying attention today. The last time we were together, you shook my hand, wanted me to come for support, and I came. You're a young man. I thought you had a bright future. You might be politically dead after today. I gotta go because I gotta pick up my little black and brown children. But listen, I want to share with you. I stood with you when you championed naming a building after Shirley Chisholm. And now you champion a bill against everything that Shirley Chisholm stood for. Josh, it makes no sense. I've been pastoring over 20-some years. Josh, I can tell you, I know sheep in wolf's clothes.
Deputy Mayor Jeff Daniels. Deputy Mayor Jeff Daniels. Hey, listen, guys. If it keeps up, I'm going to clear the room. We're going to bring one speaker in at a time. If you don't want that to happen, then just settle down. Let's listen to the speakers, and let's stop the name calling. Jeff Daniels, Deputy Mayor, you still here? Okay, sure. Tracy Edwards, NAACP.
Sorry for taking a moment. So I am here today with our New York State President, Hazel N. Dukes, who is seated in the back, and also all of the Nassau County presidents. My name is Tracy Edwards, and I am the Long Island Regional Director of the NAACP. But before I give you my remarks, I would like you to hear legislator Joshua Lafazan's remarks last year, because you will see that we need to know today, which legislator are you? Are you the legislator who wrote that draft that contradicted both County Executive Curran and Police Commissioner Ryder, who praised the protesters in Nassau County? Or are you this legislator here who talked about the systemic racism in Nassau County and how your ancestors, Josh, look at me, Josh, your ancestors, Josh, who stood with African Americans as they fought for voting rights? Which legislator are you?
How you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on the show.
Oh, absolutely. Let them know what legislative district you represent. There's 19 legislators in Nassau County. It used to be supervisors, and then they went into the form of legislators. What again, district you represent, and what would you like to say about the national theme, and of course what happened to George Floyd? What's his name? George Floyd, as the crowd calls out. What do you want to say, sir?
Sure. So again, my name is Josh Lafazan. I have the privilege of representing District 18 in the legislature. Syosset, west to Roslyn, north to Bayville, so northeast Nassau County. What I want to say first and foremost is, of course I condemn the horrific killing of George Floyd and those who came before him. But as I said in the video I posted on Facebook, it's not enough just to condemn. We must take action to make sure that we put safeguards into place so that what happened to George Floyd and those before him never happens again. What I'm working on here in Nassau County, one of the most segregated counties in the nation, is that in order to fix a problem, we have to acknowledge that it exists in the first place. So I'm looking to gather a coalition, and especially young people. We're the largest, most diverse generation in the history of this country. And that's why young people, it's so great to see them on the front lines of this movement. But we have to understand that Nassau County has a dark past with systemic racism and injustice, about how Robert Moses built bridges so low so black residents couldn't go to our beaches, about how many of our grandparents came back from the war and moved to suburbs like Levittown, backed by low-interest federal loans that weren't available to black Americans, many of whom just fought in that very same war. We have issues here in terms of segregation, in terms of unequal school funding, where you have a school like Hempstead, majority black and Latino, with an average student spending per pupil of about $22,000. You move one block over to Garden City, 77% white, and they spend $7,500 more per pupil. These are facts. So what I'm working on is we have to get these facts out to the people, and we have to move to level the playing field. If we don't have a level playing field, we have what we have now, which is privilege. So I'm working on bringing out folks in white communities to recognize and acknowledge that white privilege is real. It is real. We have to get to an equal playing field. That, to me, is egalitarianism at its finest. When anybody born in any zip code in this country can make it here, that is America in a nutshell. And as the grandson of a Holocaust refugee, my grandfather always told me how the Jewish community stood with the black community. How Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel marched with Dr. King. How Mickey Schwerner and the Freedom, they were killed in the South for registering black voters to vote. The heroism of these people. The Jewish community stood with the black community time and time again, and it will continue. And I know that my future children are going to ask me what we did during this moment. James always says, what are you going to tell your kids, and what are you going to tell folks in a few years about what you did during this moment? I'm not going to tell them I stood on the sidelines, and I hope you don't either. I'm proud to be a friend of James. I'm proud to have a mentor and coach me during this moment. I'm proud to stand with him, and I'm proud to stand with all of you.
So I ask you today, Josh, when you called me to come stand with you because of the Asian hate that was going through your community, those individuals were targeted. And what you are doing with this bill is you are taking a profession and you are putting that chosen profession above all of those people who fought during the Civil Rights Movement in 1964. You are putting a profession above those through the Edmund Pettus Bridge, Stonewall, women's rights. All of us have to prove discrimination. You are disrespecting all of us. Do you understand me? You are disrespecting all of us. And I will say, he has, because of a political campaign, he has lost his way. But I am asking all of you not to do that. And as an example, today we went through back and forth about the mask, okay? There are grocery workers in Nassau County that are targeted and harassed and menaced because they are asking people to wear a mask. What about them? Are you going to put them in the bill as well? What about all the young people who we have encouraged to come and peaceful protest? And if someone wants to target them, we are going to then rack them up with judgments and fines? Is that the new way of Nassau County? You should be ashamed of yourself, Legislator Drucker. Ashamed of yourself. Ashamed of yourself. This cannot be the Nassau County. This cannot be. You're happy that CNN contacted me today? You wanted to have the national attention? This is what you want it to be? The NAACP will stand strong against any of you.
Correct.
Any of you.
Correct.
Any of you. We have died. We have died for the civil rights movement. We say enough. Our state president is here. She came from vacation too. She lived in Nassau County. She knows all of you. Enough of this, Josh. Run a fair campaign and lose or win on your merit. Okay? You lose or win. Don't cry now. Don't cry. You stand up. You stand up and you do what's right. Don't be a hypocrite. Okay? That's what you are, being a hypocrite. And you are dragging all of your colleagues into this because of your political cowardness. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you.
Leslie Davis, NAACP.
Good afternoon, all. I was going to yield my time, but I guess my time is up. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll take my time. Police officers, if they are harassed, like one of the PBA presidents said, they can arrest people. They can use the law. That's why we have legislation. We have wonderful police officers who can protect themselves. They do not need to have a human rights law to put them above all others. And that's what you are doing. You are taking that chosen, sacred profession and you are trying to put it above all others because he has a tough campaign. That's what this is about. This is not about anything else. Read what he wrote in his bill. And then listen to his words and the words of the county executive and the police commissioner who praised the protesters. What problem are you trying to solve in Nassau County? Because what I heard the PBA say is about what went on nationally. They did not bring up an incident in Nassau County. Not one. Not one. So, presiding officer, don't have this the legacy of Nassau County, because Josh has lost his way. He has lost the respect of our communities forevermore. But all of you have not. Please consider this seriously. Whether you are Republican, whether you are Democrat, especially, there are women on this stage, and if any of you feel that you are discriminated against because of all the wonderful women that stood before you, you have to prove it. This bill says you don't have to. So disregard Legislator Lafayette. I don't know what he's thinking about. I'm talking to all of you. Please don't lose your way. Thank you.
David Kilnick.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is this on? Yeah. My name is David Kilnick. I'm President and CEO of the LGBT Network, and I'm proud to stand here today with all my brothers and sisters from every single group that is truly discriminated against, as we stand together here in the majority to say no to this bill. You know, I didn't think I could be any more infuriated before coming here today, but that just went out the door when the first few speakers came on to talk about this bill. But let's do a little bit of discrimination 101 here, right? Because this bill says that we are going to, when you will, amend the human rights law to include police officers to be protected from discrimination. So discrimination 101, the New York State Human Rights Law protects characteristics including race, age, race, creed, color, national origin, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, military status, sex, pregnancy, physical or mental disability, predisposing genetic characteristics, familial status, marital status, status as a victim of domestic violence, and arrest records and criminal convictions. There is no profession that is included in there. This would be a violation of the New York State Human Rights Law. And I don't know what attorney you have advising you, but I would suggest you fire them right away. Now let me talk about what this is and what this is not. The issue is simple here. The issue in front of you today is simply about human rights and discrimination laws. Yes, it's a lot more. But you are looking at a bill that is simply about human rights and discrimination laws. It's not whether you support the police or not. You can actually be pro-police and against this bill, which... You can be pro-police and against this bill, which makes a mockery of human rights and the discrimination that tens of thousands of Nassau County people and families face each day. Human rights and discrimination laws exist to protect those who are historically marginalized and oppressed in our society. No profession in and of itself would or should fit into these laws. And what this amounts to is a slap in the face to all of us who have to face discrimination day in, or threats of discrimination day in and day out our entire lives. It's a slap in the face to all people of color. It's a slap in the face to LGBTQ folks. It's a slap in the face to women. It's a slap in the face to disabled and other groups. You know, the questions that, I want to go back to the first detective that spoke here, Detective Sullivan. He said that when he doesn't have to think, every day he doesn't have to think about being attacked. Well, let me tell you, I do. I do. And just a week ago, I had Suffolk County detectives over my house because I received anonymous letters that were threatening to kill me, put a gun in my back, put a knife in my back, and eliminate me. You tell me that police officers are receiving those letters at home. They are not. It is not a protected class. Other folks are thinking, am I going to lose my job or even get an interview because of the color of my skin? Am I going to be beaten or murdered because I'm transgender? Can I walk down the street safely because I may be holding hands with someone of the same gender? That's the real threat that exists in our society. The threat of police officers being attacked just because they're police officers is a bunch of nonsense, and you know that. You know that. There is absolutely no data to support this bill. Not 1 ounce, zilch, nada, of data that shows police officers as a profession in and of itself is discriminated against. However, there is plenty of data which shows that there are police officers who are discriminated against. That is, if they are black, LGBTQ, or women. Which brings me to the original point that this bill fails in its merits, substance, and is not only morally wrong and dangerous, but also constitutionally wrong. I just have one final note here, and this goes to every single person sitting on this dais up here. This legislative body, you, as the Nassau County Legislature, have failed for over a dozen years to add the transgender community as a protected class under the Nassau County Human Rights Law. Over a dozen years, you had a 90-year-old woman who came down here, transgender woman, who came down here and pleaded with you to add transgender community under the human rights law. How dare you sit here today, Josh, Arnie, and the other sponsors, who I know very well, and all of you, because you all didn't do this. How dare you sit here today and tell of all of Nassau's transgender community that a profession is more worthy of protection than their lives? How dare you tell the transgender community who are gunned down and murdered because of their gender identity that they are not worthy of protection, yet those who carry a gun are? Think about that. Transgender folks are gunned down each and every day, and you're here to protect a class of folks that carry a gun? That is obscene. It is disgusting and shameful. Do the right thing. Vote no on this bogus bill that is flawed in every way. And while you're in the mood to look at human rights and discrimination, add gender identity and expression into the Nassau County Human Rights Law once and for all.
Daniel Oppenheimer.
My name is Dan Oppenheimer. I'm a resident of the village of Hempstead. Local Law 187 is unlikely to be allowed under the United States Constitution because it violates Fifth Amendment protections regarding taking of property without due process of law, and the Eighth Amendment regarding excessive fines, and the New York State Constitution if it has the effect of preventing peaceful demonstrations, such as the one that took place in front of this building on June 1st, 2020, which I was at. That demonstration had upwards of 1,000 people and was a good example of peaceful and necessary protest. This law is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist in Nassau County. When police are targeted in any way, they have legal and physical protections that are all too often not equally available to the public. Being a first responder is a hazardous job. I appreciate what the detectives described in ending that situation without a fatality, without themselves being shot, or without the emotionally disturbed person being shot. That is a real situation. Partially because of this, officers have a unique status granting qualified immunity, which prevents them from being held accountable at trial for actions that injure and violate the civil rights of citizens in some cases. According to a story published in Forbes on April 29, 2021, NYPD officers were granted qualified immunity in around 100 cases over the past 3 years. An individual who attacks a police officer or injures them when the officer is lawfully carrying out their duty is rightfully subject to arrest and criminal prosecution for felonies and misdemeanors. When police do the same thing, they may evade prosecution. The only qualified immunity for everyone is the equal application and protection of local, state, and federal laws. When a citizen is subject to fines and attorney's fees without having been charged or convicted of a crime, which is what this law states. Let me repeat that. When a citizen is subject to fines and attorney's fees without having been charged or convicted of a crime, and a police officer has extraordinary protections, that is not equal protection under the law. The legislative intent of the proposed law quotes a report from the Justice Department claiming that over 700 officers have sustained injury in civil unrest since May of last year. In fact, there is no official Justice Department data which supports this claim. The allegation was taken from a New York Post story published on June 8, 2020. I repeat that there is no Justice Department data which supports this claim. The law would ultimately not benefit first responders and would suppress legal and vital protests and demonstrations. What would benefit law enforcement is more training for young cadets who may receive as little as 6 months of training at the academy. Cops do need support for depression, anxiety, and addiction, which contribute to a high suicide rate among veteran officers. If the sponsors of this bill are truly interested in the safety of first responders and residents of Nassau County, provide more funding for mental health and addiction treatment for everyone, and give frontline responsibility for mental health calls to mental health professionals. That's another thing that the detectives referred to. Cops do not need to sue citizens to feel safe and supported. This is not about citizens versus cops. Josh, you have supported alcohol and drug treatment and mental health initiatives in the past. You would show far more support for first responders by continuing that work. In your efforts to sensationalize this issue, you risk bringing on the chaos that you are claiming to protect against. This is not a political stunt. It is a political stunt. It should not be a political stunt for your re-election. Thank you.
Shaniqua Levin.
My name is Shaniqua Levin, and I am the convener for Long Island United to transform policing and community safety, as well as the founder for the Women's Diversity Network. We applaud the police that you honored here for doing the right thing, doing their job, and doing it correctly. I feel that we need the police, but let's not forget that there is also bias in policing. Not every police officer does their job with equity. When they don't, we have to stand up for ourselves. You're going to vote on a bill that basically takes away our rights to stand up for ourselves when those that do not do a good job can be rewarded and can retaliate against us and commit violence against us. Legislator Lafazan, Last summer, a few of your former classmates asked you to take some accountability and address racial injustice and police brutality. You came to the rally and you spoke saying that you would use your privilege to make a difference. So why are you here pushing a dangerous and unconstitutional bill that would categorize police officers and first responders as a protected class and allow them to sue an individual for up to $50,000 for harassment? That doesn't seem equitable. That doesn't seem fair. That doesn't feel like support. Without having to show proof also. This is a complete opposite of what community members advocated for when it came to police accountability and racial justice. A complete opposite of what you said you stood for. We, the community, proposed police reforms that would make our vulnerable neighbors feel safer. Instead, all of you, not all of you, a couple of y'all sustained, refused to accept any meaningful reform. What is happening here is an example of systemic racism. After the world watched as George Floyd, a black man, was brutally murdered by the police. Instead of passing meaningful reform, a plan that holds the Nassau Police accountable, y'all are on the verge of passing a law that holds community members who are tired of being harassed and over-policed accountable. And let's not act like it doesn't happen in Nassau. You've had to settle suits for over $50 million because it happens here in Nassau. The very police force that refuses to listen to our communities and commits violence towards us would now be able to accuse us of a hate crime for criticizing them? Police have more than enough protections. We can't even get justice or accountability when they use unnecessary violence towards us. This bill is rooted in bias and rooted in hate. The data shows that we, the people, need more protections, not the damn police. This is very much a retaliation bill because we stood up for ourselves. And you can't shake your head and say that it's not, because that's what you wrote. At the end of the day, Legislator Lapizan, and those Democratic co-sponsors of yours, and the legislators' response to the racist policing is to punish black and brown and allied community members who stood up to say racism has no place in policing. You're going to punish us for standing up for our rights? How dare you? And for the rest of the legislature, I want to remind you that this will not just affect black and brown people, but the religious community, the LGBT community, the disabled community. It affects every single one of us. Women who don't get paid equal. It affects all of us. Also, let's remember, women and minors are the most often bystanders recording and pleading for the health and safety and lives and freedoms of their loved ones who have fallen victim to police misconduct. Legislators, you will be responsible for the women and minors who are sued because they came out to ask for rescue for their significant others and their friends and families. Legislator Lapizan, one day you're giving a young man citations for organizing rallies of justice, and now you're threatening to put the police the power to sue them. Josh, I stood with you when you wanted the county to rename the building after Shirley Chisholm. I stood with you because you seem to care about black lives. Josh, you interviewed me for Northwell Health as part of your job dealing with diversity and equity. Is this what diversity and equity looks like to you? Are you just pretending to do the right thing for the public, but behind closed doors, you're pandering to the PBA and unconstitutionally silencing protesters and community members is more important than the lives of the legislators of your constituents? Y'all should be focusing on how to make the county equitable for all. You should be focusing on how to update our police system so that we do not have armed officers responsible for every safety issue. You should be focusing on holding the police more accountable because the Attorney General has already called you out and told you that your plan was not holding the police accountable. Your county may have been ranked the top in safety, but in that same report, it was ranked the least in diversity. You should be focusing on that, not retaliation against us for standing up for our rights when we should have been born with, instead of protecting the people because they chose a job. And I'm almost done. Legislators, every yes vote is a disgrace to this county. Do not make police above the law. If you do, you will be sued. You're going to have to spend taxpayer money to defend your unconstitutional actions. You're going to lose. But you will be remembered as the legislators who do not care about human rights. Is that the legacy you want to leave behind? Don't be a coward. Don't let the police be your vote. Don't let the police be your boss. You be their boss. You be accountable to the voters who put you in office. Vote no on this bill. Josh, remove this bill. Thank you.
Melanie DiRigo. Diarigo.
Okay, too much no mask wearers. I'm going to keep my mask on. Thank you. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Melanie DiRigo. I'm a Nassau County resident. I'm a community organizer, and I'm a constituent of legislator Dirigi DeWitten. Now, I'm going to try not to be duplicative with my comments, just, in the spirit of time here. But I do have a few things to say. And I forgot. I'm also here, not just as myself, but with a petition here of several hundred Long Islanders who have also signed a petition to ask you all to vote no on this bill. Now, it is my hope that this bill was introduced in earnest to support police. However, it is my belief, and the belief of these hundreds of people, that this bill would do the exact opposite. It would further erode trust when trust between police and our community are at all-time lows, and it would make our community less safe for existing protected classes who already fear the police. But what I really came here to talk about today was First Amendment rights. Now, for those of you up here who know me, and I know quite a few of you, know that I am a frequent user of my First Amendment rights. This bill would infringe upon the right to free speech and the right to assemble. Now, from Martin Luther King, Congressman John Lewis, someone mentioned Shirley Chisholm earlier, Gloria Steinem, and Brenda Howard. These are no doubt civil rights giants that I would imagine have influenced your careers. They all shaped our hardest fought civil rights battles with protest, marching, and using our First Amendment rights. Do not shame them. Do not do a disservice to our civil rights giants by passing this dangerous bill and moving us backwards in time. Now, I have a tremendous amount of respect for public servants. And so I'm here today to ask you all to think about what it was that led you into public service. With this vote that you are about to take, you will define your legacy. Now, you can choose to vote no on an unconstitutional bill. That's your choice. That's the one I would prefer. Or you can choose to have a dereliction of your duty to misrepresent your constituents and pass an unconstitutional bill. Now, I don't think any one of you up here became public servants to repeal and further roll back our constitutional rights. Legislator Dirigi DeWitten, I know you personally. I know you care about our community. Legislator Drucker, I've been in the streets with you protesting for human rights abuses. I'm going to ask every single one of you to think really hard before you make a vote here today. In a year where we have seen just how fragile our democracy is, I implore you, do not roll back our democracy. Do your duty and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Emily Kaufman.
Good afternoon. This is not where I wanted to be today on Monday afternoon, as I suspect most folks had other things we wanted to do today, but nothing was more urgent than to be here, and so here we are. My name is Emily Kaufman. I'm here representing Long Island United to transform policing and community safety. I've had the opportunity to stand in this legislative chamber to speak to this legislative body about police reform, and we'll get to that in a minute. So I want to start by making sure we are clear, as others have before me. Myself, LI United, our partner coalitions, we are not anti-police officer. We are not anti-police officer, but what we are is anti a police state. That is not hyperbole. That is what this bill that you, Josh, are submitting, Bill 187-21, moves towards creating. As you've heard, it increases the power that individual police officers have over individual citizens and community. So as we've heard in the recording that Ms. Tracy Edwards played today, which we can no longer find in your materials, Josh, because you've removed it. That wasn't by accident. But what we know is the speech that you prepared, helped by former friends and colleagues of yours. I know Nikhil Goyal helped. He's been trying to reach you, but you're not returning his calls. What we understand is that you're not ignorant. You actually do know the history of racial disparities, not only in this country, but right here in Nassau County. We know that you understand systemic racism. We know that you understand what marginalized groups need in terms of hate crime protections. As a fellow Jew, and I watched you put your Jew card down, it's a disgrace and it's offensive. And Legislator Drucker, the same goes for you. I am deeply disappointed. So, we know that Commissioner Ryder spent all of last year talking about how peaceful protests were, how no riots occurred, how almost no arrests happen. So as we've heard over and over, there is no evidence, no basis for this bill in reality. And as we've heard time and again, we know that this is because you're afraid of your upcoming campaign, Josh. You are afraid you won't be reelected. You don't know where you stand with your constituents. Look around the room, Josh. CNN's covering this, Josh. In the words of the notorious B.I.G., if you don't know, now you know. So, since trying to do political calculations seems to be the only thing you're interested in these days, I suspect that after the flurry of negative media continues to flood you, and calls continue to come into your office, you might try some damage control after this. So I have a number of bills that would actually create protections for community members who need additional protections. Many of them are contained in the People's Plan. That 310-page research-backed document that was presented for hours to this legislative body. For example, if we want to talk about civil lawsuits, we can talk about the proposal for liability insurance for individual officers, so taxpayers here in Nassau County no longer must foot the bill when police officers commit crimes. As Shaniqua mentioned, we've been paying $55 million, what we know, over the last 5 years. How about a bill to address hiring officers who have past records of misconduct? Because we learned yesterday in the Newsday article that 17 former NYPD officers with criminal conduct histories were hired by this NCPD. I'd like a bill about that. How about some transparency measures? Because what we know from, and I encourage anyone who hasn't seen it to look up Newsday's Watchdog article, Policing on Long Island, Cameras and Consequences, we know that there are at least 4 on record individual Nassau residents who received unwarranted actions and unjustified force by Long Island police officers, as well as the money paid, millions of dollars in compensation. This was discovered on video recordings in the public to disprove the lies levied against these 4 individuals. So, we know that based on judgments of independent criminal justice experts, including former chief prosecutor here in Nassau, that it's almost unjustifiable, he says, that there wasn't probable cause to bring charges here against the police.
Ma'am, could you sum up that you're well beyond 5 minutes?
I am. What we know is we've had to sue to get the records from the law that was passed on 58 because Nassau won't release them. We need transparency here in this county. We need a meaningful system of accountability. We need a CCRB. There is a ton of work to be done, and it is about time you start doing it. Thank you.
Skylar Bader. Skylar Bader.
Thank you, and I would like to ask that everyone please hold any comments while I'm going, because as you'll hear in my speech, noise really kind of knocks me off. So, my name is Skylar Bader, and I'm from West Hempstead, and I'm a leader of Indivisible Nassau County. I was born and raised in the South, and I moved to New York because I believed in the convenient lie that only white Southern people are racist, and I didn't want to live in a racist society. Out of the frying pan into the fire of Long Island. These bills are racist, ableist, and anti-democratic, and based on misinformation and propaganda. These bills are clearly only designed to apply to police and are a direct reaction to the Black Lives Matter movement. Do any of you really think that if COVID deniers refuse to serve local ER doctors or a visiting boogeyman of Dr. Fauci, would these legislators still stand behind these bills? Perhaps some would celebrate that behavior, as some of the pro-police people celebrate the beatings of police in D.C. on January 6th. We are against police brutality and discrimination, not police as people. The fact that you can't tell the difference and or choose not to because you assume it alienates some white voters is the real problem. My 2 preschoolers and I have marched in dozens of BLM protests here on Long Island. There were multiple protests a day, on Long Island for months, over 1,000 at least. Why can't this bill name a single relevant local incident in the legislative history to justify the need for this bill? And why can't the legislator name any in his media coverage? I am just a regular community member in West Hempstead, yet I can name at least 10 anti-Semitic hate crimes against the Orthodox community there in the last year. But he can't name one provable actual threat to local police. And they should get stronger evidentiary laws and settlement amounts than real hate crime victims. This is a political re-election ploy and another step away from democracy. A PR move by those legislators who fear the PBA's argument and millions of dollars in re-election ads that white voters will punish them for standing up for democracy, justice, and for people like me and all the people standing behind me. In Utah, a criminal law, lost my place. In Utah, a criminal law with very similar language is being used to prosecute a teenager with 1 year in jail for stomping on a Back the Blue sign with a, quote, intimidating smirk. The foundation of hate crimes and discrimination is intent. It is by definition completely about intent. Did you act because of someone's protected class? Yet this law makes an irrebuttable presumption that this discriminatory intent against police exists simply because of the presence of a uniform or any kind of knowledge that the person is a police officer. And that makes this bill completely self-fulfilling. Every time someone gets pulled over and the officer feels that the person disrespected them, the driver will be at risk of bankruptcy under this law. How often have police officers complained, rightfully, of disrespect during police stops? Rolled eyes, arguing the ticket? Because of the irrebuttable presumption, these quote-unquote normal interactions will become hate crimes because they were, 1, seriously annoying, which is one definition of harassment under Penal Law Section 240.26, to an officer in uniform under this bill. As an autistic person, and especially as one who doesn't supposedly look autistic, people sometimes feel that I'm not respectful enough because I don't always display the social cues that they think I should, or because I speak bluntly. For example, I have a hard time making, quote-unquote, appropriate eye contact. This makes autistic people look suspicious to police and leads to many unnecessary, harmful, and deadly interactions with police. I have no doubt that the Nassau PD will use this new tactic to shut down free speech, and that there is no evidence to support the need for this law. Any person of conscience should be enraged against the use of such authoritarian scare tactics in our community and paid with our dollars. My last point would be that last April, when we were considering the People's Plan and other supposed police reform bills, I don't remember which legislator it was, but one of you asked him repeatedly why his own statistics, asked Commissioner Ryder why his own statistics, which they fought tooth and nail in court to avoid releasing, state that they pull over 5 black drivers for every 1 white driver. He could only say repeatedly that all stops are based on probable cause. As a lawyer, I know about probable cause. Does Commissioner Ryder believe that white people are inherently less criminal and that black people are inherently more criminal? Or does the Nassau PD choose to pursue probable cause more often against black people? How else can we explain his answer? Or is his answer like his now deleted tweets about supporting BLM only when it is politically expedient? Free speech is by definition under our laws not violence. It may be uncomfortable, it may be unwelcome, it may be infuriating. You may disagree, but it is not violence as suggested by this bill. And it is horrifying to see a legislature effectively attempt to criminalize unpopular words and smirks. My face is not a crime. Thank you.
Cronenberg.
I don't have any written speeches because that's not what I do. I'm an activist. I've been doing this for 31 years now, half my life. I've witnessed many police brutality incidents, especially Nassau, Suffolk, New York City. I was at Occupy for weekends on weekends and seeing girls getting beat up by police. We have a right to protest. We have a right to our free speech. You want us to respect police officers? That's an earned disposition that they have to do. Isn't that right, Mr. Elrad? Sergeant Elrad that rides around with his sound cannons at our peaceful protests in Long Island. This is the first time I'm able to protest on Long Island, over 150 myself in the last year and a half. I don't want to be criminalized for doing my duty as a citizen. I'm not a criminal. But me, I fear them and the ones over there because, like they tell us, you fit the description. You have a badge and you have a gun. And I fear you. You have the right to keep us safe, not beat us up.
Sir, comments to the legislature. You to the legislature.
That he knows. He did not even listen. Look at him. Look at him. Are you listening to us?
Man, sir.
Not one finger big.
Sir.
All you are is on your goddamn phone over there. He doesn't want to look at nobody. He's a freaking joke. Why don't you tell him to look at us as we're speaking?
At the podium,
as we're
sir.
speaking.
Stand to the
Tell
podium.
him that. Tell him that. Tell him that. Not one time. He's such a damn hypocrite. Not one time. Look at him. Put your phone down. Can you look at me? He can't.
Sir.
He can't.
If you have something to say about the bill, say it.
The bill is going to criminalize every person of color. That's all this is about. That's all this is about. I'm glad to be part of the social justice movement that was all over the last year and a half. 97.6% of them were peaceful. But you only look at the little bits that were violent, that wasn't involved with Black Lives Matter. I'm an activist. I'm always going to be an activist. Leave us alone. Let us do our job.
Kathy Middleton. Is there a Kathy Middleton? Judy Gardner. Is there a Judy Gardner here? I know we've been here for a while, so maybe some people have left. Lynn Kaufman.
Way down. I had a whole nice thing written out, and everybody has said most of it. So I really want to stand here and talk to the white people who are sitting in front of me. I'm a white Oh, and I'd like you to look at me. I hear you're not looking at me. So, Josh, Arnie, really, Arnie. Okay, so I am a white, affluent woman, and I have a wonderful relationship with the police. Why? Because the police are never in my neighborhood. And I have never been pulled over by the police because driving while white, apparently not a thing. So, how about if we white people listen to the black and brown people in our life who have a different experience than we do and are trying to make us understand that this bill would be really, really horrible for many people in our communities. When we were going to pass police reform plans, I'm one of the people who helped write the People's Plan. The 3 black legislators sitting before me all said, vote for the People's Plan. It's the only one that is really going to have police accountability. And all the white people said, we don't really care what you think. Just because you're telling us that your experience is different and that the police are not always our friends, we don't really care what you think. So once again today, it appears that Legislator Abrahams and Bino and Szilagyi are against this bill. Why don't we listen to what they have to say? Our experience as white people is not their experience. We will never have a problem with the police. The police are our friend. They like us. They look like us. I sat through all of these things. There wasn't one black policeman that came up. That is really the challenge that you have in front of you, is to make the police force look like the people who they police. So Josh, Arnie, I met with you when we wrote the traffic bill. And I came away from our meeting and I said to my friends and your constituents, he's a good guy. And as I've told them that you're a co-sponsor of this bill, universally they say, what the hell has happened to him? How can you be doing this? Now, Josh, I'm older than you, so you have to look at me when I talk. That's called respectful. So I need you to look at me. I was on the school board in my home school district for 9 years, and sometimes we came up with something that we wanted to do, and it sounded great in executive session, and then we came out, and there were a whole bunch of our constituents there. And every once in a while, on a really good day, we listened to them. Listen to us. I know you all came into this room convinced that you were going to pass this bill today, but you don't have to. You can change your minds. So it will be awful that on a Monday afternoon, a couple of hundred people dropped what they were doing, came out, your minds are already made up, and you didn't listen to anybody. Of course we will vote you out. You know that's going to happen. But it shouldn't be threats of, oh, we're going to vote you out, no, we're going to try to do. It should just be that you want to do the right thing. Listen to these people, and please listen to legislators Abrahams, Bino, and Szilagyi. They are trying to tell you something that you don't understand. We don't live their experience. Joshy, you don't live their experience. Pull the damn bill.
Luis Mendez.
Buenas tardes, everybody. This used to be mi casa. I used to work in the county of Nassau, but I feel like you casa is not my casa anymore. Folks, my name is Luis Mendez. I'm the former Assistant Director and Project Director of the Nassau County Office of Minority Affairs. I am the founder of an entity called Empowering Young Professionals. And I'm also Latino, in case you guys haven't heard or seen. You know, I used to get called to do ethnic sensitivity training at the Nassau County Police Academy. But ever since I've been speaking up about the rights of black and brown, I no longer get calls. There's some young man here that went through my class, and I'm proud to see him here. He happens to be an American of Salvadorian background. And you could single him out because he's not white. I can't change the color of my skin. Neither can any of the black folks here. But yet, a cop, if he or she feels that this is dangerous for them, they could quit. I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to share my experience with all of you. I live in the county of Nassau, 1.3 million people. A county where the Nassau County Police Department is under consent decree for not hiring people that look like me. A county where the police commissioner can openly say, as a matter of fact, black and Latinos can't be hired because they can't qualify to be police officers because they come from broken homes. And I got 3 white legislators now holding my future on the line. And by the way, I'm glad that my legislator Ferreri made it back. Thank you so much. Hopefully I'm able to change your mind with my experience. A few years back, Legislator Lafasan came to Empowering Young Professionals, which is directly right across the street at 220 Old Country Road. He broke bread with the young members of Empowering Young Professionals, just like he said in that tape that was played, that he wanted to empower the youth. He lied to us. He won't even answer our phone calls right now. I've texted him 7 times to pull the bill, and he hasn't even said hello to me. So I'm going to tell you this, which is very important. I got a white, middle-aged man, legislator, a white, out of touch with minorities woman as a legislator, and a 27-year-old self-proclaimed living in the basement of his parents' house legislator, who now want to feel my experience, who want to put me in a very difficult situation when it comes to policing. I have just handed over the Nassau County Charter, Section 2112, to the legislators. Does everybody have them? They're coming around, right? This is very important because I'm going to just forget about everything that has been said, and I'm going to talk to you about procedure, which is what's supposedly supposed to govern all of you. Right? So if you look at the Nassau County Office of Minority Affairs Charter, which is the equivalent to, what would you call it, the Constitution of the county. Thank you so much, Council. The Office of Minority Affairs should have the following powers and duties. Number A, assist the various officers of the county government in improving the delivery of quality of life services. All of you are county government officers. In the following manners: social services, mental health, health services, public works, projects involving the minority community, and public safety. This is a public safety matter. So I have a question, because there's a lot of blame to go around to get here, and I apologize if I take a little bit longer. The administration has the Office of Minority Affairs Executive Director submitted, as called by the Charter, to produce and publish a research paper or study issue affecting the minority communities. Has that been submitted for this legislation to be considered? The answer is no. There is a Minority Affairs Standing Committee in the legislative body. Any one of you could have called for a hearing. But yet, Legislator Rhodes, you know you have an open hearing dating back to 2 years ago where Reverend Watson is still waiting for you to call him. Unfortunately, Reverend Watson is dead. So I just want you to know, this is your rules, and you bypass them. And the reason why you bypass them is because you don't care what we have to say. And I plead to you, I have kids that are growing up in the county. I have a grandson who's black and Latino. His last name is Floyd, by the way. I just want you to know something. You have a chance to make it right. You have a chance to send this law back to committee. You have a chance to have the Office of Minority Affairs come back and give you an impact assessment. And in that impact assessment, you will assess that this law is not good for people that look like everybody behind me. So, Josh, on behalf of everybody here, for the two Democrats and you, shame on you. Shame on you, and shame on you. Thank you.
Whoever has the sanitizer, just leave it up there at the podium. So, oh, it is? Okay. All right. Oh, yeah, the spray one. I mean, people may want to spray it too. Terrell Dozier. If you want to spray it. You can just leave it up there, Kevin. Thanks.
So hello, my name is Terrell Dozier. I'm a member of LI United, and if you cannot see, I am a black man. So before I start with actually my written remarks, I would like to say that we heard it earlier, actually, when I believe it was a supervisor, one of the police supervisors came up here and said that their officers might get yelled at. And I guess that's what we're talking about right now. During a protest, an officer might get yelled at. Joshua got yelled at earlier today. And there was screaming, and he didn't look or pay attention. And then the person walked off. Like, is that what we're coming down to, really, right now? That we're legislating people, citizens, yelling at folks? Folks yelling at Legislator Lafazan because he represents a greater institution. Individual officers, I don't know any of these officers' names, might get yelled at because they represent an institution that might be oppressing people and people are angry. It's clearly not assault because New York State Penal Code 120 says assault of an official, such as a peace officer, in order to prevent that person from performing his or her duties is a Class D felony, resulting in a minimum of 2 years and a maximum of 7 years. So, I mean, this is what we're talking about now. You know, I explicitly mentioned my race earlier because as a black person, I am insulted by this bill. I was born into this skin. I was born with all of the hate placed upon me that accompanies this skin. I was a toddler playing in my front lawn the first time I was called a nigger. In grade school, the first time a white school authority figure told my black mother that her black sons would never take a white girl to a dance on his watch. A middle schooler, the first time I was followed in a store. A teenager, the first time I got pulled over by the police while walking because my quote-unquote coattails were too long. I was born into this skin. And when it comes to police harassment, I consider myself one of the lucky ones because I am still here. You have the audacity to make a mockery of people who have lived a lifetime of oppression because of their race, religion, disability, gender, sexual orientation by reinforcing an occupation, a career decision as a protected class. And my understanding, as many have mentioned, is that this bill gives even more rights to the police than those who belong to other protected classes. That if you intimidate a person due to their race, they must actually have to prove that race was part of your rationale. However, in this case, if you intimidate an officer, the assumption of a hate crime is given. Those 4 officers who lied on record and was exposed by Newsday, at least 2 of the victims were black and Hispanic. So can we assume that they falsified records because the race of their victims? And if so, will a hate crime be filed against them? This is a disgrace. I would like one of you to please list me the policies etched in our history that has necessitated such protection for police when somehow segregation, redlining, biased eminent domain, broken windows policies, and the many other historical and current discriminatory policies do not rise to the level of giving the same assumptive right to other protective classes. And the cherry on top is that you are putting this bill through as a reaction to your constituents rising up to simply say racism doesn't belong in policing, something which should be cheered, not punished. The fact of the matter is that a black man had his life choked out of him by a law enforcement officer. And your community rose up to say we too need protection and there are needed changes in policing here in Nassau County. And instead of leading that change, you decide to pick this moment to hold your constituents accountable after passing a police reform plan that refused to hold your officers accountable. You say civilians can be sued while refusing to adopt the People's Plan proposal for liability insurance so that individual officers could be responsible for misconduct in civil suits. And I wonder about this, and I know my time's almost up, but this is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm going to wonder about this. I wonder if anyone has ever paused to think. Executive Order 203 was issued as a means to address racism and racial disparities in policing. And you passed a plan that your 3 black colleagues over there disapproved of. The only people at this legislative table who have any lived experience with racism, and you denied their experience. And then a couple months later, you put forth a Back the Blue bill. A bill aimed at silencing protesters, a bill similar to that in Utah, which meant the arrest of a young woman because she stomped on a Back the Blue sign. Ask your colleagues, ask your black colleagues what they think about this bill. I bet many of you have already asked. I bet they have told you what they think about this bill. And so when you do end up passing this bill, you can stop pretending that you care about black lives or listen to black voices or even respect the experiences of your black colleagues. I believe we all want to see ourselves, and I only have 30 more seconds. I believe we all want to see ourselves as heroes in life stories. Well, when I look at this legislature, I see the 39th Congress, the group of people who, as recompense for nearly 400 years of human ownership, gave land back to the slave owners. I see the all-white jury letting a guilty mob free after they lynched a man. I see the White Citizens Council doing the footwork to implement the policy of segregation. Each one of them an institution to maintain the status quo, to oppress those seeking equality and justice. You all are carrying a legacy, but it is not one of history's heroes. Thank you.
And Scott Banks.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer Nicolello, Minority Leader Abrahams, and county legislators. I stand here in solidarity with the opponents of this ridiculously divisive legislation. This is a bad bill which each of you should vote no. And you know who else does not support this bill? The acting district attorney of Nassau County, Joyce Smith. I reached out to the district attorney when I first read this bill, and I forwarded a copy of the bill. Ms. Smith wrote an email to me today, which I will read for the record. Good morning, Scott. I'm truly sorry for my delayed response. If asked by a reporter, I will give a statement opposing the bill. Although our legislators may have been well-intended, I have serious concerns about the constitutionality and the practical implications of this bill. Thank you, Joyce. This is the chief law enforcement officer of our county. This is an officer, a person who works with the police each and every day. And her office is taking a stand against this ill-conceived legislation. As the Attorney-in-Chief of the Legal Aid Society and Chief Public Defender, I urge you to reject this legislation. This, as many of the speakers have stated, this bill seeks a remedy for conduct that doesn't exist in Nassau County. You know, I was fortunate to sit on the PAC committee. I attended over 15 meetings, attended by Police Commissioner Ryder. And frankly, in each of the meetings, the commissioner stated that during the protest this past summer, last summer, there was no damage to property. There was no violence. Police were not unnecessarily harassed. The protesters did what they were constitutionally entitled to do. What we have done in this country to protest and express our views. Now, this, once again, you know, we can talk about, as the bill talks about, remedying a wrong that doesn't even exist. But, you know, the penal law of the state of New York, which our clients are prosecuted on just about every day, have those protections for police. There are enhanced protections for a police officer who is allegedly menaced by a person. Normally, that menacing charge is a misdemeanor. For a police officer, it's a D felony. Assault charge is the same way. So I urge that there's no need for this particular legislation. There are ample protections for the police. This law is unconstitutional. It is void for vagueness. Under the vagueness doctrine of the Constitution, a statute is void if the legislator's delegation of authority to judges or administrators is so extensive that it will lead to arbitrary prosecutions. Well, what does this law do? First, there are no standards governing the exercise of discretion granted under this statute. The scheme that is outlined in this proposed law permits and actually encourages the arbitrary and discriminatory enforcement of law. And it provides no actual and fair notice to individuals as to what actual conduct is subject to significant civil liability. You know, in thinking about this legislation, I wonder if the city of Minneapolis had this law on its books. Could I have a few minutes, please? It is arguable that Officer Chauvin...
You can have a few more minutes, Scott, but just sum up.
That Officer Chauvin could have a private cause of action against the shouting bystanders who cursed and screamed and told Chauvin to get off his neck for over 9 minutes. Outrageously, this law is telling our county attorney, you have to use Nassau County tax dollars to go after those people who are trying to save the life of a human being. And you know what? Under this law, Chauvin and his minions would have had a civil lawsuit. A vague law impermissibly delegates policy matters to police officers, judges, and juries for resolution on an ad hoc and subjective basis. And once again, subjects everyone to arbitrary discrimination. This law will have a chilling effect on First Amendment rights. It is overbroad. It doesn't define a lot of the elements that somebody has to know whether or not they've even violated the law. You refer to the penal law, yet it doesn't define what conduct would be subject to civil liability here. I would urge everybody here to, and one other thing, this irrebuttable presumption. You know, the law, whoever drafted this legislation should look up constitutional law. Okay? Permanent, irrebuttable presumptions under Supreme Court law have been long disfavored under our due process law, on the due process clause of the 5th and 14th Amendments. So, you know, I would ask in closing that this legislature take a few moments. I understand the politics. You know, we all want to talk about supporting police. And I understand we support the police. This is not about supporting police, but it's supporting all of them and their rights. My clients, the clients that my office represents, cannot afford the treble damages that are in this legislation. My clients are not going to be able to afford attorneys who are going to be able to challenge complaints that are made before the Human Rights Administration. They'll default. There'll be judgments. Please, put politics aside here. This is not the right law. This is certainly not the right time for this legislature to act and pass this ill-conceived and very bad piece of legislation. Thank you so much.
All right. Next. Just a word. There's probably about 40 slips left. We're going to be here for the duration. The point I'm making to you is at least half the people who were here before have left. So there may be people in here who want to speak but have to leave at a certain time. So please stay within the 5 minutes. I mean, you can make your points within the 5 minutes so that everybody else has an opportunity to speak before the room empties out completely. Next speaker is Paolo Peroni. Before,
make sense.
What's your name?
April Brown.
You're next.
Yeah, but he got before me.
Oh, Scott Banks?
No, Mr. Browning.
Oh, he's been here for, actually,
I've been here before him.
Yeah. You want to go first? Go ahead.
Yeah, I know I am. The name is April Brown. It amazes me that I'm standing here listening to this garbage all over again because you people decided to come up with some legislation that makes absolutely no sense. People are standing before you begging, please don't pass this law today. I can see people here who told me that a $25 million building was garbage. But I listened to all of you. I have watched Nassau County Police cars on my street before mobile phones became in effect and had to have a cell phone, God rest his soul, he's dead now, called the 3rd Precinct because there were 5 cars on my street with a man with his head, a black man. This is long before all of these people came up and said, I can't breathe. And for you people, and I say you people, to stand here and you regard these people standing here, all with guns. Watch a British show. Not one of them have a gun on. Not one of them. You all want attention? You come up and pass a law that makes sense. Every black community is by a railroad. Every black community does not have police intervention properly. Every black community. I have watched my brother arrested because the police told him he had the wrong car. This is going way back in time. This is going back to Yo MTV Raps. You all know who he is, okay? Understand something. Understand it. Hazel Dukes is in the back, okay? Shirley Chisholm. All of these people came to my house when I was a little girl. They came to my house. I'm up here protesting because all of the people who protested from Newcastle are now dead. But you people, Mr. McKevitt, I watched you for over 4 hours, laughing and talking. Laughing and talking. I would have been thrown out of here. Okay? That's what would have happened. I'm here because I'm hearing people tell me, you have to vote today. Why? Why do you have to vote today? Everybody here has come up to this microphone and said, this is not a good bill. Not good at all. Poor Josh has been beat up, turned around, slapped up, every which way but loose. Ellen, you don't get away with it. You don't get away with it. You know I speak the truth. Understand it. Josh, when they tell you to look at them, look at them. Look at them. You gotta eat what you gotta reap what you sow. That's like reality. Mr. Nicolero, I can't see that well anymore, but I make it very clear. You're in charge. You are in charge. Why did you put this bill before this entire committee, which you know is completely out of sorts? Beyond out of sorts. There are a whole lot more things that need to go on than this stupid bill. A lot more things. I should be able to call the 3rd precinct and have something done when I call them. That doesn't happen. You all talk about redlining. My parents were justified by redlining. Okay? My father was called a nigger. Okay? And he was light-skinned and had a ponytail. My mother couldn't get a job. Not a social service job. Not out here. Because this was the suburbs. Okay? Everybody behind me. And I mean everybody. People say to me, oh my God, April, who are you? Why do you do that? Yes, I am a racist. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you sit here, waste my time, going over something that is not needed, not necessary. These guys have a job to do. Not stand up here. I'm sorry, I did see a woman over here. Okay? How dare you waste everybody's time? Look at that clock. I've been paying attention. We didn't start on time. We did not start on time. That's a doggone shame. And you're going to take a vote and tell me, oh, I have a whole stack of things here? If I didn't speak up, Mr. Peroni would be speaking before me. I speak up. I speak up all the time. People will say, oh my God, April, don't do that. Oh my God, be careful, you may get arrested today. I am not going to be arrested. I will not be silenced. You don't have to vote for this bill. I don't have to stand here and beg you when I put you there. I've been quiet for a very, very long time. I have been out there, and I have been fighting the fight with people. April, you gonna be quiet? April, are you gonna do this? Oh, Lord, April's gonna say something. Well, April is sick and tired of watching you make decisions for me that are unnecessary. Complete and totally unnecessary. When I see 5 cop cars and they have a teenager with his head in between the curbside. Oh, we have Belden Block. That's very expensive. And the cops tell me, oh, you're in my space? Not a problem, I'm backing up. I'm backing up. But I'm calling the 3rd precinct. Doesn't take 5 cops to put down 1 teenager. On a bicycle. On a bicycle. This happened over 20 years ago. It's still happening today. They don't circle. They, being the helicopters, don't circle your neighborhoods. Chuck Schumer came down to the town of North Hempstead so that helicopters would no longer fly over Great Neck. But they fly over my neighborhood. The airplanes fly over my neighborhood now. And I have to listen to this garbage from you because, oh, we have to protect our law enforcement. On the side of the cars, I have made sure to protect and serve. Period. Period. You were asked, did you want to join or not? You had to take an oath. That's the way it goes. My boss, you don't want me? You're out, April. Now all of a sudden I gotta sit here and beg you? Oh, please don't do that. We don't want you to do that. That's garbage. I've listened to a lot of people come up to this podium, and a lot of people I do know. He's not the only one that doesn't have to be elected back in. Get it right. Get it right. I don't always agree with what you have to say, with what anybody has to say. I got a lot of police officers in my family. And you can stare into space all you want. The guns are there. The handcuffs are there. They eat food just like I eat food. But they don't want to hear me yell and scream and tell them this is not right. And I will continue to yell and scream and tell you it is not right. We don't have to beg. We have to get you the hell out of office. That's how it works.
Paolo Peroni.
Good afternoon. Press the button. Can you hear me? For full disclosure, I'm Legislator Lafazin's opponent in the upcoming election. Just a little over a year ago, Legislator Lafazin was at a Black Lives Matter rally on Jericho Turnpike in Woodbury.
Is this political? I'm sorry. I've seen in the past, other political candidates come here, and the presiding officer every time would say, hey, is this political? So please, let's be fair here, okay? That's all.
Well, I can recall one time that my political opponent...
I'm not, it's not, everything is not about you, Copal, okay? All right? Now, please, where's the presiding officer?
You need to calm down. You need to calm down.
No, sir, you need to calm down, okay? Please, don't tell me how it should be.
Please. I'm speaking on Legislator Lafazin's character.
Yes, but,
it is not political.
But you know what? I think that the point is correct. If you have something to say about the particular bill, please feel free to go ahead. If you want to make a political speech here, I think that's inappropriate. So you decide. You want to talk about the bill? Sure, you're welcome to.
I'm just speaking on Legislator Lafazin's character.
That's not appropriate, so
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next would be Thomas Williams. Mr. Williams, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon.
Just for some background, I have been involved in government in Nassau County, either village or county level, for 46 years. I've been an attorney for over 45 years. I only learned of this local law the other day when my son, who's on the faculty of the University of Arkansas, called me and told me it's on the news down there. I've known Fred Burrington for over 30 years. And my son told me, gee, Fred's involved. So I called Fred, and fortunately, he was able to forward to me the proposed local law, etc. Now, I have been at various times periodically involved with this legislature since it was created in 1995. I'm fairly familiar with much of your legislation. I was 10 years a commissioner of the Nassau County Civil Service Commission. I've read this law, and in my humble legal opinion, it is the most pernicious bill this body has ever proposed. I don't know legislator Lafazin. I don't know your background. I don't know if you're an attorney. Are you? Okay, then somebody else wrote this bill. And I have two names for it. One is the Police Officer Financial Aid Bill of 2021, or the Frankenstein bill, because it takes a piece from here, a piece from there, and slaps it together in an incredibly undraftsman-like manner. I'm particularly bothered by the fact that it says there shall be an irrebuttable presumption that such harassment, menacing, assault, etc. Now, I don't know how many of you are lawyers. I know a few of you are. I know Carrie is. I know Rich is, although he's not here right now. Mr. Muscarella, I think you are. Any of you who are attorneys know there is no such irrefutable presumption except in housing discrimination. Otherwise, there is none. Because what an irrefutable presumption does is negates the necessity to show mens rea, or as we commonly know it, intent. It just puts on top of this statute or this local law that whoever curses at a cop is presumed guilty. Now, you who are attorneys know that 50 years ago, the United States Supreme Court said the use of profanity, even in calling police officers vile names, is a correct exercise of a First Amendment freedom of speech, and that a police officer has to have a thicker skin than the average member of the general public. You folks know perfectly well, if you have any legal training or have had any legal advice, this bill does not pass constitutional muster. It will be, if you pass it, it will be challenged, and in the federal district court in the Eastern District of New York, it will be thrown out as unconstitutional. The Second Circuit in Manhattan will uphold that, both as a three-person panel, or en banc. And then the county might be so ill-advised as to petition the Supreme Court for a writ of certiorari. And I predict that the Supreme Court will summarily dismiss the application for the writ. And you will have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money to defend an unconstitutional law. Thank you.
Amy Marion is next. Amy Marion is next.
I'm terribly sorry, but this is not a political statement, and I will speak
He
because
just
it is
says
my
about
freedom of
his
speech.
character. Oh, come on. Can Nicolella please come here? I
Where
mean,
you
can we
call
have
the
someone
Nassau
to
County
stand up
Police
as a
Department
presiding officer?
and our community
Where
is
is Nicolella?
systemically racist.
Because obviously, Gopel thinks everything's about him.
Let me just say
Legislator Lafazin then proceeded to have a press conference.
Sir, I'm being completely respectful to you. You
front of-
probably don't understand the
It
history
is not
of
a
it.
political speech.
I understand. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Because you probably don't understand the history of this institution. I've been a part of this institution for almost 20 years. I'm here to tell you on both sides, and I've defended it when Democratic opponents have come to challenge my Republican colleagues. We have never allowed an opponent to come and speak while describing he's an opponent to one of our colleagues. Because it could be, the perception could be that it is political in nature. I have not seen you here in the last 4 years since Mr. Lafazan has been here.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that could be in turn interpreted as political in nature. We have not allowed it. We are not saying that you cannot speak. What we are saying is you cannot speak in the political nature which you will come before us today. If you want to provide your statement to us, we'll be happy to take your statement and incorporate it as part of the record. But I think, Presiding Officer, I think that's been the standard in the legislature for some time.
He's allowed to speak about the bill.
Well,
Can
he
I
wants
speak?
to. No. He said before he wanted to speak to Mr. Lafazan's character.
Well, look, no.
Okay.
Can I speak as a constituent of Legislator Lafazin?
Look, if you want to speak about, look. Yeah, I mean.
Okay.
I mean, look.
I
Whatever you're
will-
going to say about his character, no. That's,
Okay.
I mean, that's not what we do here. So if you want to speak about the bill, if you want to speak about something else, go ahead. You have whatever time is left.
All right. Thank you. I'm speaking about the bill. There is mention. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Guys,
Okay.
I can get tons of Democratic candidates down here to talk about you during your election. Why would we want to do that?
I gotta pick up my kids. Come on, come on.
All right. Amy Marion.
Guess we'll have to find a new candidate to challenge Lafazan. Good afternoon, everybody. Could you hear me? I'm sorry. Thank you. In August of 2020, 2 months after the governor's Executive Order 203 was issued, which proclaimed that Black Lives Mattered, and within 3 days of the executive order's guidance for the institution of police reform, this body saw fit to pass legislation to include first responders as a protected class, in direct disregard of the definitions of a protected class established by the Civil Rights Act of 1964, confirmed in the 1968 Act, and expanded by the Federal Hate Crimes Prevention Act of 2009 and New York State human rights laws. Here's a copy of my statement as well. This body saw fit to expand the definition of protected class contrary to federal and state statutes and jurisprudence. Now this body seeks to double down on its impermissible acts by imposing civil liability for those who are deemed to have harassed, menaced, assaulted, or injured an individual due to such individual's protected class status as first responders. This body has not established a compelling interest exists in this county, and quite to the contrary, both the county executive herself and the police commissioner himself have stated that no such compelling interest exists. Well, this bill claims that it is, quote, the judgment of this legislature that the recent widespread pattern of physical attacks and intimidation directed at the police has undermined the civil liberties of the community at large, And the bill states, quote, that this legislature notes with extreme concern that in many jurisdictions, outbreaks of destructive looting and lawlessness have deliberately targeted and victimized law enforcement officers and other first responders. It ignores the statements of the county executive and police commissioner, who both repeatedly stated that the demonstrations in this county have all been peaceful. This bill contains no clearly defined prohibitions. It imposes civil liability, regardless of a criminal prosecution being brought, and then at the same time chooses to define harassment, menacing, and assault as those terms are defined in New York's penal law for criminal prosecution. It also borrows its definition of riot from a federal criminal statute. This bill constitutes content discrimination and the official suppression of ideas. It makes it an irrebuttable presumption that such harassment, menacing, assault, or injury is motivated by such individual's status as a first responder if that individual is either in uniform or clearly identified as a first responder. This bill's irrebuttable presumption guarantees that a determination is automatic and not based upon actual, objective evidence. Evaluation of acts alleged to have been harassing and menacing, however, require that determinations are based upon facts and evidence and an evaluation of reasonableness under the circumstances. That is what the law provides. Monetary damages are imposed no matter where, when, or how these undefined acts are alleged to have taken place. Only circumscribing acts taken when injury occurs in the course of a riot as justification for imposing treble damages. But that is the only specificity within this amorphous bill. According to this bill, if an individual is being beaten and assaulted by an officer, that individual is not permitted to protect him or herself, nor even speak out in protest, for that will subject the individual to civil sanctions, regardless if a state, county prosecutor deems the acts to be justified in self-defense. The First Amendment generally prevents government from prescribing speech or even expressive conduct because of disapproval of the ideas expressed. This bill does not even address content. It makes it an irrebuttable presumption that speech directed at an identifiable first responder is proscribed and subjected to punitive damages, a means to continue to silence and suppress future speech. This bill is precisely what the First Amendment forbids. As stated by justices in this United States district, federal courts, individuals may commit heinous acts without warning and with little prompting. But under the First Amendment, the fear of such spontaneous attacks, without more, cannot override individuals' rights to freedom of expression. Please do the right thing.
Mary Beth Gunther.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Beth Gweither, and I'm the Social Justice Coordinator for the Long Island Area Council of Unitarian Universalist Congregations, and I'm also a member of Long Island Advocates for Police Accountability. I'll be brief. Many folks have already made these points, but I think it's important to remember a few basic things. A protected class, historically, the importance of it can't be underestimated. It's based on immutable characteristics of race, ethnicity, disability, sexual orientation, gender identity, not a profession, not a job you took, not based on a uniform you can choose to put on or take off. This legislation would open the door to dangerous suppression of free speech. It's up to the first responders to determine what is annoying, harassment, or menacing. This violates the spirit of due process, one of our foundational rights, is enshrined in the Constitution. The third point is, as many people have said, This legislation is not needed. Police are already protected in existing legislation, and County Executive Curran and Commissioner Ryder both went on the record in describing last summer's actions after the murder of George Floyd as peaceful. And finally, like Scott said, just an example of what might happen with such legislation. Think about those citizens trying to save the life of George Floyd, calling out to those officers to check his pulse, to get up off of his neck, trying to interrupt a murder. They could all be sued. Think about that. Is that what you want to do here today? Thank you.
Victoria Hattie.
Okay. I'm just basically a white middle-class citizen of this country. I am here for a different type of bias, the political division of Democrats and the Republicans. This amendment could suppress one political side views by the response against them. To think how I stand for Democrats and protest for their rights many days, yet here I have two Democratic legislators sitting before me trying to pass an amendment that would allow for more suppression, and it feels like a slap in my face. Newsday wrote about this very article. Newsday reports the bill being considered by the Nassau County legislators could make police officers and other first responders a protected class under the human rights law, which currently bars discrimination based on race, religion, gender, and orientation. No other professions are protected under the human rights law. This bill would allow a lawyer for the Long Island County to sue protesters on behalf of officers and call for fines of up to $25,000 for anyone who harasses, menaces, or injures an officer. The amount would be doubled if the offending behavior in the course of participating in a riot, the bill says. While it sounds good, and we wish for no officer to be hurt, this would grant broad authoritarian powers to first responders as an unintended consequence. While based on the belief that a first responder wouldn't lie or show no bias in regards to how their injuries occurred. I mean, we could basically say, did they occur under a false arrest? And the police officers say the opposite. This recently actually happened when a police officer rammed a car and said the defendant ran into him. This officer went to the hospital claiming neck injuries. Did the first responders use aggressive tactics first? How this amendment would even be considered under the human rights law is a complete affront to all human rights activists and our First Amendment. If we had data to back up how first responder injuries fall under the human rights law, we could all make informed decisions on how this addendum applies to the existing law and to them. We just cannot add to laws that we deem to use without any repercussions of how it applies to the existing law. Otherwise, all laws, whether they apply to a specific matter or not, could be then changed to suit the party bringing it forward. The first responders have laws on the books to protect them, so why more? Not based on anything but one side's definition of how it applies. This proposal also assumes we don't have bias against any one group. We also have no direction on who will decide if someone can get sued. In enacting this, it would open the doors for all states and counties to use current laws and allow for the changing of our basic right of free speech for all. This is not for Nassau legislation to to decide, but needs to be brought before our highest court to decide, the Supreme Court, to see if it impedes on our First Amendment rights. Laura Curran, I am pleading for you to veto this proposal. Cons against the proposal. Bias against the group. With all protests we have encountered under the past year, we need to ask, was the response to one group equal to the response of another group? Did the first responders' actions effectively influence the response against themselves, or was the attacks totally unprovoked? Were stronger arrest tactics used against one group? There are many videos and photos showing the different response against each group of protesters on the web. So now we have to ask if bias against some by the first responders warrant that they then get to receive compensation based on their own responses to the protesters. I have tons of videos showing all that has gone on at the Belmore train station week after week after week. That they've been there for almost a year now. Okay? And the abuse I took from them for doing my rights as a Democrat. Okay? Meanwhile, I was always called the agitator. I was the one that had to leave. So this is something we have to question. We can't just assume that everybody is fair and every first responder is fair, because it's not. I had an ambulance in front of a Trump rally. Okay, Nassau County with their lights on, flashing, this and that. You know, I had a granddaughter pass away from drowning, and we couldn't get an ambulance to our house? How do you think this made me feel watching them sitting there in the middle of a thing? In conclusion, passing this will be setting a precedent, leading us on a very slippery legal slope, which we may never recover from, a further push away from democracy. Nobody wishes for first responders to get hurt, and I am not advocating for violence against first responders, but to this proposal. We need to allow for the people of this country to have recourse on this law. We need to know the force against protesters will be equal, and that the tactics used against one group is the same for all protesters, as not to cause some protesters to get frustrated and attack the first responders. Before we can do anything, this must get answered, as we do not give First Amendment rights to one group without not giving the same rights to another. Thank you very much.
Susan Goddard.
Thank you so much for giving all this time to this. My name is Susan Goddard. I'm the director of the Nassau County New York Civil Liberties Union. Before I start talking about the bill, I just want to address some of the abysmal level of dialogue that has gone on around all of this policing stuff. First of all, being pro-police reform is not being anti-police. And I think that any bill or legislation or anybody who has been elected to create policy that buys into the degradation of our discourse, assuming that all voters are stupid and all policy should be based on public relations and electioneering, should not be sitting in those seats. And so let's just try to raise the dialogue a little bit, shall we? I've heard logic propose that if somebody proposes a piece of legislation that is protection for police, it immediately means if you don't vote for it, you don't want to protect the police. Again, can we raise the dialogue, please? And can we also please acknowledge the fact that a lot of this legislation that looks very similar around the country, I'd love to ask the unions who their public relations firm is on a national level. So let's keep that in mind, okay, while we're talking about this particular piece of legislation and who really wrote it and where did it come from. Okay, so to begin with, the preamble
of this legislation is unbelievable. I don't know how many of you have read it. It sets up the rationale for this legislation using incendiary language, making references to outbreaks of destructive rioting and lawlessness and attacks on police, asserting that these attacks are intended to hinder the police from safeguarding society from chaos and mass violence. Okay? I don't know where any of you are living, but I haven't seen it, not to mention what other speakers have pointed out here, that the county executive and the police commissioner and many of you have talked about the peaceful protests. So hair on fire, Josh? I don't think so, okay? It's a deliberate hyperbolic attempt to set a dystopian landscape. It's ridiculous. So we would ask legislator Lafazan and other sponsors of this bill to present measurable data to justify the need for the bill, specifically in Nassau County, not around the country, not in other cities, in Nassau County, so we can be confident that the people governing the county and proposing public policy here are not wasting our time and are doing it in a mature, grown-up fashion. Secondly, this adds tools to the policing toolkit regarding consequential threats during interactions with the police. As if the existence of a baton, a gun, and a taser were not enough, now there's the looming threat of a civil claim brought into the mix. This county has already made it abundantly clear it is not interested in police accountability. And now, to tip the scales of power even further, instead of using your time to legislate checks and balances and help people in the communities and create some equity in this county, you've decided to use your time in this way for legislation that will increase the power of the police and decrease their accountability. Legislator Ferretti, are we bothering you? Thank you. We have real problems here in Nassau County. This is a complete waste of everyone's time, seriously, and it's quite embarrassing, actually. You're making spectacles of yourselves. I have been getting calls from around the county. What does this mean? Does it mean if I point my finger at a police officer during a speech and call out a specific behavior by a police officer, am I harassing him? Does that fall under one of these codes? If the public doesn't understand what the legislation means, then the only effect the legislation has is to create a permanent veil of threat over every interaction, whether or not it's ever enforced. As soon as you pass this bill, that threat now exists over every interaction. It's a permanent veil of threat, along with all the other threats that come with a police interaction. So regarding the financial damages, some say that damages will fit the offense and will not always be in the stated range of $25,000 to $50,000. That is not comforting to people who get a civil suit thrown at them and have to hire attorneys for months and months and months, and that will be financially catastrophic for them. So again, I would like to ask, or I would hope during the debate, I would actually like to ask now, if any of the sponsors of the bill or Josh could give us an example of behavior that would result in a suit. Because if you can't, then you shouldn't be voting for the legislation. If the public doesn't know the parameters, it's not an okay law. Can any of you give me an example of what might get them into trouble? Can you give them an example of what might get them into trouble? Anybody? No? Okay. Okay. So on that note, the other thing is, I'm not sure exactly how we're supposed to find out how many civil suits have been thrown at people. Again, transparency issues. I'm sure the answer is we have to go digging in the courts to find out. So much for accountability and transparency, again, Nassau County. So I ask one more time for measurable data to be presented on the mass violence and chaos that is being perpetrated all over the county. The police are currently being prevented from putting down. If you can't provide that, then please stop wasting everybody's time. Can I pass it to Fred Brewington, or
thought Mr. Brewington wanted to wait until the end, but he can go now if he wants. Whatever you want.
It says shake first. You abuse us, and then you complain about the way we fight back. You claim that we are anti-police, and we are not. I sure wish all the seats up there were filled, but I don't have control over that. You have control. My fellow lawyers up there, I'm going to take you back to Constitutional Law 101 just for a little bit in a couple of seconds. But I want to stand here as a life member of the NAACP, the most feared and most revered civil rights organization in the world. And Mr. Lafazan, I don't think you and I have really had a good conversation. I would cherish that, because I'll try to help school you a little bit and help you clean the stuff that's on your shoes that you stepped in. Clean that off. Because what you've created for everybody here in Nassau County is a step back in time, a step back in history. And we heard Reverend Easley talk about Bull Connor. Let me tell you a little bit about Bull Connor. One of the things that they did was they made it unlawful to parade in the streets, raise issues about the concern where people were getting, look at me this time, young man, people were getting tarred and feathered. I'm going to step over here.
The reporter's not going to be able to take down your...
I'll speak loud enough. You won't have any problem hearing me.
Mr. Fred, please go behind the podium. Everyone else does.
I'll do that.
Look, thank you.
Because I will be obedient to a point. I'll do it for him, not for y'all. I start by good afternoon. There are several ways to address this Lafazan law. And one of them was to discuss directly about tar and feathering and lynchings that went on and still go on. You can just look at the Byrd bill in Congress, and I'll tell you about a man that got dragged behind a pickup truck in Texas in your lifetime, young man. And yet, you stood with, I'm not even on my prepared marks yet. You stood and kneeled just like Ms. Ford did and other people did with Black Lives Matter protesters and said, I hear you. You didn't hear a damn thing. Because if you did, you wouldn't pontificate and put this up as a bill and denigrate the lives of those individuals that dared to set their bodies in front of firing squads to stop abuse. So you should be ashamed of yourself. I don't care what your political attempts are to climb up the ladder. Don't climb on my back. No matter what approach I take, there is no way to find the passage of the suggested law being acceptable. The rest of the time that's going to be allotted to me, and I'm going to pray that somebody's going to yield some time to me. Anybody out there that plans to speak going to yield some time to me? Okay, so I got 15, 20 minutes. I'm good.
That's fine, but if those folks will give me their names, then we...
Yeah. Anybody put in say your name out loud, Doris. Regis Thompson. Doris Sure. Nathan, is that enough?
That's good.
Thank you. First, the bill is unconstitutional without any route to being salvaged. And if you want to fight, I'm built for it. Be prepared. We're built for it. Amy stands with me. She's built for it. We'll bring the constitutional lawyers, because I've already spoken to them across the country. Ms. Schaefer, I watched you pop your gum all afternoon. And I'm going to say this because someone taught me that it's really not good to do that when you want people to respect you.
I mean,
And yeah, I'm going to pick on people because people...
There's no call for that.
So, no, there is. There is, because you're not sitting there.
I mean,
as a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, let me tell you something.
She's not allowed to chew gum?
See, there you go.
Why? I mean, why
there
can't
you
she
go. I sat here and respected and clapped for a long time, and I'm going to just tell you that there is. Because when you saw the faces that we saw, the grimaces on the face when people talked about Black Lives Matter, and we watched people on this side and at least one person on this side make faces, it's okay for me to comment.
Well, you're not commenting bad. You're commenting on somebody chewing gum.
No,
I mean, that's not
popping
necessary.
gum.
You don't need. I mean, you don't need to do that. He does have his First Amendment.
If you want to tell me, if you want to tell me that I can't say when I'm disrespected, that means that the police that you want to legislate to give the right to sue can't say that they are disrespected.
All right, go ahead.
Any day. The violation of the First Amendment rights is clearly identified in the vague and undefined terms like injure. That's not defined, but yet it's tail end, Mr. Kennedy. It's on the tail end like a tail wagging a dog, so that it's wide open. You may try and steal the definition, whoever wrote this law, from the penal law or from the federal statute, but you left some things out. One of them is injure, because if indeed one of my brothers over here who do serve us well say, oh, I'm injured, my heart hurts, that's not defined. And they could sue, Mr. Koppel. They could sue, Ms. Bino. They could sue, and it's not even defined. But I'm not even getting there yet, because the fact that while loosely referencing the New York Penal Law sections 120.00, 03, 04, 04A, 05, 06, 07, 08, 10, 13, and 15, dealing with assault and menacing, as well as 240, 25, 26, 30, 31, and 32, dealing with harassment, all of which require some proof of intent. It then wipes clean the need to prove any of those crimes, including the mens rea of criminal intent as set forth in those statutes. How can that be? This is a bill that you put up. The creation of a private right of action, which not only has an ill-defined term and terms, but seeks to chill and limit the speech of persons who would seek to express themselves, make statements which are unpopular to and about police, and or engage in forms of protected speech that are otherwise lawful and properly protected by 100 years of American jurisprudence, is absurd. You're going to find yourselves on the cover of the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and any other document that you can think of as it being Nassau County, the police state. The time and reasoning of this proposed statute makes one point crystal clear. This law is intended to punish those voices and intimidate those people who would put their bodies on the line for a moral imperative that cannot be denied. The intent to chill and dampen protected speech and thwart protesters could not be more obvious. Second, the placement of the status of being a protected class on first responders, including police, is contrary to law and all designations of historical categories of real victims of hate, real victims of discrimination, and real victims of defined categories under federal and state law. Why do you have what you've done? And what you're doing right now is a slap in the face to those who crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge, raised their voices for women's rights in Seneca Falls, and dared to speak out and that were victimized at Stonewall. And if any of you want to know what those references are, give me a call. Any argument which suggests that first responders are already defined in the Nassau County Human Rights Law as a protected category, as amended, I believe it was in August of 2020 or perhaps 19, does not make it valid. Repeating an unconstitutional mistake does not make the first mistake go away. In fact, it makes it worse. The classes of race, color, religion, national origin, disability, age, sexual orientation, gender identity are all characteristics recognized under federal law. Systemic violence, lynchings, tar and featherings, abuses, tasings, beating with asps and batons, threats to life, limb, and security are not being solved by this law. In fact, they illustrate the real problems that exist by trying to cover it up, by giving police yet another security blanket that they don't need. The bill is dangerous and has yet another hidden double whammy. Here it is. Not only does it allow police to sue the civilians that pay their salaries, it does provide for civil penalties under paragraph 5, where it says, very important, in addition, Legislator Walker, in addition to civil liability, any person found to have violated the provisions of this section shall be subject to a civil penalty no more than $25,000 per violation. Per violation. You want to bankrupt somebody and shut them down? That's one way of doing it. People are going to be afraid to speak their mind. And as a matter of fact, if they stood on a soapbox and said what I'm saying right now, one of these young people in uniform over there could say, I was insulted, I felt harassed, and I'm suing Brewington. In addition to this, the legislature, another double whammy, and I'm sure you read it, Mr. Lafazan, gives up its power to the police commissioner to have the county attorney sue the civilian for these damages and penalties. So what you are doing is what occurred just prior, historians, just prior to us entering World War II, is that the elected officials in countries we call totalitarian gave absolute authority to non-elected persons to use the power of government to handle those who they wanted to silence and economically ruin. I don't need to teach some people on the dais up there their own history. You then, in paragraph 4, completely cut out the Human Rights Commission. Did you know that? This statute in paragraph 4 says and cuts out the Human Rights Commission of Nassau County and states that they are not to be involved in providing any investigation, any hearing, fact-finding, or other form of due process, so that you are rigging the process to deny constitutional rights and skipping any opportunity for the agencies whose law you are amending to be involved at all. This is more than cheating. It's abusive. And let me just ask, and you probably won't answer me, did you get counsel from the Human Rights Commission on this bill? If you did, tell me who you spoke to, because I spoke to them. Okay. The county's own numbers reported to New York State demonstrate that the impacting of police on communities of color shows disproportionate and disparate numbers based on race. You all have refused to discuss race. You refuse to have that conversation. That's what makes this even more dangerous. From car stops to arrests, and from use of force and race based on differential in charges, those communities that suffered over policing, the numbers in Nassau do not lie. It is these facts which confirms what has been occurring in our country, all of which justified public outcry by people from all races, all religions, all gender identities, those with disabilities, and those who were born in different lands, and from other communities who called themselves allies, who understood that when they said, Mr. Lafazan, Black Lives Matter this past year and a half, they understood that it was not the police who had been victimized. Police are not discriminated against. Black people are. Brown people are. Gay people are. Disabled people are. Women are. Jews are. Muslims are. Christians are. Older people are. Police are not. How dare you appropriate centuries of struggle by oppressed peoples and abuse your authority to cheapen those struggles by offering, no less passing, this bill. Then you make it so that nothing has to be proven by gathering and granting an irrebuttable presumption. We want to say that term because for all lawyers, we should all cringe. Mr. Nicolello, you remember that term. Irrebuttable presumption. That whatever is alleged, as vague as it may be, that it was done solely as a hate crime against police, and that the statements, actions, protests were for no other reason, not like vindicating civil rights. I'm almost done, but let me take you through a very simple and very brief exercise. Listen to these words. That's wrong right there. You a tough guy, huh? You don't think anybody understands that S, bro? S standing for another word. Legislative Ford, I'm going to try and be genteel. You're being a bum right now. He's enjoying that S. You're enjoying that. Look at you. Your body explains you're an effing bum. You know, that's bogus right there, bro. You can't even look at me like a man because you're a bum, bro. You think that's cool? What's your badge number, bro? I know that's what you want to do, but I'm not scared of you. Check him for an effing pulse. You're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're definitely a bum. The first thing you want to do is grab your mace because you're scared. Scared of effing minorities. Let me just say, those are comments. If we can go to B. Those comments came from these people. And some of you may have this picture. These are some of the people that stood as George Floyd got murdered. And those individuals, we need to say, we said George Floyd's name, but we need to say them. They're Alyssa Fenari and Charles McMillan and Christopher Martin and Donald Williams and Geneva Hansen and Darnella Frazier, a firefighter, a mixed martial arts fighter, a high school student, and her 9-year-old cousin. And you'll remember the T-shirt, it said love. Those individuals that are in this picture, the one that you each have a picture of, right? You got this? Those people could be sued based on your law, based on your say-so, based on what Mr. Lafazan has placed up as political fodder. But let me tell you another thing, that each of you need to look. Look at these. You see these four? Everybody got a copy of this up there? Because these are the faces of those who stood to silence, ignore, discount, and abuse the voices of regular people who protested as they witnessed on May 25th. And you would pass a law to allow these four people or any of our own to sue them and never have to prove intent. Was there intent in saying that because they hated police? Or was it because they were trying to save a man's life? I pray, Brother Rhodes, that you think hard on this bill. Mr. McEvitt, I pray your heart is not hardened like Pharaoh. I pray that you each think of it, even the ones that put their name on this bill and thought they were doing something smart. I pray that each of you understands that on May 25th, you would have condemned those four people, those 8 people that gave these words that have all the curse words in them that I gave you, to being sued and financially ruined so that they would learn a hard lesson and never do it again. If you want to bring our society to its knees, give that power to the police so they can shut us down. Because we've only asked for justice. We've never asked for vengeance. I'm going to sit down now, but before I do, let me just say this. Don't fuel hatred. Don't fuel discrimination. Don't give discriminators yet another tool to put a neck on my knee. Because when you do, you force people to push back. You force people to be in a corner that they don't want to be in. Don't kneel with us and at the same time nail us to the damn cross. Thank you for your time.
Point of order. I have a point of clarification. I have a question, a point of clarification as to the rules and bylaws of this body. At this point, legally, to my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, but at this point, legally, only the presiding officer can pull the bill. Is that correct?
Good question.
It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. But here's the thing: we're in the middle of.
I'm sorry, sir. With all due respect, you cannot dismiss my question as irrelevant.
We're in the middle of a hearing. We are in the middle of a hearing. So I have a number of other slips. Do people want to speak? Does anyone here want to speak on this? Well, no. That's not how it works. If you want to come and speak, wait, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes, just ask if anyone like to speak. I'd like to speak.
No. Here's the thing. There's a whole stack of people who want to speak who submitted slips. So I'm going to call those names in order, have them come up. If people don't want to speak at this point, want us to move on to the next thing, then we will. Yeah.
Reverend Mackey, before you speak, I just want to make sure that the public is clear on how the procedures of the legislature works. The presiding officer has the authority to not call the bill. Pull the bill cannot happen. It's already been part of the legislative calendar. What will then proceed if the bill is called, someone can call for a motion to table the item. From that standpoint, a table needs a second, and then from there, the legislature votes on it. Those are the only two processes. There's no, I know everyone is saying pull the bill because they do not want to see the bill go forward, but there is no process to pull the bill off the legislative calendar. The legislative calendar is part of a public notice. The public has been notified. It would be reckless and irresponsible to pull an item that the public has been notified, because you would not be here today if you were not notified based on that item. But I think the language we mean to say is not pull the bill, is not call the bill, or we mean to table the bill. So I just want to make sure we're clear on the language. Okay.
All right. The hearing is still open. Whoever wants to speak, I'm going to call the names. Reverend Mackey, you go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Pastor Arthur Mackey, Jr., pastor of Mount Sinai Baptist Church in Roosevelt, New York. And I'm here to call on the Nassau County legislature to vote against this racist, classist, and sexist bill to make Nassau County Police a police protected class. They don't deserve to be a protected class. I was born black, and so was Akbar Rogers, who was brutally beat by the Freeport Village Police, including the mayor's son, and nothing has been done about that. Justice needs to be done, and Nassau County Police certainly don't need to be a protected class. Also, Ahmad Chillery of Roosevelt, New York, was born black, brutally beat, the Black Boy Scout, by the Nassau County Police from the 1st Precinct. We marched there with Attorney Brewington to the 1st Precinct. They had guns pointed at us, snipers, as we marched there, but we marched on anyhow. And then in Queens, illegally over the borderline, Matthew Felix was assassinated by Nassau County Police. Now, we have no problem honoring top cops. I worked in government for 30 years, 3 decades. I put together a lot of good programs honoring top cops. But we do have a problem with corrupt cops killing our people. And we've stood with Matthew Felix's family, and they killed him at 19 years old. I was there with him, on the family, for their 20th birthday. There's going to be a march on the 29th. regarding his assassination by Nassau County cops. And we call on you to vote against this bill. And anybody who votes yes, we call on the good people of Nassau County to vote against them. Now, Ralph Caso never brought a bill like this. He would meet with the black leaders. Fran T. Purcell never would bring a bill like this. He would meet with leaders in the community. Thomas Escalada would never bring a bill like this. He would meet with the leaders of the community and say, we got to talk to Jim Rice from the Commission on Human Rights. My father, the late Reverend Arthur Mackey Sr., Thomas Escalada would never allow a bill like this to come. And Thomas Swazi would never allow a bill like this to come. Shame on you for bringing this racist, classist, and sexist bill that discriminates against the people. We have gone through too much. There are too many black men who've been found hanging in the Nassau County Jail. There are too many cases of cover-up in Nassau County. And Nassau County has become the New South. And it's nothing to be proud of. It's something to be ashamed of. Vote no on this bill.
Patricia Pastor. I have no idea.
Good evening. Looks like that's where we're at. And I was glad you let a couple people in after Fred, because I really didn't want to follow Fred. Fred's a tough act to follow. My name is Patricia Pastor, and I am a civil rights attorney, constituent of legislator Birnbaum. I live in Manhasset, and I am also the president of the National Organization for Women in Nassau County and the legislative lead for Now New York State. And I'm here today to talk about this bill because, and so many people have already said what I wanted to say, so most of my prepared notes, I'm sure you'll be grateful, I'm not going to cover. So I should be fairly brief. What I want to say is that my presence here is not about anti-police. I spent 10 years in the NYPD. And I have police officers in my family. And I have a sort of familial relationship sometimes with police because of that. So I kind of get it when it comes to individual officers. But we're talking about a society. We're talking about a culture when we talk about police problems in the police departments in Nassau County, in Suffolk County, in New York, and throughout the country, actually. So my presence here to speak today is about maintaining a democracy, because this bill is a threat to democracy. And, you know, it's about the right of the citizens of Nassau County to speak out and to object to mistreatment and to object to abuse by government actors. Police officers are public servants. They're government actors. And we have a right, all of us have a right to speak out, obviously, against abuse and mistreatment and harassment by government actors, including the police. And this bill, and in particular the irrebuttable presumption, which for anyone that doesn't understand that, means that if the police are a protected category and I say or do something that the police consider harassment, this law says that it's going to be assumed by the fact finder, by the judge, by the jury. It's going to be assumed in the lawsuit the police bring against me. It's going to be assumed that I said or did what I did to the police officer because he's a police officer, because he wears a uniform and carries a shield and a gun. It's already assumed, and it's irrebuttable. No, I can't bring a lawyer in to say, oh, that's not true. Can't do it. It's going to be assumed. So, yes, this bill gives police officers more rights than all of those marginalized peoples that current federal, state, and local law protect right now because of their race and gender and all of those categories that were mentioned by other people previously. So, again, police are public servants. They're not marginalized peoples. I mean, no one here is going to try to argue that with me. Wearing a uniform is not an inherent characteristic. This bill is anti-democratic. It's anti-civil rights. It violates the tenets of a democratic society. Essentially, it gives police absolute discretion to decide what is harassment. It's like, I fear for my life. It's okay and important for a police officer to say, I fear for my life, if he or she does. But I'm talking about when that's the statement that you have to make to get away with abuse. Okay? It's like that. It stifles the First Amendment right of every citizen who objects to mistreatment.
Please sum up.
I will sum up. In a democratic society, we need to be able to speak out. And this bill is creating a situation that will stifle that fundamental right. You cannot call yourself a Democratic representative of Nassau County citizens and vote for this bill. If this body passes this bill after what we have witnessed here today, then you will have made a mockery of the legislature and your role in it. Thank you.
Lisa Votino.
Good evening, legislators. I wasn't going to speak, but there's a voice in this that hasn't been heard yet. My name is Lisa Votino, and I am actually a resident of Suffolk County. So I thank you in advance for considering my comments today. I am a member of Long Island Advocates for Police Accountability, but that's not why I'm here today. My fellow members, I said will speak, but they've spoken on something that, on the troubling issues in this bill, but I will speak on something that I unfortunately know all too well. This is my first time speaking before this legislature, but it is important to note that this body presented me with a citation when I was the inaugural recipient of the Delano Stewart Award at the Long Island Regional Branches of the NAACP luncheon several years ago. I believe several of you were also in attendance. I received that award because I'm a community organizer. I work on civil rights and human rights issues. One of the main reasons I received the recognition was because of my work with victims of hate crimes and incidents of hate. When people say they don't recognize my name, I always reply, good. I think people think I'm joking, but I'm not. It means you've never needed me. And that is an incredibly blessed thing. And I'll say that this work is very emotional at times. Most of my work is in Suffolk, and honestly, there is never a lack of work there. While much of my work can be very difficult at times, as you can see, there's honestly nothing that breaks me more than being intimately involved in the aftermath of a hate crime. That's how I know most of you have never worked closely with victims of hate crimes. And it is to your detriment and their detriment that you haven't. You wouldn't be able to stomach this law for a single second if you had. After elected officials say their platitudes, and activists push to ensure that circumstances leading up to a hate crime don't happen again, and the media leaves, that's where you find me. I'm the person that quietly helps people pick up the shattered pieces of their lives when they are forced to try to continue on after something so devastating. Thanks. I have held hands as verdicts have been read, and I've wiped tears when a person is told that the crime that destroyed their life won't be charged as a hate crime. The truth is that we should be tougher on hate crimes, and instead we're debating watering it down to include people that at the end of the day can take off their uniforms. Victims of hate crimes don't have that luxury. And it is a luxury. You have never received a call at 3 a.m. from a survivor of a hate crime, hysterical crying because it finally ate them up inside, that had they just been born white, this never would have happened to them. You all get to sit there and decide whether we are going to make a mockery of their pain. We already understaff and underfund the investigation and prosecution of hate crimes. Victims are often from the most marginalized and underserved parts of our community. That person on the phone with me at 3 a.m. has no other redress. Police officers do. We have other protections in place for officers. And if the BLM movement never happened last year, we wouldn't be standing in this room right now, and you all know it. What you do here affects not only Nassau, but it seeps into Suffolk and the country at large. And as people have pointed out, it already has. History will not look fondly on this moment, and your legacies will be tarnished, and rightfully so. For those in Nassau that believe they can keep getting by saying, hey, at least we're not Suffolk, I would have you consider that this is the equivalent of Mississippi saying during the Civil Rights Movement, hey, at least we're not Alabama, am I right? In 2021, we don't look highly at either for their actions during that pivotal moment in our country's history. And before you dismiss what I say and chalk it up to just another cop hater, I assure you I'm not. I have many friends and family who are in corrections and are officers. But if you still want to believe I'm anti-cop, and I'm going to ask for a little extra time, I refer you to someone you might know.
I'm going to ask you to please sum up. Everyone is blowing beyond the 5 minutes. I've been very reasonable, but please sum up and get to the end of your comments.
Okay. If you want to still believe I'm anti-cop, I refer you to someone you might know. Former Chief of Nassau Police and current Southampton Town Police Chief Stephen Skrzynecki, who I just fondly call Chief. We worked together to ensure protester and officer safety at the marches last summer, and we worked on police reform in the town of Southampton. We come from two very different perspectives, and I honestly don't know his thoughts on this, but we agree on one simple principle: leave your community better than you found it. And I would ask all of you to do the same today.
Judy Ornstein.
I'll try to take less than 5 so I can make up for other people. I'll talk fast. Oh, I'm already started. I'm not one of those who has a device. I'm still paper. I'm a boomer. Okay. You're all allowed to say, okay, boomer to me, whenever. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Judy Ornstein. I've been a resident of oh, wait, do I need to? Okay. I've been a resident of Nassau County for the vast majority of my 64 years. Yes, I've now admitted that. I consider myself a fairly reasonable person, with the exception of when I'm at an Islander game and we're playing the Capitals. I'm not so reasonable then. And I think most of what I was going to say has already been said. You said it so much better than I had prepared. But I do want to point out a couple of things and just dot a couple of I's and cross a couple of T's. A family member of mine asked someone on this body about this bill last week and was told that, at least as they reported it to me, that this was really just a bill that was designed to protect police officers who get injured, while they're doing their jobs. I don't think there's anybody here who doesn't think that a police officer who gets injured while doing their job should be able to be compensated for that, should, get full salary or whatever if they're now disabled. And frankly, if there aren't already provisions for officers that get injured on the job, then shame on every legislator who hasn't provided for that. But the reality is, as has been pointed out to you, this bill does a lot more. I don't know any except for two of you. So I don't know this, but I suspect that some of you may be sitting up there thinking that some of what has been said here is hyperbole. When people say that, people who the people in Minneapolis who called out to Derek Chauvin, could have been sued under this law. I thought I was the one who invented that one, and you did it so well. But I've been thinking of nothing but that for this whole weekend. Here's why I don't think it's hyperbole. Because your law says that harassment is defined as it's defined in the New York State Penal Law. And what I think that nobody has pointed out yet, and I hope you all know this, is that Section 240.26, number 3, under New York State Penal Law definition of harassment, says that a person can be found guilty of harassment if, and I quote, he or she engages in a course of conduct or repeatedly commits acts which alarm or seriously annoy such other person. You think Derek Chauvin wasn't annoyed by those people? I think he probably was. I think his colleagues were too. And I think that the truly dangerous thing about this is that whether it's a person who's being abused by those few, and please let me be clear, I understand most cops are good. Just like I'm not a all cops are bad type of person, right? But we all understand that just like in any profession, there are bad apples. There are bad waiters. There are bad, lifeguards. There are bad teachers. Maybe. None of you, I'm sure. But for those few bad apples, this law as written will have a chilling effect on people trying to call out to those bad apples and trying to call them to account. If I see somebody, and I'm a privileged white lady, right? If I see a police officer abusing his badge and I call out to him, I could now be sued by him because I've annoyed him, right? And I could be subject to a $25,000 fine. And the chilling effect is that I think, and if you're honest with yourselves, I hope you realize this too, that if this law has been in effect in Minneapolis in 2020, Darnella Frazier probably would not, or maybe, likely, would not have had the courage to keep on recording. Derek Chauvin would have walked. He would have walked. And I sure as heck hope, as an almost lifelong resident of Nassau County, that there is not one person sitting up there right now who thinks that that would have been a good thing. Thank you.
Chester McGibbon. Chester McGibbon. Kevin Shakir.
Assalamu alaikum. This is the message of peace. I'm from Westbury. Legislator Biden is my legislator. Thank you so much for always being on the right side of history. I want to ask all of you up here today, if you have kids who just turned 16, did you have to have the talk with them? What is that talk? That guys, if you get pulled over, make sure you roll down all your windows, turn the car off, and put your hands on your steering wheel. That's the conversation I had with my father when I turned 16 years old. I didn't understand what that meant at that time. I do today. Hadn't I gotten pulled over and a cop looked at me as a threat, I might not be here today. Legislator Lafasan, we're both millennials. We grew up in the same time. Just different school districts, boss. I grew up with black people and Hispanics. You grew up with white people. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You don't live my life, brother. And the thing that I'm astonished is that how the heck did this even get put forward? I'm a member of an organization called Empowering Young Professionals, where we try to hold government accountable. If this gets passed today, how can I go back to my membership and say how can we hold government accountable? They're going to tell me, Kev, you're crazy. I don't have $25K to dish out. Do you guys have $25K to dish out if one of your kids, one of your cousins did it? Maybe. I damn sure don't. A lot of people in my community damn sure don't. Excuse my language. This is a mockery. You want to talk about the life I live? I started the first Islamic radio station in America because Muslims in America don't have a voice. And to propose something like this against black and brown folks is a mockery. Let me tell you a little story. 9/11, I was in 4th grade. I had no idea what religion was. I knew I was Muslim, but did I have an idea of what my religion was? Of who Osama bin Laden was? At 4th grade, 9 years old, 8 years old? No idea. But I got bullied for it. I got to hate for it. But guess what? It made us stronger. It made us come out here to say, no, what's wrong is wrong. This is wrong. I've had conversations with people, and I did not mention this bill that was going on today. I just said, hey, where do you think this law is passed in? In what country? None of them said the United States of America. And if I didn't see these beautiful American flags behind us, and this law get passed today, I don't think we're in the United States of America. Just on Friday, in my office, what I witnessed, we have real estate agents in my office. They were supposed to show houses here in Nassau County. 3 of them called and said, hey, with this bill that's going into place, we're not welcome to Nassau County. Please find me a property out in Queens. Please find me a property in Connecticut, or please get me out, or find me something anywhere except Nassau County. This is the precedent that we're going to be setting. Do you want to be labeled as the county that does not like minorities? You tell me, guys. Or do you want to be inclusive? Do you want to welcome everybody into this beautiful county? You guys are the legislators here today. What you guys do today will affect you guys for the rest of your lives. And your names will go down in history on being on the right side or the wrong side of history. Please be on the right side.
Excuse me, I know I'm out of order. We have children here. One is fortunate enough this summer to work with Judge Gianelli. They have to leave. They didn't know what the process and the procedure entailed. If someone could yield their time to two students that approached me and said, can we please speak? By the time they filled out the form, it was considerably late. They're working for Judge Gianelli now and Attorney Irwin. They're bright, caring kids that want to participate. They participated in mock trial all year long till 7 and 8:30 at night at Holy Trinity. But they have to go home now. So when they asked me could they speak, and I believe in law enforcement, I was blessed to work with the first black detective, Butler, in Hempstead, Coleman, who's since retired, Hamilton. So if you could please let them speak, I'd be most appreciative.
Let me ask, you know, there's other slips here. Is everyone else willing to let them go first? All right, go ahead. You submitted slips, right? So what's your name so we could fill, note on the slips?
My name is Chelsea McNair.
Okay. And your name?
My name is David Reyna.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I know we've all been here a very long time, and we're all tired and want to vote, and hopefully that this bill will be denied. But what I've learned in school is the best way to learn something is to hear it over and over and over again. And you have heard over and over and over again why this bill shouldn't go through. I would like to start off by saying I highly respect law enforcement, and I understand, well, not really, but I try to understand what you go through every day, but imagine what it's like to walk down the street and to remember you can't have your hands in your pocket, and you can't have your hood on, and you can't have your hoodie zipped up because it looks suspicious when you walk down the street. 2 days ago, my mom told me that we were going to come here because there was a bill being put up before you guys, and I was confused, so I decided to look up the bill and look at the bill and see what it was about, and then I was even more confused because it didn't make any sense. So I decided to educate myself because that's what I like to do, and the broad terms in the bill didn't make any sense. It does not take years in law school or years of just being alive in general to understand that that law is so broad in its terms that it can't possibly make any sense to any of you sitting before me. The only thing that was defined in that bill was the amount of money and compensation that these officers could get. Now, I'm a youth intern with Nassau County, and I was placed at the Nassau County Supreme Court. And I am an intern to Veronica Renta-Irwin, and she is the principal law clerk to Judge Gianelli. Now, in my time there, it's been 6 days, maybe, I've realized that when cases come before them, if they have a question about what the law says, they look it up. Now, if this goes through and a case like that comes before them and they look it up and this bill comes, they have no choice but to grant the decision because it just says, hey, you might as well. How does that make sense? I have to write essays in high school that have more character and definition to my point of what I'm trying to say in my essays than this bill does. And the fact that discrimination against police officers is held to a higher standard than discrimination against people of a certain race, gender, sexuality, disability, and any other protected group does not make any sense. Thank you.
Today, I believe that we have seen an array of different points made by a lot of different people. Now, like what Chelsea said, the way that we learn in school is that you repeat and you study over and over again. I believe that when it comes to the emotional side of this, we have seen people weep up here and become emotional here. Oh, sorry. I believe that this bill is unfair. We have seen people fight for their future, and right now I feel as though that I'm fighting not only for now, the present, but for the future. I have a question to the legislation. What do you consider harassment? We have seen here in America and in Nassau County the impact of police brutality, and we have not seen much done. But a glance at a police officer could potentially lead someone to become bankrupt. You are telling me a citizen is more menacing than a human being with a weapon holstered to their waist. We are scared. Young people are afraid. I should not be here, standing here before you, defending my basic human rights. I was promised a future of equality, and I don't believe that I should stand here before you fighting for that. And for the benefit of these police officers here, why are we getting punished? Why are my human rights up for debate? Thank you.
Joseph Sackman. Joseph Sackman.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Sackman. I am a steering committee member of Long Island Activists, and I also sit on the executive board of NIPAN, New York Progressive Action Network. When I learned about this bill in June, I was very surprised that it was even put forth. And a lot of us were surprised that it went anywhere. And then this week, when we find out it goes through committee and now we're all here, it took great effort for many people to do a lot in a short period of time. Organizing and going out, and I went out and I flyered Mr. Drucker's district and others, and when I talked to individuals about this, they were extremely surprised that the legislature would put this forward. They couldn't believe that what we were doing was taking our democracy and stepping on it to move us towards a police state, an authoritarian state. And that's what this is doing. It's a step towards that. We would be perverting our human rights laws. And I entirely believe that this law is repugnant to the Constitution. And if it is repugnant to the Constitution, it is your responsibility to not pass this bill. If you pass this bill, you are bringing our democracy down. And we will take that to note, and we will remember that, and come November, you will see that in the ballot. And if you are there next time, you will see us again going out there, defending our democracy, defending our republic, and making sure that you pay for it. Because we are here to defend our democracy. That's what our right is to do, is for the Constitution. And you are looking to destroy that. I cannot believe it. I can't believe Mr. Drucker, who I have spoken with, who I've seen out there, would do this. I am very surprised. That's one of the things that blew my mind. And that this was even coming forward. It is a shame. I can go on and on, but I'm not going to, because you've heard it all. All the reasons not to do this. And if it does go forward, we will continue to fight. And we will make sure that you know that you have just... I'm so emotional about this because I have fought for this Constitution previously for over several years, trying to amend it against corruption laws, and now you're just one little bill, and you're going to just take us down even further away from our democracy. Vote no on this. All of you vote no on this. Thank you.
Richard Clolery.
I'm going. Ladies and gentlemen,
Richard, you can't do that. You have to. Well,
I'm
you
sorry.
have to speak to the
I'll
microphone.
get straight to the point. I won't
Okay,
waste
thank
any
you.
of your people's time, all of you. To the members of the legislature, once again I come before you to encourage you to increase funding for the buses here in Nassau County. The reason for this is becoming more obvious with every day. Cars are becoming more expensive, not just because of insurance, maintenance, etc., but the simple fact that because of how complicated cars have become, and because of the pandemic, car prices have reached all-time highs, even used ones. Because cars are one of the few reliable modes of transportation here on the island, aside from cabs, limited bus service, and Uber, this presents a huge problem for young people who want to stay on the island, as this will and has encouraged people to move from the island. Don't you want people to stay here on the island and collect from them the revenue you need to keep this county going? Then you need to, at the next budget meeting, you need to make a serious investment in buses here on the island so that A, all the lines that were cut, which, by the way, the M50 was cut quite a long time ago, and I'm next to it, will be restored, that B, that all buses will be available even on the weekends, and that there will be bus service at night so that people who come home at night won't always depend on their vehicle or cab service to get them home. Speaking of budget meetings, I try to look on the meeting schedule when it is, and it's never on there. Could you people tell what day it is so as a responsible citizen here in Nassau County, can participate in the process? Thank you and have a good day. And for everyone here, I'm sorry for, I know this is completely different.
Rachel Hugh.
Huh?
I'm sorry. We're good, Richard. Thank you.
No problem. Look, I appreciate what you guys are doing for me, because I'm not sure what would happen if someone gets into this.
Good afternoon, everybody. I have been waiting some time to be here and say this, but there's a lot on my mind that has already been said, but I want to bring something else forward in this conversation. Pastor Arthur Mackey mentioned this earlier, but I am absolutely incensed that this bill can come forward and sit here in this body right now, and every single one of you has not addressed a single question asked to you. I'm incensed that that can happen. And I'm very disturbed that we have not talked about the fact that right here in Nassau County, we have killer cops on our forces. In February of 2020, 19-year-old Matthew Felix was targeted, surveilled, and he was murdered by Nassau County Police. He was killed by officers who are still on the force today. The officers who stole Matthew's life, their names, we fought an entire year to get their names. And their names are Peter Lang, Alejandro Perez, John Giovanelio, and Robert Somas. And every single one of them has faced no consequences for the murder of Matthew Felix. It's disgusting that we're introducing a bill to protect officers when young men like Matthew Felix had no protection and lost their lives to these racist police officers. It's disgusting. Because tell me how someone like Rondeese Jones has no protection. For those of you who don't know Rondeese's case, his feet were tased by 9 officers. He was held down, brutally beat, called the N-word and racial slurs over and over again. He has PTSD because of what your officers have done to him. That's what's happened in this county right here. We're not talking about George Floyd. We're not talking about Minneapolis. We're not talking about anywhere else in the country, but right here. And so when I say that we're going to come and waste everybody's time to say that police officers need protection, when we have 2 young boys, the Tillery boys, who were beat by police and kidnapped by police right here in our own community, it's disgusting. It's disgusting because in the middle of a pandemic, when we should be here talking about what you're going to do about the millions of people across the country and the thousands right here in Nassau County who will be evicted come the end of August, that's what we should be talking about when we're here in this body. But yet we're talking about the supposed rights and protection of police officers. It's disgusting, and it is so deeply wrong that we can sit here and claim, like people like Josh can sit there and claim to care 1 ounce about black lives or about people at all that live here, and we can't talk about the fact that so many of us struggle with unemployment during this pandemic. How many of us have struggled to put food on the table for our families, and we're going to waste everybody's time talking about this. It's horrible and it's atrocious. And I want to say, to end out my statements, that every single one of you that votes for this bill, you are a traitor to your people. You're a traitor to the people here in Nassau County. You're a traitor, and you've made that very clear. You are no different than the bigots who supported segregation that you condemn. You are no different in any way, shape, or form. And Josh, and specifically, you are a grifter. You are a hypocrite and truly an opportunist of the highest order. That is what you are. And you need to take ownership of that, because the reality is that while we are on the precipice of a mass housing crisis, we are literally sitting here talking about a bill that does nothing other than criminalize protest. It does nothing other than rob us of our civil rights, and does nothing other than literally insult every single victim of a hate crime we have in Nassau County. We had a mosque here in Nassau County deal with a hate crime. It's an insult to that mosque. A young lady who had acid thrown on her face, it's an insult to that young lady who had acid thrown on her face. I have friends and family members of mine who have experienced hate crimes. Young Chinese woman who was literally pushed over while getting vaccinated by a racist, broke her wrist because of who she was. That's a hate crime. And so as an Asian American here in Nassau County, I can't sit here and deal with the level of disgust that I feel for the fact that we're going to redefine hate crimes to be about police officers. So I want to end my sentence on this and end my statements on this, that you may all feel very safe in your jobs today. You may feel like you hold all the cards, that you can sit back and bask in your power to do what the PBA and police interests pay you to do. That's what happens. They pay your paycheck. But the reality is that fundamentally, you can only be on top for so long because the people are coming for you. And next time, when we have tens of thousands of people in the streets, they're coming right for you and your offices, because that's what happens to people who are a traitor to the people that they're supposed to represent. Thank you.
Jeremy Joseph. Jeremy Joseph.
All right. Hi, my name is Jeremy Joseph. I'm a scientist. I'm a member of LI United and Nassau DSA. I reside in Hicksville and am a constituent of Legislator Drucker, who has not returned any of my daily calls this past week, so I had to make sure to be here in person. So when I first heard of this legislation at the beginning of this summer, I had one response. I laughed. I cannot believe that something so extreme could even see the light of day, and surely no one in their right mind would give this bill a second thought. This legislation is straight out of a fascist playbook, not something you'd expect to see in a diverse community like ours. 2 months later, I stand here a fool for underestimating just how little our representatives represent us. All right. So it's become increasingly clear that you do not understand the gravity of the issues that we've been speaking about regarding the bias in policing. And to some extent, I get it. It's hard to understand something that you've never personally experienced. Our characterizations of the police probably seem completely foreign to you. To you, the police uphold the law and protect your communities. For us in this room, we do not have that same police. And that is why we are here over and over again. So I grew up with this inherent trust of the police as an institution. As a teenager, I might have seen this law today and probably not even given it a second thought. Thankfully, we all have a chance to grow. I was exposed to the realities of racial bias in policing and what policing meant for someone like me as a young man. So here's a personal story. As a young adult, I was leaving a store late at night, and in a parking lot, I was attacked by a group of white men, unprovoked. Well, that's not completely true. They're provoked by this, by the color of my skin. And language warning for those in the room, they attacked me and let me know because they wanted to, in their words, fuck up that nigger. Bystanders called the police, and I would point you to the police report, except it doesn't exist. We couldn't convince the cops to charge my attackers with anything, much less a hate crime. In fact, they ended up chatting with my attackers like they were old friends. All right, so in case that wasn't clear, let me recap. I was attacked by white men with beer bottles because I did not look like them. And then white men with guns came and protected them from consequences. I learned that day that the police were not there to protect me. They were never there to protect me. They were never designed to. Hate crime laws are meant for historically oppressed minority populations. They are meant to protect people who have not been protected by the law. The police officers here, they'll be the first to tell you that they represent the law. So let's make it more simple. Hate crime laws are meant to protect people who have not been protected by the police. Okay? And police do not protect us from hate crimes. I can tell you firsthand, they are often an obstacle to the justice that we seek. I mean, if you amend these human rights laws to enhance their status, you are weaponizing this designation against the very people it's meant to protect. Okay, so you want to protect communities from hate crimes? Well, you had the chance to do the bare minimum a few months ago, and you rejected it. Many of us here in this room, we were here with proposals for training cops to recognize and report hate crimes, to fully document these instances and make them publicly known for the benefit of affected communities. And you all rejected it. Well, not all of you. There are 3 legislators here who agreed that our hate crime procedures, among other things, were deficient. It is no coincidence that they are the 3 black legislators sitting in front of us. They told you that our police do not make them or their families feel safe. We told you that our police do not make us or our families feel safe.
Please sum up, sir.
Not only do you ignore us, you're now taking extra steps to entrench their virtually unchecked power. Even today, I suspect we'll see the same vote. If you want to continue to vote along these lines, then next time we'll skip the pretenses and we'll bring 16 white hoods for you all. And in case...
All right, Mr. Joseph, you're done. Habib Ahmad, you're next. Mr. Joseph, you're done. You're done.
I'm going to say one last thing.
No. You said your last thing, so sit down, please. Mr. Ahmed, please come up. Mr. Joseph, you're done. No. There's a 5-minute time limit for every speaker. Every speaker gets 5 minutes. I have not been enforcing it, but I'm going to stop because everyone is violating. 5 minutes, sir. You had your 5 minutes. Please sit down. Please sit down, Mr. Joseph.
All right, so in case...
Mr. Joseph, I'm telling you, if you don't sit down...
Excuse me. Someone yielded their time. You allowed others to take someone else's time. You will allow him.
Ma'am, Thank you. Mr. Joseph, please sit down.
I
5
see you
minutes
take
are up.
objection with my characterization, so consider this. My attackers chased me in a parking lot, called me N-words for 5 minutes. Your yes vote on this first responders bill today will leave millions of people feeling unsafe in their own communities for years to come. That is a scale of violence that my attackers could only dream of.
All right.
Okay? And in case you think this bill can be amended, or it can, I'm concerned that they'll be suggesting that this get tabled, and we'll see it come back again. We'll all gladly come back again. Now, there are not just some simply problematic parts that can be excised. Let me assure you, this whole thing is a problem.
Listen.
It cannot be fixed.
Mr. Joseph.
The entire bill has no business being in this chamber, nor do the legislators who introduced it.
Mr. Joseph.
I'm done.
Mr. Nicolello, you cannot start enforcing the rules just because you don't specifically like what he says.
I have told Miss Goddard, I have told every speaker.
You understand what everybody just saw here happen,
Miss
okay?
Goddard,
You've been letting everybody
all right,
go.
You're right. You're right. From now
I am
on,
right.
Thank you for reminding me. From now on, at the 5-minute mark, I'm stopping every speaker because she's telling me I can't enforce this. So I'm not enforcing the rules. I have to let everyone go over. No. All right, so if you want to play that game, we will. 5 minutes and you're done. Mr. Ahmed, please. Habib Ahmed. All right, I'm not going to enforce it arbitrarily. I can hear you. It's going to be 5 minutes on the dot. Thank you, Susan. I very, very much appreciate it. Habib Ahmed. I missed the left. Dan Lloyd. El Favarillo.
You haven't started speaking yet. You started early.
Sorry, I haven't started yet.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Elena Favario. You were close. I use they, them pronouns. I'm here as part of Long Island United and also representing myself. I'm non-binary, and I'm a proud member of the trans community on Long Island, as well as the queer community. I want to take this time to remind you all that trans people are not a protected class in this county. Despite the legislation being brought forward several times, including in 2020 by Drucker. Drucker, I'm absolutely disgusted to see you co-sponsoring this bill today. How disappointing. Trans people are not a protected class in Nassau County. So I know that I'm not worthy of protection here, or respect, because all of you voted on it, so there's a record. Meanwhile, the police became a protected class in 2019. I'll remind you, police work is a job. I don't stop being trans, and I don't get paid for it, and I don't get benefits, or irrefutable presumption. Trans people are not a protected class, and non-binary people are not recognized in policies in Nassau or in the Nassau County Police, but you are going to recognize me today. Passing this legislation today will not stop critique of the police, because I promise you I am personally not done, and institutionally we are not done holding you accountable. And here is the truth of that. We do not critique you. I didn't call out of work and come here at 10 a.m. on a Monday to testify because of the vague notion that you are police. We critique you because the racial disparities in policing in Nassau are impossible to ignore, although you try. I can remind you that Hispanics are 2 times more likely and black people 5.3 times more likely to be arrested in Nassau County than white people. We hold you accountable for the latent and blatant racism in the Nassau County Police Department policies, as well as the rhetoric of the police themselves, including Commissioner Ryder, who we all know went on record saying that black applicants are 3 times less likely than white applicants to be accepted to the police force because they come from broken homes. We call out your hypocrisy when you do not serve and protect the communities you claim to, but instead criminalize and over-police communities of color and other vulnerable populations and protect yourselves. We will continue to speak out because the police cannot, or should I say will not, or will I say do not police themselves? Where is the independent oversight? Where is the Inspector General? Where is our CCRB? We critique you because policing is a job. And when someone does not do or will not do their job, change must come. And that change will come from the needs of the people and the communities, not some 16-odd legislators running on PBA money and desperation for election votes and pandering problematic policies. Not the PBA or Commissioner Ryder or Laura Curran or the police or white people in this county. I mean, we the people, stakeholders, black and brown people, Asian people, the disabled community, veterans, folks of all religions and creeds, queer people, and the trans community. We will not be silent. We will not be complacent. We will continue to speak and protest and vote, and we will have justice and policing on this island. And whether you're part of that or not is up to you. Whether you want to join us in this work, whenever you want to join us in this work to make Long Island equitable for everyone, you are welcome. I hope that moment is today. We're here. We are always here. And if you're not interested in that work, I recommend looking for other employment. Because believe me, this offensive, repressive, disgusting legislation is not it. When it comes to talking about things like overemployment, if you want to talk about discrimination, I've stopped getting jobs since I came out. We can go there, but you're not ready for it. I want to talk to Josh now. Josh, I hope you'll look at me. We're the same age. Hi. I also live with my parents. They're really conservative. It was really hard to come out to them because they're both pretty Republican, conservative. None of them really believe in trans people like most of you. Really difficult. So we have a lot of problematic conversations at home, hard conversations. I know exactly what it's like to sit here and look into someone's eyes and know that they are not going to do the right thing, despite everyone pleading sometimes for them to do it. I sat down with my mom to talk about this legislation because I was so upset as a trans person. I was so offended, and you know what she said to me? Wow, that sounds illegal. And if she can see it, so can you. And if you continue to ignore it, I don't know how you sleep at night. Thank you for your time.
Dennis Jones.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Jones, and I've lived in Nassau County for over 20 years. I am a former police officer from the NYPD, and I joined the NYPD in 1984. Remarkably, that I served there for 25 years, which included being in many different areas of concentration. It has been my experience in law enforcement that professionalism plays a great part in the performance of your duty as a police officer. Nassau County police officers are one of the highest paid in the country. However, the Nassau police officer doesn't answer the amount of 911 calls or report to the amount of parades or demonstrations or even riots in their career that many NYPD officers do each year. I spent 5 years in the Internal Affairs Bureau investigating allegations of corruption. I entered believing that it was such an unnecessary job. How bad things could be in such a great police department. I immediately found out that to be otherwise. There are bad officers in law enforcement. There are bad doctors. There are bad lawyers. There are situations that take place months and years to investigate, to expose the truth and the cover-up. All of you see the many cases brought before the Innocent Project, brought before by the Innocent Project, and how many years that have been taken away from truly innocent people as they rot in jails all across the country. Those innocent people were arrested and convicted because of the lies told by unprofessional and corrupt police officers. And we've seen that many and many times here in Long Island. Nassau County is exposed in a very dangerous area that would surely lead to some of the most despicable acts and destroy lives you cannot apologize for later. Changing Nassau County's human rights law to make it an unlawful discriminatory practice to harass, menace, assault, or injure an individual due to such an individual status as a first responder is slipping into a slippery slope of retaliatory practice. You should be here fighting for the legislation to protect all citizens, not to put citizens in harm's way. For we all know and believe that the rights of Nassau residents who want to exercise their freedom of speech and the right to peacefully assemble would be in jeopardy. Again, we should be looking to reimagine policing, as the New York State governor had demanded. Look at the rest of the country. Reimagining policing is taking place all over, even in the tough areas. The murder of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement has not sparked this insensitive action elsewhere. They are building, not running scared. Elsewhere, we see collaboration, not separation. You know, the legislation, as was said before, talks about recent widespread patterns of physical attacks and intimidation directed at police, and we know we find that nowhere here in Nassau. And over several hundred injuries sustained, we haven't seen any of that here in Nassau. So I ask you simply just to vote no, because this does more harm than supposed intended good. Thank you.
Douglas Mayer? Is Douglas still here? No. Reverend Tristan Sally. Steve Abreu.
Good evening. How's it going, Josh? Last time I saw you was probably 2019, Town of Hempstead Marijuana Task Force hearing, where I was pulled off the podium for bringing up donations you took from Trump-connected consulting firms. That was fun. So here we are again, 2 years later. Thanks, man. Like, you know, you made it a lot easier for people to believe me that you're a scumbag. Like, for the past 3 years, a lot of people in this room I've been talking to, I've been alerting, yo, this guy's a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's a...
Listen, sir. So you can speak all you want, but you're not going to use profanity like that. All right? Understand? We have certain levels of civility here. So if you're going to use that, you're not going to speak. But speak on the bill. Go ahead. Go press the button again. Red button again. There you go.
All right, so I got an extra 40 seconds on my timer now, so I'm just going to ignore you when you tell me to stop talking. Anyway, well, no one believed me for years. They didn't believe me. Oh, we can trust him. He's a good guy. He's just doing the best he can. Oh, now, look what you did, bro. Now, like, literally everyone that wouldn't listen to me, now they're like, they all sound like me now. It's crazy. They're like, we got to get this Josh Lavizan out of there. He's horrible. He's fast. He supports the police. It's awesome, man. It really is. I mean, like, even your friend Nikhil, man. Like, I tried reaching out to him 2 years ago to tell him about you, and he vouched for you, man. He vouched for you so much that we don't even talk anymore. I haven't spoken to him in 2 years, and now you're not even returning his phone calls. That's wild, bro. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, I got posts on Facebook from last year, like, gotta love these hack Long Island Democrats like Lafazan, Curran, Ballone, Gowan, Drucker, who proudly stood with racist cops and Republicans against cannabis legalization all last year, despite being presented time and time again. Now they want to pretend like they're Black Lives Matter, like they support racial justice. I mean, and people thought I was crazy. No, what do you mean they're doing their best? And now here we are. All you could do was try to rename the Board of Elections after Shirley Chisholm. Like, what? And did that even happen? That didn't even happen. It's still the Board of Elections. Like, okay, great, bro. I mean, this is just, it's great. I mean, really, though, like, people thought I was crazy. They really thought that I was just, like, I I had a chip on my shoulder or something. I was jealous of you. Like, okay. Well, now that's clearly not the case, man. Like, I mean, you did this 2 years ago with the water balloon fiasco. First and foremost, we cannot keep our community safe if we don't keep our officers safe, and that went under the radar. A lot of people didn't notice that one, but here we are 2 years later. Thank you, Josh. And, you know, this is interesting, too. I mean, people keep saying how the community supports this bill, the community supports our police, but I didn't hear anyone from the community come up and support this bill. I mean, hardly any of your police officers came up and supported this bill. All the police officers you had here all day, they're all gone now. Like, there's more of us than there are of you right now. I mean, how many cops came up here to support this bill? Like 3 or 4, the top brass? Like, and that's it? Not in the street officers, no one on the beat came up to testify and say, I feel unsafe on the streets of Nassau County, which is apparently the most safest county in all America. You guys got to pick one. The safest county in America, or it's so dangerous we got to make police more protected than transgender people in Nassau County, which is insane. As the brother of a transgender Latinx sister who never had any protection in this county, even when she was a child, as a student in a Plainview school district, getting the ever-loving S beaten out of her, called gay, called girly, called fez, called a SPIC, like, but no protection for her as a transgender Latina. But let's give all the protection in the world to people who put on a uniform. I don't understand. So she should become a cop and then she'll be protected? Is that? Oh yeah, they probably wouldn't even let her on. Yeah. I mean, I know people who have called the cops for assault from roommates and stuff like that. I've been told, oh, well, the only way you can press charges is if we let the other person press charges against you too, and then you're both going to spend the night in jail, and then what? But now we got this. I can't make any sense of it. And I mean, someone was talking before about consulting firms. What are the consulting firms that wrote this bill? I mean, I know the consulting firms that you work with, Josh. Let's talk about Gotham Consulting Firm. The one, you know, run by New York State Democratic Chairman David Schwartz. You know, the same David Schwartz who defended Donald Trump and Michael Cohen against Stormy Daniels. The same David Schwartz who runs Gotham Consulting Firm that's claim to fame is running organizing the first ever presidential campaign rally for Donald Trump in 2015. The same David Schwartz whose claim to fame with you is introducing you to Jay Jacobs and putting you on the map for Nassau County politics. It's all on the record. It's his own words, man. I mean, you've taken $2,500 from him recently. You've taken $2,000 from his firm. How much you take from the PBA? I was just looking at that one.
All right. Could you please sum up?
I got 40 seconds left. You took $2,500 from the Nassau County PBA PAC June 3rd, 2019. How's that working out? You enjoying that $2,500? Is it helping your campaign? That's cheap, man. Like, come on. Like, that's all it costs for this $2,500 for all this. That just really blows my mind. Let's look who else got. Mule only took from the Freeport PBA $500 or $1,000 and $1,000. Wow, that was cheap, man. Damn. Is that all we gotta do? We just have to give you guys some money and you'll not pass these crappy bills? And who took $400 from the Glen Cove PBA? Looks like Friends of Delia. $400 in 2021, and June 18th and June 6th.
All right.
June 18th, 2021, took $200 from Glen Cove PBA.
Your time is
June
up, my
18th
friend.
sounds like the same kind of timing with this bill coming out.
I'm going to call the next speaker. Thank you,
$200?
Mr.
That's all it
Abreu.
costs? I got $200 on my debit card right now.
Julie Gray Owens.
Thank you. Oh, and I'm representing Long Island Normal, the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, and I'm a former steering committee of Long Island activist. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Julie Gray Owens. I'm the Executive Director of Gender Equality New York, a statewide transgender, non-binary, and intersex advocacy organization. I'm here to remind this legislative body that for years, transgender advocates pleaded with you to codify civil rights protection for gender-expansive Long Islanders. Long story short, you failed to protect our community. Ironically, however, you are now preparing hate crimes protection for a mainly white, mainly heterosexual, mainly cisgender, well-paid police force. Where was this level of concern when we came here pleading for our basic civil rights. Equating protected class minority community members with well-paid individuals who choose their profession is the height of hypocrisy. Our police are already protected under law, and crimes committed against them already come with steep penalties. I want to make it clear that support for the legislation will be a signal of your indifference to freedom of speech and the right to demonstrate. I want to make it clear, we are watching you.
Teresa Sanders.
All right, Teresa Sanders, President CEO, Urban League of Long Island. I've been here a little over 5 hours, and I have to tell you that not only am I disappointed, and a lot of my friends, I'm pretty seasoned professional, so I've been around for a couple of years, and I have served with so many people on this island. And it's really, really hard to understand how we're wasting taxpayers' money today. I just don't believe what we're wasting. I'm looking at these cops. My father was a police officer. My father served in the military. They have been standing here all day. I know they have other things to do. This is absolutely ridiculous that we are in here at this point just before a vote. Why wasn't this stopped ahead of time? There's lots of things that we could be doing. And I heard so much today, I had this revelation. This is about money. This is not about the black community being upset with the cops. Yeah, there's a level to it, but that's the camouflage. At the end of this, if this goes forward, there are going to be poor people that are enslaved in a new way under debt because they have to defend themselves. And not just poor people. You know, when we say that phrase on Long Island, you know, it sounds funny. But when you say poor people on Long Island, I'm talking about folks making $70, $80, over $100,000. But if you start adding on that you've got this bill you have to pay that's $50 grand because you looked at a cop wrong. I mean, that is unheard of anywhere in this country. If this goes forward, what's next? So the teachers union's coming because that kid that curses out the teacher, now maybe we can, you know, put teachers in a protected class. What about the lawyers, right? Let's put lawyers in protect. I say let's vote for the ledge. Let's put all of you in a protected class. This can go on and on and on. Meanwhile, the street lights don't work anymore. The sewers the water is not running clean because we have spent all this police overtime standing in a legislative building today. Does this make any sense to any of you? You know, listen, my dad was a cop in Harlem in the 60s. Now, just think about it. Those of you millennials, you might not get the context, so I'll tell you. The context was during the civil rights movement, they hired black cops to patrol the black neighborhood. They didn't want to. It was very dangerous in Harlem to send a white cop in Harlem. So they hired black cops. So we saw it as a family. We saw the hate. My father was hated by the community. He was hated by the blue. It was so much of a struggle. But this has got to stop. This is absolutely ridiculous. We have other problems that we need to work on. I mean, if this bill had any merit, I'm quite sure you would have heard something else today. So to put a person that's already on payroll to come up to tell you this is a great bill, that's not a valid justification that it's a good bill. Not at all. Everybody else not on payroll came up here and told you something different. So I'm pleading with you. I am really pleading with you. I would not have sat here 5 hours. I got 100 other things to do. And so do all these other people that are in here, and so do you. And put the cops back out on the street to do their jobs. I have them standing in the ledge for hours. But this is absolutely ridiculous. So if you really want to, figure out some way to bring something fruitful forward, maybe we need to talk about what this is and what the intent was. I find it hard to believe that we would get to this point where people have so much misunderstanding about a document. Give us some time. I would love to see it tabled and just, let's do something else. But if you choose not to kill it, we do need some discussion. So I plead with you all to please, let's discuss this. Thank you, Fred, for your leadership on this. I appreciate it. Shaniqua, I love you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ashna Gibbons.
All right, hello. I'm a high schooler. I've waited here as long as anybody else. And everybody else who's sacrificed their Monday not working, I want to thank you for coming out to oppose this bill. First, I wanted to note that minus the people from police benevolent associations, every single constituent that has come out here has told you how horrendous this bill is going to be if you pass it. Every single one of your constituents who pays your salary has come out here and told you, we are your boss. We've told you this is horrible. And I don't understand why it hasn't been tabled yet. We're just waiting for you to table it. That's why we're still up here speaking. Let's see. I've been doing some research into New York State penal law as a result of this bill being put forth. I see it as unnecessary for many reasons. First of all, there is no evidence. People have been saying this all day. There is no evidence that this bill is necessary. That should be cause to table it right then and there. Yet, again, there's more evidence. Police are already a protected class under Subdivision K of Section 21-9.2 of the County Administrative Code. They're already a protected class along with minority groups who cannot change the physical attributes about themselves that make them that people discriminate against them for, although police can't. So police already have this protection. They already have weapons, and they're already trained at all times when they're in uniform, which is when this irrebuttable presumption is applicable that a person would be discriminating, quote unquote, discriminating against a police officer. It's guaranteed that police officers are already going to be armed and trained to deal with a potential physical threat. So I don't understand why the legislature thinks that financial compensation is further necessary, further than other people are given under New York State penal law. For example, under menacing, assault, and harassment, as well as injury, which are the 4 things defined under the law. I read the law a couple times. I hope you can tell. I have my notes here. The defendant, in addition to any civil liabilities, as pointed out by other lawyers smarter than myself, shall be subject to a civil penalty of no more than $25,000 per violation. Per violation. Now, when a violation can be as small as a, quote, annoyance under harassment under this law, $25,000 seems like a bit much. I'm pretty annoyed right now. A lot of people have expressed their annoyance, but we're not getting 25 grand. you know, I don't see my money. Under the New York State penal law, menacing and assault to the first degrees are felonies. And currently, for everyone else besides police officers who decided they wanted to become a police officer, fines are not to exceed $5,000. So why do police get 5 times the money? Why are you allowing police to get 5 times the money? I'd like to know. For per violation, in addition to these civil liabilities under this law, and if it is determined to be a riot, $50,000, 10 times more than fines for felony are generally, and this includes, I checked that it includes offenses such as menacing and assault. So they're getting potentially 10 times the amount that a regular person would receive, even though they don't even have to prove that anything happened to them, because I guess, you know, PBA money, you know, just buys that, I guess, for them. You know, that's how much, however many thousands of dollars. And Legislator Lafazette, I also wanted to tell you, I'm a constituent of yours. I can't vote, but my parents can. And in approximately a year, I will be able to vote. So, you know, I look forward to not voting for any of the legislators that vote yes for this bill. At this point, at this point, when people have been speaking for, you know, 5+ hours, talking at you, all of your constituents, if any of you vote yes, I'm genuinely concerned for your mental health, how you came to this decision, how this was a logical decision for you. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Gregory Lewis. Gregory Lewis, yes. Gregory Lewis. Gregory Lewis. Okay. Reverend Monty Malik Chandler.
Reverend Chandler left.
Patricia Spencer. Okay. Kamau Kush. Oh, sorry. I don't know. What's your name?
Diane Clark Smith.
Who yielded that time? Who yielded that time to you?
The Reverend.
Okay.
He had to go back to Long Beach. My name is Diane Clark Smith, and my husband and I are attorneys and parents of 3 in District 12. Thank you for serving us, Mr. Kennedy. My mother-in-law served as a first responder at NUMC for 32 years. My mother works at a fire department for 22 years. And yes, we even have multiple members of law enforcement. We have questions. The county is on record as saying the protests and Trump rallies were peaceful last summer. This county is ranked #1 by U.S. News and World Reports. The justification for this bill was spelled out, I believe, in the preamble as purportedly being the January 6th insurrection. This resolution would send out mobile alerts to all residents whenever an officer is injured during a protest. That is surely not going to trigger vigilante justice. The very actions that the January 6th insurrection that the bill purports to address. If a civil suit is brought by a first responder and they lose, are the officers to be on the hook for the legal fees and the court costs? Are the PBA going to cover those court costs? Who's going to pay the lawyers? If not, the county, the taxpayer, will be responsible. If the county attorney is tasked with defending lawsuits alleging police misconduct, how can their office also bring on behalf of first responders lawsuits on behalf of this bill? How is that not a conflict of interest? Under the rules of professional responsibility, it assuredly would be. Attorneys are sworn to uphold the Constitution. This very legislative body was sworn to uphold the Constitution. These officers were sworn to uphold the Constitution. This bill violates the U.S. Constitution, the New York State Constitution. Speaking of lawyers, will this bill be applied to attorneys who bring suits against officers? If so, would that likely count as an occurrence under malpractice law, causing attorney premiums to skyrocket and likely discouraging attorneys from representing those who are accused? These are questions that need to be answered before any vote on this bill can take place. What will happen to the small businesses who are barely recovering after COVID, tasked by the state to enforce COVID protocols as we're possibly going into other issues and going to have to mask up again? What will happen to those small businesses who simply ask a uniformed officer to wear a mask? Based upon the irrebuttable presumption that small businesses could be sued when they're just protecting their customers' employees and avoiding state fines, they can be sued. What about my autistic child who offends a cop, as he tends to offend everyone, just by virtue of having behavioral issues? Is that parent on the hook for their child's actions? Do we lose our home because our child is sued? These policies are bleeding us taxpayers dry. My tax bill is $14,000 a year and going up. My in-laws' tax bill is over $12,000. My sister-in-law and brother-in-laws, all of our taxes are crazy already, and we're paying for this. We are. When an officer makes mistakes, they're protected by qualified immunity, afforded by no other protected class. The county pays out millions of our taxpayer money every year while underfunding the programs that would keep us citizens safe, that would keep these officers safe. The decisions made by our legislature today will drive homeowners like my family who invest in this community, volunteer our time and contribute to your campaigns to go looking elsewhere. And we do individually, as a family, we contribute to your campaigns.
Ma'am, please sum up.
I understand. My point is we have protect and serve backwards. It is the public servant's job to serve the public. The first responder's job, the legislature's job, not the taxpayer's job. We've got enough.
Kamau Kush. I called him before. I don't know. No. Richard Kosowski.
How you doing, sir? My name is Richard Kosowski. I'm a resident of Nassau County, and I'm a conservative. That's my ideology, and I'm pro-police. But my role model is Frank Serpico, the patrolman that was shot in the face by his fellow officers not protecting him, doing a buy and bust. So what I want to address the issue is this. All you legislators have sworn an oath of office to uphold and protect the U.S. Constitution, the state constitution, the various laws of the state and the county. If any rule, regulation, ordinance, policy, procedure, law comes in conflict with the Constitution, you shall not enforce the law. You shall not implement that law. If you do, you're in direct violation of your oath of office. You swore under the penalties of perjury oath or affirmation. So you're in violation if you do pass this law. It's clearly in conflict with the Constitution. First of all, is a question of multiple constitutionality issues. For example, substantive due process, procedural due process. What about the 14th Amendment, equal protection under the law, and the Fifth Amendment? So you got multiple issues. When you got the irrebuttable presumption, all the police officer has to do is allege something, harassment. If you intend to harass or alarm annoy, well, okay, the statute says without a legitimate purpose. Well, I'm filming a police officer. I want to hold him accountable because there's systemic corruption in the Nassau County Police Department that is not being addressed. So now, when I try to address the issue, what happens now? Police officer files a lawsuit, says I harassed him, alarmed him, annoyed him. The question is a constitutionally protected activity. Well, they're not going to address that issue because maybe the jury, a jury is not of my peers. Maybe he doesn't think like I do. Maybe he thinks I shouldn't question my government. So if I question my government, I'm causing annoyance, and that's a justification for the irrebuttable presumption. Now, that's absurd because how would I defend myself if the officer says I harassed him? Now it constitutes a hate crime. There's no evidence I could bring forth because the judge can't even entertain it, or the jurors can't, because it's irrebuttable presumption. It's totally outrageous. For any of the legislators to consider this is treasonous to me. As far as I'm concerned, treasonous. You're violating the oath of office. You know your oath. You swore to your oath. So now there's no reason. You're on notice now. You're on notice by me and multiple other people that spoke. And also I want to mention the issue. There is systemic police corruption in the Nassau County Police Department. I am saying it as a white male. I see systemic corruption in the police department. The police tamper with the police reports. This is not the safest in the county. The reason why it's safe, because they falsify police reports. There's multiple things that are going on. I've seen it. Inspector Stillman of the Internal Affairs has committed multiple violations, total corrupt. The district attorney fails, the public corruption division of the district attorney fails to investigate allegations of police corruption. They're protecting one of their own. They got a symbiotic relationship so interwoven that they're one and the same. So if the police go down, the prosecutor goes down as well. And that's the issue. And the other issue is this, is that the Nassau County Police Department has got two separate policies. One official lawful policy, that's the one everybody knows. That's the professionalism they portray to the public. But then they got an unofficial, unlawful policies with quotas. Arrest quotas, stop, question, and frisk. They may tell you not, but it's all about activity. It's about performance. They don't call it, they disguise it. They don't call it numerical quotas. They call it activity, performance goals. But what I'm saying is that there's systemic corruption in Nassau County Police Department. When multiple people tried to get reform here pertaining to the Inspector General or an outside agency to investigate police corruption, you guys didn't want to take it up. Now, the PBA is very powerful. The superior officers and multiple other entities are very powerful. I'm not anti-police. I'm anti-corruption. I am a constitutionalist to the extreme. You guys talk about the rule of law here, right? You say about police and protecting the police and the rule of law. My podcast is called Rule of Law News. I am specifically about the rule of law. My podcast talks about why internal affairs fail, why investigative agencies fail or refuse to adequately investigate allegations of police corruption and misconduct in police departments with the blue wall of silence. That's a qualifier. The Nassau County Police Department has a blue wall of silence. The reason why is they got two separate policies, and the reason when there's two separate policies, there's a need for secrecy. The blue wall is established, and everything else follows through. They have to have secrecy, and if anyone tries to penetrate that secrecy, they will be persecuted. So I'm against the bill, and I hope you'll rule accordingly.
Sonia Aurora. Either Felder or Feldner. Oh, okay. L. Lagalante.
I just like the smell. All right. I'm probably not going to raise my voice or hit the table. Please do not mistake that for me not taking this very seriously or as an aspersion to the validity of others having done the same. Now, I want to remind everyone that this is not a referendum on the police as a whole, although we have had a lot of important statements to that effect. This is about a very specific law. And the task before you today, there's some stuff that I don't know, but basically it's either you have to vote no or you have to vote yes. If you want to vote no, do it today, because there's so many reasons why you should vote no today. We've heard them all. I really won't repeat them, but basically unpopularity is not persecution, and a protected class is designed to provide redress to victims of persecution. Now, if you want to vote yes, and I suspect from looking at some of your faces that you do, you can't vote yes today. We've heard so many reasons why from sources as diverse as the ADA of a county, affected police, affected community members, the NAACP, many attorneys of various different stripes and practice, teenagers, boomers, people who are of the BIPOC community, white allies of the BIPOC community. I would like to say my name is L. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a member of the non-binary and trans communities. So all I can say is that we've heard so many procedural and draft-related reasons why this bill is not being passed. Now, I want to speak to why I believe legislator Lafazan is not looking at people. He's not looking at his phone. He's doing a speech and debate flow because he chose to hear all of our objections so that he can refute them. We know that this is the case. So rather than allowing this kind of bad faith debate to take place, simply give it more time to take place in good faith. That's what you must do if you want to vote yes. You can't do it today. And I think I've made my point around that. The last thing that I really kind of just want to, I guess I just want to leave on a more maybe philosophical or spiritual note. It doesn't feel nice to be told that you should be ashamed of yourself. I know this. I know shame. As a queer person on Long Island, I know shame. It does not feel nice to be told that you should be ashamed of yourself. And a lot of the time when you don't feel nice, you feel a desire, I feel a desire personally, to take some kind of punitive action against those who might shame me, to say, hey, you want to shame me? Guess what? Yes on this bill. And I just want to really emphasize, I did hit the table, look at that. I really want to emphasize that you as an individual are not a bad person, even if you are engaging in behavior that is shameworthy for affected members of a community. You're not a bad person. And there's never a wrong time or a too late to hear criticism and say, you're right. I also would like to say, on that same spiritual note, that nobody thinks that choosing to become a cop is choosing an easy profession. I would not choose it for that very reason. I don't think that anyone would ever say that being a police officer is easy. What we are saying is that being a police officer is already protected because that's like the whole point. They're given extra rights so that they can protect us. So there's no reason why they need to be protected above and beyond in this way. Thank you for your time.
Vinny Saggiano. All right. Kevin McKenna. All right, I'll take a motion to close the hearing.
I don't care. I don't have a mask on. I'm vaccinated. My name is Kevin McKenna. I am a Syosset resident, and I am the founder of Town of Oyster Bay News and now Town of Hempstead News on Facebook. Social media has changed all your worlds. There will be a major disruption this November in the election. And I am talking about the bill. the world, this afternoon, on my way back here, I was here earlier, Josh, you finally made it to the big time. You still have the Fox News sit down on your Facebook page from 4 years ago as your top post to feed your ego. You are my legislator. I thank you very much for bringing national attention to Nassau County. You made CNN this afternoon. I want to know what Legislator Drucker has been promised to sit next to you. I want to know what he has been promised to sit next to you. And, you know, earlier when the discussion was going around about the masks, I looked up there and I said, you could look at the individual and you could decide which party they're in as to whether or not they have a mask on. How sad is that masks have become so political? Getting back to Mr. Lafazan, you are an outright fraud. That's not a curse word. And if I were you, between now and November, I would change this law to make the legislators a protected class, because you're going to need it. Now, this comes down to money. This is all about money. Not, as the lady earlier said, about money. This is about political donations from the PBA. Now, my father was a New York City police officer. My cousin was a Suffolk County lieutenant. My nephew right now is on the NYPD. I actually went to Farmingdale University back in 1975 for a few weeks. I thought I was going to become a police officer, and I'm glad that I didn't. I have the utmost respect for the police officers. Why? And I would love to know how many of these police officers here, there's about 40 of them in here right now. Now, there was about 100 earlier. What are you expecting here? Nassau County is in need of financial resources. What are they doing standing around here? Well, what's going to happen here? Is that a show of force? What's this all about? What's it all about? Why the police presence? Why did you delay this meeting, Mr. Nicolello, in order to continually give awards, maybe justifiably so, but on a day like this, when you have how many residents here that took off from their days of work to come here to purposely, I'm not going to mention any names, but you pulled a let's hope they leave political stunt. Now, as I said, if anybody wants to give me their time, I have a lot more, but you probably don't want to. Mr. Nicolello, I have Town of Oyster Bay News on Facebook. I am fed a lot of information about you. You are the one who is putting that inexperienced, he's never held a job in his life, you're the one who's putting him up to these political stunts. And as a matter of fact, when you gave him the Stillwell project to run with in Syosset, you were promised a judgeship 1 year from now if he pulled off the Stillwell Fields project. But he didn't pull it off because we exposed the fraud that Josh Lafazan is. He is an outright fraud, and Mr. Drucker, you have destroyed your political career. Even if you say no to this, and in closing, this stunt is all about you guys voting yes, so that you force Laura Curran. You want to test Laura Curran. You want to force her to veto this bill so that she destroys her election. This is all about politics, and you are a disgrace.
I'll take that as a sum. All I would like to have a motion to close the hearing. Moved by Rude, seconded by Leslie Walker. All in favor of closing the hearing, signify by saying aye. Those opposed, we're going to take a quick caucus, quick break.
You're going to be a judge?
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I invite all legislators back into the chambers. And I'm here by myself. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume the meeting now. All right, we are back in session. Item 5 is a vote on a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code in relation to amending the Nassau County Human Rights Law to preclude discrimination against first responders. Legislator Lafazan makes that motion, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All right, the motion and the item is now before the legislature. Any debate or discussion?
If I may,
Yes.
Presiding
Yes.
Officer?
Yes.
I'm not too sure, because I didn't want to curtail the debate or discussion from any of our members, but I did want, after consultation with my caucus, move to table the item for today. It seems like to me that we've heard from a substantial proportion of the public on this particular issue. I should say a substantial proportion of the folks we heard from today have made a very strong and persuasive argument to not proceed to go forward. I will say that the Nassau County Police Department, as such, any police department, excuse me one second, Nassau County Police Department, as such, in any police department, has a very difficult job. I think the measure that's before us today, with what we have heard today from the public, I believe makes their job even harder. Part of what makes their job easier to deal with is when you have the public that has the same level as trust and respect, admiration for the officers. And I believe that that level of trust and respect is there, but it's compounded and more difficult to get that level of trust when you have the public feel in opposition to this bill that is before us today. I think with hearing from so many people, there had to be almost close to hundreds of slips, or maybe 100, or maybe a little less than 100 slips today. I couldn't, in good conscience, go forward with any bill not just this bill, but any bill where we heard from so many people, and it's now almost 8 o'clock at night. And I have to think that if there were more people that could make it down here on a Monday in the middle of the summer, they would have came. I feel that at this point to go forward with any bill, I expressed my concerns, obviously, in my abstention vote several weeks ago. I plan to vote no today if the table does not happen. But in spirit of ensuring the public has more opportunity, more hearings, more transparency on this bill, I truly believe we should move to table it. I didn't want to move to table if there was going to be some debate or discussion, because I don't want to curtail anyone's ability to be able to voice their concerns or their opinion. But if there is no debate or discussion and no further comments, I would like to put forward a motion to table the item for today.
And the motion to table is non-debatable. We need a second. Seconded by Legislator Reggie Whitten. All in favor? Well, no, I mean, it's not debatable. I mean, we could talk afterwards. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay.
And I'm abstaining.
Okay. The vote fails by a vote. The motion to table fails by a vote of 9 to 8 with one abstention. I just did. Nine votes in favor of tabling, all from the minority. 8 votes against tabling. 8. I gave you an extra vote.
Yeah, you did.
8 votes from the minority in favor of tabling. 8 votes, 9 votes from the majority against tabling, and 1 abstention, which is Legislator Ford. Okay, so the item is still before us. Any debate or discussion on the item?
Josh, you want to say something?
Legislator Lafazan. Go ahead. Go first, Josh.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you to all who came down today. We've had a very lengthy hearing, so I'll be very brief. I sponsored this bill, and I support this bill. My bill takes behavior which is already criminal and has been for many years, and simply adds a civil component under the human rights law, of which first responders were made a protected class in 2019. Since police have been authorized by the state to sue for negligence and intentional harm since 1996, this should not alarm anyone. And moreover, the crimes of harassment and menacing have been on the books for a long time, yet we have not seen them used to suppress freedom of speech like the critics of this bill allege. Why do we think they will have that effect now? And why shouldn't we trust the American judicial system to apply these laws in a constitutional manner civilly, just as they have been applied in a criminal context? There is no justification for violence against first responders, and these bills will add further protections in law to protect Nassau County's first responders as they protect us. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
All right, Legislator Druck. Okay, we have other legislators. All right. Okay, I understand. Listen. I just note for the record that Legislator Lafazan sat and listened to every comment today, and I think you should have the same courtesy for him. Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The past few weeks have probably been the most difficult time I've experienced over my 5 years as a legislator, both personally and as a Democratic caucus member. And I just want everyone to know the remarks that I have prepared here and my decision on how I'm going to vote was made before today. It was made over the last few days and over the weekend. I had made my decision and I wrote out remarks, and they have not changed based on comments today. So, you know, when I first agreed to co-sponsor Legislator Lafazan's bill almost 2 months ago, you know, I did it, and I'll be honest, I'm going to take a mea culpa here. I did it out of a reflexive action because I support Josh, and at the time, I thought if there was any issues with the bill, it would be brought up in our caucus meetings. It would be brought up in our meetings that we have, other sessions that we would have before it would ever make its way onto the calendar. apparently that didn't happen. And I'm as guilty as the rest of us on the caucus because we were asleep at the wheel when it comes to that. We should have paid more attention to this bill. And when it first came to light on Sunday night, before 2 weeks ago, Monday's session, when it was only appearing before the Rules Committee, which I'm not a member of, well, I wasn't a member of those committees. I also wasn't at the session. But the point is that the controversy and the issues that arose came up very late. When it was addressed with the majority that we had issues and we wanted to amend the bill because there were objectionable parts to it, the majority was not receptive to those suggestions. You know, so I didn't contemplate, when I first agreed to co-sponsor the bill, the unintended consequences of the bill from a perspective other than as a lawyer and in reliance on the legal footing that the bill stood upon as presented to me. But it has been made abundantly clear to me before today that those unintended consequences are the fear and concern by law-abiding citizens that certain language in the bill will threaten their constitutional rights to peacefully march, demonstrate, and speak freely. After hours and days of careful and diligent deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the bill is fatally flawed. And as a result, I am withdrawing my support for this bill, and I will be voting against it. But let me be clear. I will always remain firmly committed to protecting our first responders at every turn because they're the ones that are the reason why we live in the safest county in America. But as a lawyer whose clientele for more than 35 years are the marginalized, underrepresented, and minority communities, I am always concerned and protective of the democratic principles that this county was founded upon. For these reasons, I will withdraw my support for Legislator Lapizane's bill, and I will vote no with the emphatic plea. Well, I will vote no. Thank you very much.
Legislator Millet.
Today's been a long day. I had made my decision last week what I was going to do. And it really came down to the words irrebuttable and the menacing and harassing. I couldn't get past that, and I just believe that we have to do whatever we can to protect the police in whatever ways make sense. However, this is not the right bill. I will be voting no. But I want to say one more thing, and I really appreciated Elle's remarks. I truly believe that everyone's intentions were good, and that no one is evil and I think when we start bandying words like that around, we just keep the divide going. And we've got to figure out a way to come back together. We really, really do. We have to talk to one another. Okay, hold on. I'm talking, please. We need to figure that out. I don't have the solution, but I hope to be part of the solution. And I would welcome any conversations where perhaps we could figure that out, because it's not an us versus them situation. We all live here in Nassau County. We have to figure out a way to not make enemies of people who might disagree with us about one thing one way or the other, or maybe don't see things the way that we do because of our lived experience. We have to figure out a way to talk to one another so that we can really live as a society with respect and civility. And I certainly have respect for you, Josh. You know that. And I know that your intentions were always good. And so I just want to, I think it's important to say that. I know you've really been under under the gun today. But, all right, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. We have to figure this out. That's it. Thank you.
Legislator Reggie Whitten, then Legislator Bynum.
Okay, I'm in the same mindset as Deborah Muley, and I have to say that when I have been talking to the police, there is a need for this type of legislation. If otherwise, we wouldn't have contemplated it. There's a lot going on with our police. Do they protest when things are wrong? They don't. Do they come and talk to their elected officials? They do. I know a number of things that are criminal acts that have happened that have not been pursued. In my opinion, what this law is doing is saying that you can protest. You can have a peaceful protest. This isn't really designed to address what happened in Nassau County. This is designed for like a January 6th situation where the police were really attacked and nothing happened. And it's still not happening. And yes, it's down in D.C., but that is what the mindset could be now. The way that I'm looking at this is bringing it together. I want everyone in this room to feel respected by Nassau County. I really do. I want you to feel safe. I want you to be able to express your views, but in a decorum of a way that you can express your views to someone yet not overstep, which is basically what this law is saying. I trust the attorney who wrote this bill. I know that...
Mr. Kennedy, would you... Mr. McKenna. Mr. McKenna.
I trust
Mr. McKenna.
that, number one... Excuse me, don't interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you.
McKenna, Mr. McKenna.
Number one, the police are already given this right. It's been since 2018. I don't see any, cases, and I would, if I'm proven wrong that they're not entitled to this status, then, I don't know why anyone hasn't done anything about this. There's some civil rights lawyers, and, why aren't they addressing the fact that they don't deserve this status? We gave it to them. We gave it to veterans. If you want to discuss that, you can discuss that as well. Maybe they're not entitled to it. Excuse me, can you please stop, or else I'm going to, I can't finish my thought. No, well, if you want to yell at them, go ahead. The bottom line is, I believe that the police officers already have this status, which we voted on 19-0 in 2018. Okay, it was never brought up. If you want to diffuse it or rebuke it, go right ahead. But in the last 3 years almost, it has not been the case. Number two, I know that it sounds as if a simple gesture could cause a problem. The real truth is there is a standard. There is the penal. There is a threshold that you have to reach before you're going to have a decision made. I think that those protections, number one, the police can already sue. Ever since 1986, they have that right. This law does not do that much, to be completely honest with you. It already has everything. At this point, why did we go through this? Maybe that's a question. But I am going to say something right now. In my mind, and I have given this so much thought, and I'm probably going to get in trouble once again. I'm probably going to get in trouble with my party or whatever else. But I am up here because I believe in my heart that this bill sends a message that I think a lot of people believe in, that, coming up on 20 years on 9/11, our first responders, and it's not only police, it's a lot of volunteers that are having problems. They go into your house. They pull people out with COVID. I mean, I saw what happened during COVID. I saw what these people did. I did. And you know what? The bottom line is, I think that they deserve respect. And although yes, police get paid, but this is all first responders. So there are many volunteers that are having issues. So in my opinion, I think that they deserve our protection and our respect, and I'm voting yes.
Legislator Bynum.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, thank you for the floor. So a lot was said today, and a lot of issues bubbled up beyond my earlier comments on this issue during the committee session. I stand opposed to this bill, as I did during the session, for the reasons I spoke on earlier. But I think some of the more media issues are the ones that you've heard today. And you've heard it through the voices of those that are aggrieved by this bill. You've heard it from the voices of the people who are pained by this bill to the extent that we could hear the raw emotions in their voice. So today I sit here very heavy-hearted as your colleague who is a member of a class that has been historically discriminated against with unchangeable personal characteristics. And I ask you, how in God's name can we bring a bill to this floor that would allow even members from that protected class to not have the ability to disprove discrimination against police officers? While I respect police officers, and I've shared that not only do I respect police officers, that I even aspired at one point to be a police officer and had taken a test, more than one, Corrections, Nassau County, Westchester Police Department. And I passed those exams, but as they say, you plan and God laughs. So my plan ended up differently. So I'm seated here today. And I'm seated here today just astonished that we would look to erode what trust our community has with police in this moment. This bill would take all of the efforts that we've all looked to create to build relationships between our constituencies and the police. Where will the trust be at this point when they know that they could be sued? Sued just like, or I should say, be susceptible to this law, just like the young woman in Utah that was talked about earlier. The young woman who simply ripped a Blue Lives Matter sign and stomped on it, who is now facing criminal charges. This bill I believe, is very dangerous. It can have fiscal impacts to those who could hardly afford it, those who want to stand up for their rights, those who would be afforded an attorney in a criminal court, but not in a civil court. It will have a chilling effect, most certainly. It will have a chilling effect. And as stated, that effect could have resulted in the murderer, Derek Chauvin, going free if someone had felt fearful to capture George Floyd's murder by video. I don't have a lot of new material to talk about today because the people have spoken. But what I have new to add to this discussion, because I don't want to belabor the point, but if the real intent of this law is to protect first responders in the course of their duties, then why? Tell me why. This bill not only provides for the current members of our first responders forces, but also those that were in prior service. In prior service. Because I'm of the mindset that people of certain professions, or any professions, should not be able to have these type of protections. You know why? Because they can hang up their uniform. I can't hang up my black skin. But to sit here today and say that it is all right, and then we're going to do this and give protections to those who are no longer in service, that are prior members of service, is really a personal affront. Because I can't retire my black skin. They can't retire their disabilities. And it's not right. Not a profession. We made the mistake once. This body made a mistake once. This is an opportunity to right a wrong. It's an opportunity to right a wrong. And in the words of Martin Luther King, it is always, what is it? At least I had it written down. It's always a good thing. It's always a good time to do the right thing. It's always a right time to do a good thing. This is wrong. It's wrong. I tell you, it's wrong. We're going to turn back. We're going to turn back the hands of time here in Nassau County. Why? The police already granted extensive enhancements of criminal justice protections. They're protected. I wouldn't sit here today and vote against this bill if I didn't think they were. Because I am also charged to make sure that they are protected. That's part of my role, just as it is my role to make sure that the people that are here are protected. Those young people that had the guts to stand before this mic and tell you from their own hearts how they feel about this bill. Please. We still have time. We can evolve on this issue right here, right now. I implore you. Not today and not in our Nassau County.
I just wanted to clear up at least one misconception. It was said repeatedly that this bill criminalizes conduct. It doesn't. This is not a criminal bill. It applies civil sanctions. What it does do is take, by and large, criminal acts as a predicate for that civil liability. Harassment, menacing, assault. These are criminal acts under the New York State penal law. With respect to menacing and assault in a police officer, with respect to menacing in a police officer, it's a felony. With respect to harassment, it's a misdemeanor. Again, to establish a violation of this statute, you had to prove one of these crimes. We sat and listened for 5 hours. It just shows you where the courtesy lies in this room, right? Yeah. The law also creates civil liability for injuring a police officer. Well, New York State law already creates that right. There is a right under New York State law for intentional or negligent acts against a police officer. So, look. So anyway, obviously some people in this audience don't want to hear what our rationale is, but that is, in a nutshell, it. We have to protect our police officers from harassment. We have to protect our police officers from menacing. We have to protect our police officers from assault and from being injured. And I'm going to vote yes on this local law. Legislator Ford. The weakness in an argument is when you can't listen to somebody else without trying to shout them down. Now, yes, try to shout us down. We listened for 5 hours. Every word you said, 5 hours. All right, so it just shows you what this whole... Okay, all right, thanks. Legislator Ford.
You know, this legislation is not only for our police officers, but also for other first responders, as well as firefighters and public safety officers. You know, I listened to all of you, and all the comments, and I know that your concerns and your fears, basically are justified. But I think sometimes when we look at this, it would be based on, when we talked about, like, the bad police officers who overstepped their bounds. But I think, especially here in Nassau County, that the vast majority of our Nassau County officers are good police officers. They want to work with the community. They're not looking to make trouble. They're not looking to go out and sue residents because she looked at somebody, crazy or something like that. I think that they're well-intentioned in their desire to serve the public and regardless of the neighborhoods. I know that we're a changing world and we're all looking at different things that are happening, but I think that this legislation, well, maybe not 100% perfect, but it is something that reaffirms what is already state law. And, you know, but that being said, with that police reform plan, we have required that Commissioner Ryder report back to us on a 6-month basis to the full legislature the various benchmarks, and this is going to be one of the benchmarks that we're going to look at to see whether or not there are some, at times, if police officers are exercising their right under this legislation to sue residents and why, then we're going to look at that data and we're going to monitor it. And then if we find that it is something that has been very detrimental to our residents here, then we will definitely take a look at this again. Thank you.
Legislator Birnbaum. Legislator Birnbaum.
Good evening, everybody. I want to thank you all
that.
for taking the time to be here today. I came to this hearing with open ears. I wanted to listen to what our residents had to tell us. And when I first read this bill, it sounded like a way to protect our police, and I have the utmost respect for people in uniform, everybody who does their job, first responders, our Nassau County Police Department. But I realized there were problems with this bill when our caucus got together, and there were many situations brought up that I hadn't thought about on first reading of the bill. Listening to everybody here today, each with different backgrounds, different age groups, different cultures, I heard all of you, and I have come to a decision, and I am going to vote against this imperfect bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Presiding Officer, for allowing me to speak. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for their patience, their attention, their respect, and I thank you for coming down here today. I'd like to thank all my colleagues. I will be voting no against this bill. I am very saddened that a respected black professional such as Legislator Bino has to plead with such emotion and remorseness in her voice, and yet it falls upon deaf ears with her own colleagues. That is shameful. She is not speaking out of convenience. She is speaking out of survival. And to have her sense of urgency overlooked by her colleagues is disgusting. Secondly, any lawyer, Law School 101, should be voting against this bill. I know you have aspirations in the courts. Good luck in the courts with this on your record, okay? Legislative Delegated Witness mentioned that this is all about January 6th. Well, on January 7th, this body, a day after January 6th, held a hearing regarding the governor's police reform bill. And that committee was headed by yours truly, Legislator Denise Ford. And there was not one mention of what happened on January 6th, the day before, by Legislator Ford, in which Blue Lives Matter flags were being used to assault Capitol Police officers. Where was the cry for respect for law enforcement since then? This has nothing to do about January 6th. This has everything to do with May 25th. May 25th, in which brave people stood up to corrupt, killing police officers and told them they could not do that. They had such bravery and conviction. Now you are promoting a piece of legislation that would silence that. It would make everyone think that, oh wait, I can't speak up because I might be sued civilly. No, this has a very silencing and chilling effect upon our democracy
this will turn Nassau County to Russia's under Putin. Truly, under Vladimir Putin in Russia, there's no difference between what you're proposing now and what we see there. It is a hallmark of our democracy that we have freedom of speech. And there are good parts of that and bad parts of that. And you're choosing today to silence what makes us Americans, patriots, to see something wrong and to say something. How dare you?
Whoa. Hold up.
Go ahead.
We just crossed the line there. I'm going to ask you, please refrain from making comments like that or you have to leave. I cannot stand here in good consciousness and allow anyone up here to be called a Nazi. Please. I don't know where it came from, but we're not going to stand for that. Okay, so, sir, please.
And sorry to me for interrupting me. Thank you. Don't interrupt me again. As I was saying, this has a chilling effect upon our hallmark of what makes our democracy special. For any attorney, Mr. Ferretti, Mr. McKevitt, right? Who else? Rhodes, right? Who else? Mascarella, you're going to be a judge soon, right? Schaefer, any attorney to do this would require you to go to law school again. Thank you very much. Mind you, the Brennan Institution and other institutions, law firms, are waiting to sue Nassau County based on this legislation.
Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you.
I would ask individuals to simply do a Google search. Nassau police officers assaulted. You will see Nassau County correction officer assaulted by a prisoner, suffered a broken nose. July 19th, this year, man assaults police officer at Station House in Baldwin. July 11th, 2021, Nassau police officers injured during 2 separate weekend arrests in Belmore. February 25th, 2021, homeless woman punches cop. This is and by the way, when we were talking, sir, you interrupting me is the same as you were interrupting Legislator Szilagyi. I listened to you speak. All right? When we were talking about the protests, again, when police officers tried to stop protesters from going on to the Meadowbrook Parkway, 2 police officers were injured. One was punched in the face. The second one, a broken ankle requiring surgery. These are not isolated incidents. Police officers, you had a volunteer firefighter who was shot responding to an alarm in Belmore, probably I would say 8 or 9 years ago. These things are not isolated incidents. And the bottom line is, whether it's a private citizen, whether it's a first responder, we do not want anyone to be harassed, menaced, assaulted, or injured, particularly not our police officers. This is not about trying to suppress anyone's free speech. This is about trying to ensure the safety of the people who are there to protect our safety. That's why I'll be supporting the legislation.
All right. Legislator. Minority Leader Abrahams. Minority Leader Abrahams. Minority Leader Abrahams. All right. Hey, I'm listening to you. I mean, it sounds good to me. If you could get me to be a judge, can you work it out for me? I've been here a long time, my friend. All right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, no further debate or discussion. All those in favor of this item signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? So, passes. Roll call. I think we have it. 10, 12. All right. So we have 12 in favor, 6 against. So it passes. It passes into law. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go right into the Finance Committee. Members, you're all here. Oh, what you have safety? What? Sorry, we're going to do safety first. All right, Mr. Pulitzer, would you just call the roll on finance, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finance Committee roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan.
Mr. Pulitzer, I'm sorry. I think we already clarified the vote, but I believe she was trying to figure out the vote. It was 12. It was 12 in the affirmative. There was 6 in the negative. The 2 in the affirmative from the Democratic side were legislators DeRigi Whitten and legislators Lafazan supporting with the 10 Republican majority.
Okay.
That's it.
I'm gonna put the legislative meeting into recess. All right, we're going to move on to the Finance Committee.
Mr. Pulitzer, go ahead, please, and call the roll.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, Finance Committee. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislature Arnold Drucker. Legislator Drucker. Sir. Ranking Member Ellen Birnbaum.
Here.
Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Vice Chairman Vincent Muscarella. Chairman Howard Copel.
Here, thank you.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. We have a bunch of items which I'm going to call all together. Actually, we're going to have to make a motion to untable all of these items. Those items are all authorizing compromise and settlement of various tax certiorari claims. Those numbers are 282 of 20, 6121, 6221.
Wait. What?
Not 282? So they're okay, scratch 282. So we'll start at 61 of 21, 62, 63, 73, 74, 75.
Mr. McKenna, hold on. Mr. McKenna, this is your last warning. It's your last warning. If you keep it up, we're going to have you removed. What? We're going to remove you from the building. All right, I understand that. Somebody just told me that, so.
All right, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79 of 21. Motion to untable is made by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Drucker. All those in favor of untabling those matters, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. All right, now, on the item, the same items, do we have any debate or discussion on those items? Hearing none, all those in favor of all those items, please so indicate by saying aye. Are there any opposed? Those items all pass unanimously. A motion to adjourn finance is made by Mr. Muscarella, seconded by Mr. Lafazan. All those in favor of adjourning finance, please say aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. Mike, could you please call the roll for the Rules Committee?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The roll call for the Rules Committee is as follows. Legislator Sela Bino. Okay. Legislator Delia DeRiggi Whitten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Coppell. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Yes.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you. We have a number of items that just moments ago went through the Finance Committee, so we're going to call all those together. These are basically the tax settlements. They include items 61, 62, 63, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any debate or discussion on these items? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, they pass unanimously. Okay, we have two items. Well, actually, we'll call this separately. 269 of 2021 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an intermunicipal agreement with the Atlantic Beach Fire District in relation to procuring a chest compression device and related items. That is moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. Any debate or discussion on that item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Item 282, it's a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an amendment to an intermunicipal agreement with the Nassau County Soil and Water Conservation District in relation to providing conservation services and assistance with the septic system replacement program. Motion by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Now we have several contracts on the Rules Committee agenda. They include the following: E17, E123, E117, right, thank you, E123, E124, U3 of 2021, These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements between the county and Leander Associates, KPMG LLP, M&G Engineering, PC, and Susan Ryan, DBA Vera Causa. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. And before I call those, I'm going to ask for a motion to untable E-171 of 2020, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a personal services agreement between the county and PFM Financial Advisors. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. So all those contracts are now before the committee. First two contracts are with the District Attorney's Office. I want to thank you, Mr. McManus. I know you were here all day, so I appreciate your patience.
Thank you. Bob McManus, District Attorney's Office. The contract before you is for a research consultant to assist with the Hempstead Zone Protection, Zone Prosecution Program grant, which is intended to reduce crime in the village of Hempstead. The goal of the project is to implement crime prevention, response, and reduction practices. The role of a research consultant is required by the Department of Justice in this grant and will facilitate the analysis of crime statistics and law enforcement intelligence to increase the probability of a successful result.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on this one, this contract? So I think you have another one, which is the U contract.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
The other item before you is with a management consultant who will conduct management training course for assistant district attorneys. Very often attorneys succeed as attorneys and prosecutors and are given supervisory responsibilities as a result of that. Very often they do not have the experience and training to perform management activities successfully, and this training is intended to assist in that area.
Any questions? All right, thank you again.
Thank you.
Contract E-123, Department of Emergency Management. I also apologize to you and thank you for your patience.
Good evening. I'm Susan Park, the Director of Recovery at the Office of Emergency Management. Item E-1232-21 is a contract with KPMG to provide on-call disaster management services to the county to assist our various departments, offices, and agencies in recovery, planning, and management. The scope of services specifies the management and administration of funding streams, including but not limited to programs such as the American Rescue Fund, FEMA Public Assistance, and the CARES Act to help the county recover from the pandemic and other disasters. Item E-123-21 is the result of a competitive RFP process by which the county received 24 proposals. The RFP Evaluation Committee selected KPMG and 2 other vendors as the most responsible and cost-effective consultants for the county. The committee selected more than one vendor in case the county will need to respond to 2 or more disasters at one time. Each on-call disaster management services consultant, each time an on-call disaster management services consultant is needed by the county, OEM will issue a task order mission to the 3 contracted vendors, and a task order proposal evaluation committee will select which vendor to award the task order to. The contract has a maximum cost of $3.75 million and is scheduled to expire on August 31st, 2025. OEM anticipates that the cost of any task order that comes up through the on-call disaster management services contracts will be covered by state and or federal recovery funding streams. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Anyone have any questions?
I thought you had. Did you bring up in your list of emergencies item 287-21?
280. This is no.
No. Wait, I'm sorry. Late. It's late. No. Any questions? Thank you. We're all set. All right, we'll move on to the next contract with the Department of Public Works, which is E-124. All right, Ken, thank you also. Appreciate your patience.
Ken Arnold, Public Works. E-124 is a professional services contract for construction management services for road resurfacing Phase 67. There were 16 proposals, and M&J received the highest technical score and the lowest cost of the highest ranked firms submitted. M&J is an MBE contractor. In addition, they will add a WBE at 10% of the value of the contract.
All righty. Thank you. Any questions? No? We're all set. Thank you. Last contract is the one we on table with OMB. It's with PFM Associates, E-171. PFM Financial Services.
Good afternoon. Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. This item is a new contract entering a 5-year agreement with PFM. There's some pricing structures that changed that we thought would be better and advantageous to it. It went to an hourly basis from a per deal basis. We've incorporated some of the legislators' comments into the contract that makes it a little bit more amendable to both parties.
Yeah, a little bit more transparent. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on PFM? No. All right, thank you, Andy. All right, so now we have these 5 contracts, E-117, U3, E-123, E-124, E-171. Any further debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They carry unanimously. Legislator Rhodes makes a motion to adjourn, seconded by Legislator DeRiggi Whitten. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? We are adjourned. So we're going to call the full legislature back from recess. We need the other legislators. New one. There is, I'm sorry. All right, I'm calling the legislature out of recess. I think we have a number of emergencies. Why don't you call the 2 emergencies, the first 2 emergencies, both settlements.
Thank you. Emergency Resolution Number 8-2021, Emergency Resolution Number 8-2021, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiffs as set forth in the action entitled Guerrero, County of Nassau, docket number 16-CV-6983, pursuant to the county law, the county government law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administrative Code. Next emergency resolution is number 9-2021, emergency resolution number 9-2021, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of the Nassau County against McKesson Corporation, Cardinal Health, Inc., and America Source Bergen Corporation, collectively the Big Three, pursuant to the county law, the county government law of Nassau County, and the Nassau County Administrative Code.
That's both of those emergencies, correct?
That is correct.
All right, we need a motion to establish the emergency. Moved by Legislator Walker, second by Legislator Drucker. All those in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. The emergencies are established. I believe we have to call the items again. 283, a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiffs as set forth in the action entitled Guerrero versus the County of Nassau. 284 is a resolution authorizing the acting county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of the County of Nassau against McKesson Corporation, Cardinal Health, and Amerisource Bergen Corporation. Motion by Legislator Muscarella, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. So these two matters are before us. Do we have anyone here who can speak to the 284, which is the settlement with the opioid manufacturers?
Good evening, legislators. Chief Deputy County Attorney Jessica Molinares. We do have special counsel here of the firm of Napoli Skolnick at your disposal if you'd like to bring them, me to bring them to the podium.
So, I mean, to the extent that you can describe the settlements without us having to go to executive session, then we're willing to do this in public. I mean, if we feel that there's a need for an executive session, we'll let you know, or you let us know.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I guess you have to keep in mind that litigation is ongoing, correct? All right, so I mean, so is there any information you give us out here without affecting that litigation?
Okay. Good evening. My name's Marie Napoli from Napoli Skolnick. I'm here today with Sal Padala, and we're representing you in this litigation. And we have today the settlement with the Big Three. And I will have Sal give you the details of that, but we're recommending that you accept this settlement.
Good evening. Thank you. This is similar to Salvatore Badalla from Napoli Skolnick. This is similar to the Johnson & Johnson settlement that we discussed a few weeks ago. It is a New York State settlement that's pursuant to the allocation agreement. But one thing that is different is there is an additional amount of money that Nassau County gets for actually litigating this case along with Suffolk County, and that would be paid on September 30th, that additional money. In addition to that, there is injunctive relief similar to Johnson & Johnson, like we discussed, which would help to cut off the supply of opioids that have been pouring into the community. Additionally, Nassau County will get a membership board. They'll be part of a board that will actually oversee the entire country when it comes to the injunctive relief. So Nassau County will be one of 17 different states and municipalities that are on this board that can actually oversee the injunctive relief. And just as was mentioned, just an update on litigation itself, without getting into detail, that litigation is still going on against 4 remaining defendants. And if Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry. We're currently in trial at Toro with those 4 remaining defendants.
I would just note for the record that we had a lengthy discussion 3 weeks ago, a lengthy presentation, which was excellent, and so that's why we did not need to go into executive session tonight. But,
Understood, and thank you.
Yeah.
Do you have any issue with mentioning the amounts? Or
No, we can mention them. The allocation for the New York-wide settlement, it's a range because we have to see how many other communities sign on for New York State. It's not part of a national, it's not contingent on, say, Iowa signing on. It's just for New York State. Nassau, the range is between $52 million and $66 million. However, like I said, there's that additional sum of money of $20 million that gets paid to Nassau County, so you can add that on top. You're welcome.
All right, thank you again. Any other legislators? All right. Thank you again, and thank you for your continuing work for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Great results. 287, 2000. I'm sorry. Before we go to that, any debate or discussion on these 2 items? Hearing none. All in favor of 283 and 284 signify by saying aye. Those opposed, carry unanimously. I guess we have 2 more emergencies to do.
Yes, sir.
Why don't you read them both?
I will.
Yeah.
Emergency resolution number 10-2021, an emergency resolution declaring an emergency for immediate action upon a resolution authorizing the county executive to enter into and execute grant agreement and subscriptions agreement on behalf of the county's Veteran Service Agency with various not-for-profit veteran organizations that are funded with monies received by the county under the American Rescue Plan, Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and which have been supplementary appropriated to fund grant agreements with such not-for-profit veterans organization for the purpose of responding to the effects of the public health emergency caused by the COVID-19 pandemic or its negative economic impacts. The second emergency that is in view is 11-21, emergency resolution number, an emergency declaring an emergency for immediate action upon a resolution authorizing the county executive to enter into a sub-recipient agreement with the Long Island Water Conference to administer a program on behalf of the county's Department of Public Works to provide grants to water suppliers in Nassau County for the purpose of defraying the costs associated with treatment and removal of contaminants from the drinking water, which shall be funded with monies received by the county under the American Rescue Plan's Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and which has been supplementally appropriated as part of the county's Water Quality Protection Initiative for the purpose of making necessary investments in drinking water infrastructure.
Thank you. I need a motion to establish the emergency. Legislator Rhodes, second by Legislator Millet. Or any discussion on that? All in favor of establishing the emergency signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the emergency is established. And with the consent of the minority, I think we can waive reading of these 2 items, but they are items 287 and 288. We need a motion by Legislator Ferretti and seconded by Legislator Bino on these 2 items. Is there someone from the administration that would want to address these 2?
Good evening, legislators. The 2 items before you relate to the American Rescue Plan and the county's continuing programming of the funding allotted to the county. As mentioned, the first request of proposal would be to benefit our veterans, as the county has appropriated $1 million in ARP funds for aid to veterans impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The county has put forth or is putting forth 2 programs that would be funded through this $1 million allotment. The distinction here is out of the realm of veterans organizations. There are 501c3 organizations, and in that case, the county can make subrecipient agreements and grants to those organizations. So if you are a 501c3, you are eligible under the ARP program to recoup costs. You are also eligible to render services to veterans who were impacted and qualify under ARP. The non-501c3s are, for instance, your VFW posts, your American Legion posts. Those are known as 501c19s. In that case, those organizations are eligible as a subrecipient to the county to render services to veterans who were impacted. They are not, as per ARPA, eligible to recoup lost costs. So again, 501c3s are eligible as a subrecipient or a grant recipient to recoup costs or render services. 501c19s, which are your VFWs, your American Legion posts, are not able to recoup costs, but they are able to render services to help veterans who have been impacted. Out of the $1 million, we are looking to make grants and subrecipient agreements to as many organizations as we can. The portal, the Boost portal, is open, so we are looking to encourage those organizations to apply. We have placed a cap per grant or per subrecipient agreement at $10,000 each in order to reach as many organizations and to provide grants and subrecipient agreements to as many organizations as possible. Attached to your packet, we do have a non-exhaustive list of veterans organizations, both 501c3s and non-C3s, that we will be doing targeted outreach to ensure that if these organizations have the capacity to do this type of work, that they apply through the Boost portal, and we receive those applications so that we can make those grants and subrecipient agreements as quickly as possible.
Legislator Ford.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Sean. Mike? Now I'm the presiding officer. It's all my plan. But thank you. In regard to the veterans organizations, what type of services or what is it that makes them eligible to be able to get this grant of up to $10,000?
Sure. So the 501c3 organizations, again, if they have had or if they offer catering services to veterans and so forth, and due to the pandemic they were unable to operate, they are eligible for cost recovery. On the service side, they can provide services such as food drives, clothing and transportation drives. Funds can also be used to bring any rent, mortgages, or utilities up to current status for those organizations. The veterans organizations that are not C3s, so the VFWs, the American Legions, they can also hold events to help their veteran constituents. So if it's a sort of a job fair or job training and placement, those sort of things, they'll be eligible for utilization of these funds.
So as long as they provide something that will help, maybe educate some of the veterans or help them to be able, like veterans to when you do the stand down or something like that, like maybe educate them with different things or?
Yes, in terms of, they need to be eligible for the ARPA eligible items. Okay. So if it's job training or job placement or job referrals, okay. Because veterans as a group was not specifically mentioned in ARPA, but veterans who were economically impacted and are eligible under ARPA can receive these services through the organizations. So again, job referral services, that sort of thing.
So if they host it, they'll be able to get up to $10,000.
The organizations that host, exactly, they'll be able to get up to that amount to host or to provide that service. Okay. The veterans themselves do not receive.
And that'll be it'll be spelled out on the Boost Nassau portal.
It is. So the scope of work is actually pre-populated in the Boost portal. So the idea is to make it as simple as possible for these organizations to go in. They put in their organizational information. They're basically checking a box that they conform or they will conform to the pre-populated scope of work.
And can they also go, because I know that it was indicated that we're going to open up a site in Eisenhower Park where you have like 3 or 4 people that will be there. So can like if a veterans organization wasn't sure, can they go there to have their questions answered and like maybe have their application submitted at that time? They can make an appointment?
Absolutely, and that's encouraged. If they can certainly go online and try to do that themselves. Otherwise, they're free to go to the resource center at Eisenhower Park, and a staff person will help them fill out the application.
And then, like you said, your outreach, will you be indicating that to the veterans organizations that we're going to encourage you to do it online, but if you have questions, call, or you can go to Eisenhower Park?
Come on down, absolutely.
Okay, and then my last question, because it's late, but we have like one where they do, we have a woman who she works with veterans with PTSD. Okay. So she might do exercise classes with them, she might do acupuncture and things like that, strictly for veterans. Would she be somebody who would be eligible under the 501(c) veterans?
If she is rendering a service that is eligible under ARP.
Okay.
So
So
food
she'll have to look.
insecurity,
Yeah,
housing
okay.
insecurity, unemployment, those types
Yeah.
of services to reduce those insecurities and unemployment, yes, she'd be eligible.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Okay, certainly.
Let me just follow up, and Legislator Ford may have asked this, but are you developing a program to go out to the various veterans or bring them in to explain this entire process? Because directing them to go to Boost Nassau portal is not, for the most part, going to be very helpful. They're going to have to be walked through the process and shown how it is, and services that can be rendered that will be reimbursable.
Yes, and our Veterans Services Agency will be spearheading that effort. My understanding is there is a meeting that's being set up with the sort of the larger organizations to inform them of this opportunity.
Okay. Legislator Rhodes, you had a question?
Yeah, just a couple of, I promise, quick questions. With respect to the 503C 19s, is it for services that they can provide moving forward, or can they seek reimbursement for services that were provided during the course of the pandemic? Many of them did food drives. Many of them did think, are they able to go back retroactively?
Legislator, we'll have to look into if they can get reimbursed for services that have already been rendered prior to them receiving the subrecipient agreement.
Okay. And with respect to the $10,000 limit for both 501c3s and 501c19s, is that $10,000 limit something that we've established or the administration has established, or is that something that's actually established in ARPA?
It is not established in ARPA. It's something that the administration has established, with the point being getting as many organizations grants as possible. We originally had a list of about 100 VFW posts, American Legion posts. We know that it may be more than that number, but we know some organizations aren't as active as others. So 10,000 should be enough for many of these organizations to do some real meaningful work. But again, it was a county decision and not a requirement in ARPA.
Now, I know that the majority had signed on to a letter that we had sent to that we sent, I believe, Senator Schumer and Senator Gillibrand, asking them to seek an amendment to the guidance to permit 501c19s to be considered the same as 501c3s for the purposes of benefits. Have you heard any updates from the federal government with respect to whether that's being considered?
I don't believe we have, Legislator, actually.
Because part of the issue is that VFW halls and American Legion halls usually rely on rental income, from events, for their sustenance, and obviously they've missed out on that for 16 months. So, them being excluded as 501c19s from being able to seek reimbursement for money that they've lost, now obviously is a tremendous issue for them. Have you heard anything, or?
No, we will follow up with you on any any guidance that's either forthcoming or has already been issued by the Treasury.
I appreciate that, and and if we could actually try, if the administration can assist in pressing that issue to try and get a more expansive definition, I'm sure that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Lastly, with respect to other not-for-profits, obviously this is only with respect to veterans organizations, what's before us today. Is there a plan to allocate any funds to other not-for-profit organizations like Lions, Knights of Columbus, other catering-type facilities that lost money during the philanthropic organizations that lost money during the pandemic that usually rely on catering funds?
My understanding is that those organizations would be eligible for, if they are rendering services under other programs that will be rolled out under the county's ARPA, monies that have already been appropriated. But as for cost recovery for those types of organizations, I think that's your question.
Yes.
I'm going to have to get back to you, legislator, on whether or not that's a sort of a next step for us.
Thank you, Mr. South.
Okay, certainly.
Okay, any other questions on this item? All right, thank you. You want to jump into the water conservation?
Certainly. Okay, so this item pertains to the water conservation ARPA program that the county has established. Of the $6 million that was appropriated back in June for the water conservation and water quality program, this is a smaller tranche of that total $6 million. The administration is proposing $1,550,000 for a water quality initiative. Those funds would be moved through a subrecipient agreement to the Long Island Water Conference, so that the Water Conference can then distribute and allocate grants to each of the public and private water districts in Nassau County to provide funding for upgrades to their treatment facilities, their potable water treatment facilities. So we've all heard of the 1,4-dioxane and other emerging contaminants. This funding would go to those water districts to make those capital improvements to improve the water quality for our residents. We are proposing grants of up to $50,000 to each eligible water district. Again, that $50,000 could go to capital for upgrading their treatment facilities. The Long Island Water Conference would be engaged through this subrecipient agreement with the county to administer the program. The Long Island Water Conference would then administer the program on our behalf and work with the public and private water districts to make those grants. Those water districts will apply to the county and to the Long Island Water Conference for grants, and we will track that through the Boost Nassau portal.
Any questions on this? Legislator Walker.
I know it's up to 50,000. Would that be determined by the number of wells that they need to put treatment on? I mean, I guess some districts might not, if they were lucky and they didn't have any contaminants in their water, they might not have to address it at all. And yet there are other districts that are like buried under with
Sure.
contaminants. But the max anyone would receive would be the 50,000.
Would be the 50,000. We are asking the districts to, in their applications, to explain, how they plan on using the funding. So if they are a larger district, or they have or their district has a more predominant issue with contaminants, that would surely determine how much funding out of the 50,000 cap they would receive. But at this time, we don't plan on going over 50,000 per water district.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
Legislator Birnbaum.
Yeah, is this similar to what you said before with the veterans? What if they've already started the work and, they're already at a later stage of the work? Would this grant be applicable?
Good evening, Brian Schneider, Deputy County Executive for Parks and Public Works. So, legislator, your question is if a water district is experiencing contamination and they've already started a project or remediation project. Basically, we're asking water districts to provide justification for whatever issues they're having specific to emerging contaminants, 1,4-dioxane or PFO, PFOAs. If they have other contamination, it does not. This funding does not cover that. If they have nitrogen issues or other organic or inorganic issues, this is only specific to the emerging, contamination. So, if there is a project that they've already started, $50,000 is not a lot of money when it comes to the cost of the remediation projects, but the $50,000 could be used for any portion of their project, whether it's replacing chemicals or physical testing that they need to do. So it's anything that has to do with that emerging contaminant project going forward.
Just said going forward, so it is just going forward?
Yeah, I mean, if they can justify the cost that they have, if they're putting in a treatment unit that is specific to treating 1,4-dioxane now, that would be certainly an eligible expense. Again, the Long Island Water Conference is going to be overseeing and administering this. So as water professionals, they will also be working with our consultants and using the guidance from the U.S. Treasury to make sure that it conforms to all the requirements to make sure that the money is going to be spent in a proper form.
Okay, and will we be reaching out to all the water districts?
Yes, the Long Island Water Conference, we've already had a number of meetings with them. They're very excited. They're wishing that the decimal point can move a little bit to provide more funding, but keep in mind we are going to have another bucket of money that's going to become available next year. So we're hoping that we'll be able to expand the program depending upon the need and the success.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any other questions? No. All right, thank you, and thank you, Sean, for your patience for being all day.
Thank you.
Connell, too. That's about 12 hours now. Okay. All in favor of these items signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Carry unanimously. So we're going back to the regular calendar. We have a hearing on a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code to create a special revenue fund to assist Nassau County to combat the opioid epidemic. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Drucker. That's a motion to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, the hearing is now open. Just really brief. This special revenue fund will ensure that monies from the settlements go to actually combating the opioid epidemic, including interventions, recovery services, education, support, and assistance to those that suffer from opioid addiction and to their families. I know we have a slip from Brian Sullivan, President of Corrections Officers Benevolent Association.
Good evening. I'll be as brief as possible. I know it's late. We've had a very long day. Earlier today, when we did the top cops, it was a very good event as always. But one thing that I always pick up on when the police come up and the commissioner comes up, we talk about the comprehensive training and PD training that they get, and that's what kind of launches me into my normal issues here. Regarding the opioid issue and the opioid settlement, since long before the opioid crisis and the drug overdose issue became front-page headline news, local correctional institutions have been at the forefront of this drug scourge that has affected countless lives. We have recognized for years the beneficial effect of inmate programs and officer training designed to address the crisis of addiction and mental health issues that must be confronted to lay the correct path for inmates to follow that will allow for a successful transition to their communities upon their release from our facilities. With that in mind, I bring to your urgent attention the need for funding of these programs in our facility, funding that, as you can imagine, just like everything else in our facility, has been cut to ribbons or deleted over the last several years. There's a cautionary tale to be told here, which I'm understood is being avoided by the formation of this fund, which is the $200 billion tobacco settlement in 1998, Only fractions of that money went to preventing smoking and helping people quit. Instead, the money went to plug holes in state and local budgets. Johnson & Johnson is paying $5 billion, to my knowledge. AmerisourceBergen and Cardinal Health is paying $6.4 billion. This is all on the federal level, and McKesson is paying $7.9 billion. Incredibly, $2 billion of that is reserved for lawyers' fees. I guess I'm in the wrong business. But I believe, 20-something million dollars is going to be coming Nassau County's way. The second biggest cash settlement behind tobacco, and at least 70% of the money is to go to abatement activities such as providing Narcan, helping the homeless with addiction problems, or educating the public on the dangers of drugs. Everyone involved wants this money to go to opioid abatement around the country. Please consider me an advocate on how I want to see this money, at least in our portion here in Nassau County, spent. It's crucial, that a portion of this money be reserved for programs in the Nassau County Correctional Facility, both for inmate programs themselves, particularly with the advent of the HALT legislation that is being forced down our throats once again by Albany, by people who have no idea how to run correctional facilities but will mandate what is done inside of them. And also for training of our correction officers. The opioid crisis has raged through this county and country, and we deal with it every day in corrections, having to deal not only with inmates who are mentally ill or others that are violent predators, but many of those whose criminality is directly related to their addiction to opioids and are now in our department's problem to deal with, all with little to no resources. Programs for the inmates and specialized training for our officers on how to deal with the mentally ill and addicted is how this money would and should be spent in local correctional facilities like ours. We cannot let this settlement be another one of the greatest missed public health and public safety opportunities, as was the tobacco settlement. Every element of this settlement should be geared towards remediating the harm this scourge has caused and prevented from continuing, and targeting those that have broken the law and caused pain and suffering to innumerable families because of their actions connected to their opioid addiction, who are now residing in our facilities, is one hell of a good targeting point to remediate this problem. I am going to be all over our current administration that, as we know, are appointed and usually have to get the okay from somebody before they speak in public. And I want to be not the only person advocating for programs in the jail for inmates and training for our officers. I certainly hope that I'm not alone here in doing that advocacy. Thank you very much.
Well, Brian, once the money is in the fund, it can't be spent unless the legislature approves the spending. Good. So I think I can speak from all of us that we will certainly support programs for inmates. I mean, that's certainly the front lines of battling the opioid epidemic, and as well training for your officers.
I appreciate that. Okay. There's a lot of money in the county's bank. We need a lot of training.
Yep.
Not just on opioids. Thank you.
Brian, you also, I'm sure that we all support you in your efforts on this. And one of the women who used to work for me, one of my assistants, Nadine, actually volunteers at the jail. And on Friday nights, she helps with those who are recovering alcoholics. And she had always spoken about the importance of that program and how beneficial it had been to so many of the inmates there. So I'm sure that the same can be said for those that are going through opioid addiction and any other type of addiction. So anything that can help these people turn their lives around and get on a better track.
We used to have a lot of good programs in the Nassau County Jail.
And we need to bring them back. Education, we just need it. We have the money. Let's start investing, because I think we could save a lot of people, that way, really.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Legislator Walker. And Legislator Millet.
I'm sorry.
I just want to quickly add, I too, Brian, will be doing all I can to make sure that you receive some of those funds to do education in any way that we can, especially target the group that's in the correction center, our inmates, and certainly for our workers who are there, our corrections officers, and what they can do to help and combat this, because hopefully many of them, I'm sure, are in our corrections facility because of their opioid addiction, and hopefully it will make a big difference, for them when they get out, and hopefully look forward to a much better life and not end up back in there, or end up even worse, not here at all. So,
there you go.
But whatever we can do, I'm sure all of us will be pushing towards that.
I appreciate that, Legislator.
Okay, Legislator Millet.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I fully support program's certainly going to the correction facility, but actually I wanted to make another comment, so if you want me to wait, I can do that.
On this?
On this, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So one of my constituents came today intending to speak on this. She had a tragic situation in her family involving opioid addiction. And so I can't speak for her because I don't know exactly what she wanted to say, but I might be able to get her remarks, and we can add them to the record.
Is that Kathleen Spatz?
Yeah.
No, she
Yeah.
fill out a form.
Yeah. Yeah.
So absolutely, get her remarks, and we'll make sure it's part of the record for the.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, Brian. Anyone else? No? We're good.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. You too. All right. We need a motion to close the hearing. Motion to close by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? All right, the hearing's closed. We have enough people here. Then we go to the vote on the item, which would be item 6, a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code to create a special revenue fund to assist the county to combat the opioid epidemic. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Birnbaum. Any debate or discussion? Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 4 is a hearing on a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code to prohibit the refusal to serve first responders. Motion to open the hearing by Legislator Minority Leader Abraham, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously, and the hearing is open. Any debate or discussion on this item? Yeah. Oh, Juneteenth? Okay. Yeah. Oh, sure. All right. Any debate or discussion on or public comment on this proposed local law? Hearing none, we're going to make a motion to close the hearing by Legislator Mascarella, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. Drop down to item number 8. It's a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code to prohibit the refusal to serve first responders. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Ford. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 9 is not being called tonight. So we have to go to item 31. Item 31 is a resolution to establish a blue alert system to aid the identification, location, apprehension of any individual or individuals suspected of killing or seriously wounding any law enforcement officer, ambulance medical technician, or police medic. Motion by Legislator Lafazan, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. You want to go ahead?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Very briefly, I proudly sponsor this bill, and I'm grateful for my colleagues in the majority who amended this to include more of our first responders. This bill establishes Nassau County's first ever Blue Alert system. Modeled after the Amber Alert system, the Blue Alert system will establish an emergency communication protocol to alert the public of critical information regarding an individual who either seriously injures or kills a cop. I think it is crucial, and I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other debate or discussion on this? All right. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Question. Who actually will monitor and administer the Blue Alert system? Just for the record, clarification. I figured it's PD, but I just want to make sure I establish that for the record.
So per my bill, the police commissioner had sole authority to issue the alert. I believe the majority's amendment was the police commissioner and or his or her representative, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Item 32, Resolution 119, a resolution to establish a special legislative task force to combat anti-Semitism. That's moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Birnbaum. There is an amendment in the nature of a substitution that will increase the number of community members on the task force from 5 to not less than 5 and not more than 15. The motion to amend by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Lafazan. Any debate or discussion on the amendment? No? All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Amendment passes unanimously, so now we have to consider the bill as amended. All in favor of the resolution as amended signify by saying, oh, I'm sorry, before I do that, Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just wanted to make a quick statement. This was a bill that I introduced, and I want to say that I'm very proud of my colleagues in the legislature for joining me in recognizing the urgency of combating and eradicating the shameful rise in anti-Semitism and hatred directed at Jews. This resolution is a working resolution designed to study the root causes of anti-Semitism in our county, where it comes from, where it is most concentrated, and how do we prevent it from taking hold and growing. The task force that this resolution provides for enlists the expertise and overall quality of the people that will be on it to do the work necessary to eliminate this scourge and bring this county closer to the ideals we aspire to.
Okay, thank you, Arnie. Anyone else? No? Okay. All in favor of the resolution as amended signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Resolution passes unanimously. I think that's it. Right? We're going to put the legislative meeting into recess. Obviously, it's a long month, and in case there's something that requires us to come back before our next set of committee meetings, we'll have the flexibility to do that. So I'm going to put the legislature in recess.
Thank you.